Welcome, 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 one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, we've got a show for you today. Recently, there was a spending bill that went to the floor. Elon Musk spoke about it on Twitter, and many credit him with getting it thrown out at first pass. Rand Paul has made comments such as we should elect Elon Musk to be Speaker of the House. He has been appointed or given an appointment to a quasi-governmental institution called Doge that they're putting up. Basically, people are worried about the level of influence this unelected man has over American politics. So we're going to talk about that tonight. Is Elon Musk an oligarch or simply a speaker for the masses, giving voice to the unheard? We're going to talk about it. We're going to give each of these lovely guests a chance to tell you who they are and what their initial thoughts are. And we're going to start. Andrew, go ahead.
Thank you, Wick, for having me on this panel. This is my second one. I always appreciate these conversations, and I even watch sometimes too when I'm not on. So thank you so much for hosting these. Yeah, I absolutely believe Elon Musk is an oligarch, or this American oligarchy, positioning himself in the government. He's the richest man in the world. I feel he bought the U.S. election this year. He'd be engaged within those actions. He bought Twitter for Donald Trump, even though he was out. Yeah, he came out and said, I'm not gonna pick a side. Or I don't know what the exact quote tweet is now, but he tweeted out, like, I'm not gonna choose a political party, and he ended up literally buying Twitter for Trump, and also donated $277 million to his campaign. I feel that he completely is trying to buy his way into the U.S. government and then dictate decisions that politicians are doing, and then which also affects the American people in return, with this power that he has and his money. So that is my position on Elon Musk.
Well, thank you for being here. Always appreciate you coming by. We'll see how it goes. Lactoid TV, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for having me on, Wick. If you guys like what I'm about to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I'm pretty much fine with what Elon's doing. I think oligarch is an interesting term, in that it's wrong. I mean, look, Citizens United just determined this a while ago. This is freedom of speech. What's the alternative? You want Elon to not be able to talk about the issues that are important to him? Are you not allowed to fund commercials? Because if that's the case, then there goes Michael Moore, there goes Leonardo DiCaprio, and all of Hollywood. You're not allowed to go out and speak and hold events that, in which you express your point of view. Of course, you're allowed to go out and express your point of view. I understand that he's a wealthy dude because of all of his business dealings. But just because you're a wealthy dude and you have a lot of influence and you want to use that influence to advance your agenda publicly, I mean, it's not like there's shady deals happening here. He's going out on Twitter and just saying this. I think it's totally fine. I think that I get a little bit uneasy when you have very wealthy people sort of under the table, not talking publicly, not really trying to express their viewpoints, sort of doing backroom deals. I guess that's where I get a little bit uncomfortable, and I can agree that would be perhaps an issue. I don't think that's really what Elon Musk is doing here, especially given the pushback he's been getting. But otherwise, I think it's great that somebody's advocating for financial responsibility.
Hey, thanks for being here. We'll get into it as we go. Next up, we have James Meese. Is that how you say your name, sir?
That is how I say my name, yes.
Okay, what are your thoughts? First-time guest on my show. Give us what you got.
First-time guest, just thanks for having me, Wick. I've watched you a few times. I like what Lactoid just said here, mostly that, is Elon Musk an oligarch? Maybe. I think our oligarchs compete with each other here in America. It's not like Russia where everybody has to listen to Putin, So I'm fine with him expressing his views. I'm fine with him being an advisor to the president. Presidents need advisors. I think if he can achieve something that's a more efficient government, if they can just spend less than Biden spent, that'll be a win for me. I actually even I voted for Kamala, but I'm still excited about Trump and Elon. I've been an Elon fan for many years, so I'm open-minded when it comes to these things, and I'm going to wish for the best and not hope for the worst.
Okay. Well, we'll see how this goes. Thanks for being here. Katusha, give us what you got.
Thank you for having me. You can find me on Twitter and Blue Sky at Premier Katya. Basically, my opinion on this is it is extremely concerning. Not just, that people are, utilizing their free speech or they are donating to campaigns. There is something completely unique about this situation. Obviously, in terms of that he bought one of the largest social networks in the world that had, and still does, one of the biggest influences in the world, and used it to push specifically one singular party. Then there's, him basically being there, attached at the hip to Trump every single, minute of every day, it seems. To the point where it gets really cringy with, the whole first buddy thing. That was very funny to me. And then you get situations obviously, with the spending bill previously, where he was expressing dislike and things did turn in his favor. I'm not about to say 1000%, right? Oh, well, he absolutely 1,000,000% caused this, that, and the other. But it's very concerning to me, right? Because it seems like Trump's presidency, which I wasn't a fan of to begin with, but especially with this influence, is kind of bought and sold by people beyond just him. And I also think this just exposes massive hypocrisy that, it's very obvious here, because if anybody on the left was doing the same thing, like they accused, for example, George Soros of doing for so many years, if he was doing it to this degree, people would be shitting and pissing and losing their fucking minds about to get out in the streets and blah, blah, blah. Yet we're supposed to just be okay with it. So, we'll see.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here, and we'll get into it as we go. Last but not least, Carl, give us what you got.
Hey, I'm Carl, or Soyaddle. You can find me on soyaddle.tv once in a while. You can find me on youtube.com/@ecomodernist1 for my Sunday AM show about eco-modernism, environment, energy. What is going on with Elon Musk is bananas. It is, yes, as Katusha said, if and when rich people get involved in democratic politics, the right loses their mind and goes on pizza planet crazy conspiracy theories. And it's just standard operating procedure for the right. When folks like Musk, like the Koch brothers, they just throw money at politics. And Citizens United was exactly that problem. Now, it's not exactly as Lactoid represented it. It was about dark money funding a specific action against a specific candidate. That was what the lawsuit was about. It was saying Hillary Clinton is an awful, rotten person, and you should not vote for her. And saying that we can't regulate that because money is speech, that's crazy. Crazy pants. The other thing that's crazy about this whole situation is Musk meddling directly in the omnibus spending bill, saying, oh, I'm going to trim the fat, I'm going to clean up the government, and people saying that, well, you could just spend these things as individual bills. They should be able to stand on their own 2 feet if they're individual bills, but that's not how our government works these days because of the silent filibuster rules and the Democrats' failure to enact the nuclear option to sort of blow this up so that you can actually get stuff passed and get things done. We have a partial rollback of the silent filibuster, but we still haven't solved that. And so this idea of Musk cutting line items out of the omnibus spending bill is it's cope. It is not actually fairly representing the issue.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here. And with that, let's open up the discussion, right? Go ahead if anyone's got thoughts. Otherwise, I got some questions for y'all. It's up to you.
Musk has always been an opportunist, from how he made his family, or how he got his family money and turned that into billions and billions of dollars using payment systems online, PayPal, using intellectual property he bought, using the government to fund his space exploration campaign. Because yes, he finds smart people and he gets them to do smart things, but he is not himself a genius. He is a wielder of power. Like James said, we have oligarchs fighting oligarchs, and he is an opportunist, and his latest opportunity was the US government.
So
I guess-
I can kind of respond to a couple things. I understand that Elon's father and parents were wealthy. I still have yet to see evidence that he was given any kind of substantial funds from his parents, any kind of
Just like Trump.
inheritance.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. There's not even like $1 million that anybody can point to. Apparently, he was estranged from his father early on, and then he went on to develop code. Like I think he coded some
He
programs
came to
when he was 9
Canada
years
with like
old.
$3,000, right? Like,
Yeah, and then developed PayPal
you know,
and a
it
whole
wasn't
bunch of
much,
stuff. He's
but
a little bit more of like perhaps a savant when it comes to that kind of thing. So again, if you have something to prove that, because I've heard that sort of like floated around, but I've never seen any kind of definitive claim, like definitive proof showing that he received any kind of like even marginally substantive fund from his family. It seems like he made it. A couple other points that I wrote down here. I understand he bought Twitter and that his personal account was pushing for Donald Trump, but I mean, what's the evidence that Twitter itself, or I guess X itself, was pushing for Donald Trump? I mean, there was other famous rich people like Mark Cuban that were more than able to post rapidly and constantly about how Donald Trump was awful, which he often did. Again, Mark Cuban, multi-billionaire, perfectly fine.
Does
George
he own
Soros,
Twitter?
It was
he doesn't
him
own
boosting
Twitter.
his own shit in the algorithm, as well as him, for example, taking over the At
Exactly.
America account to push his own pack for Donald Trump. Anybody who doesn't own Twitter can't just like go, oh, I'll pluck that, like, right?
Wait,
You know what I
pluck what?
mean? The At
America.
America account.
Yeah, Pack America. Plus, it also has additional reach with that gold check mark on there too.
Wait, hold on. When you're saying the Pack America account, that was like, describe what you mean by plucked.
So
Twitter.com
basically, before this, Twitter's account that was At America was owned by someone else. Probably had it since like the beginning of time. And basically, he commandeered this handle to push his pack for that benefited Donald Trump. Like,
Was it being
if you don't
used
own the
beforehand?
platform,
Or
Does
did
it
he just
matter?
like the
it
name?
Like,
doesn't. I don't
Is
care
that
because
relevant?
anybody who doesn't own the
he did do that.
platform,
He
can't
do that.
really
so apparently he
do
has the
that unless
advantage
it's
of having a
up for
specific.
grabs.
Sure, apparently he has the advantage of having a specific name.
He
If
did
that's
do that. And
if that's
Yes.
the
it's his
extent
platform, right?
then I'm not particularly concerned. When it comes to
If
George
you look-
Soros,
let me-
when it comes to George Soros,
Hold-
real quick, I think the concern is that maybe his shit's a little bit more backdoor and not as public, and that he's obviously advancing causes that we don't agree with. But that's where my main criticism of him. But I mean, if George Soros wants to come out and say, "I really like this bill, pass this bill, come on," that's totally fine. That's perfectly within his rights to do so.
Is it though? Do you really think though? Do you really think that it'd be okay and there'd be no response if George Soros came out and did this?
Look, you're
There'd
debating
be a
me.
response
I
just
can't
like
speak
you're
for all of
responding,
like
right?
people on the internet, but I can say I'd be
Right. I'm
fine
asking
with
your
it.
opinion. I'm asking what you.
I'd be fine with it. Sure. If George Soros wants to come out and say, "I thought this bill was really good," he should do so. Everyone has the right to say that if they choose
What's
to.
the problem that you have with George Soros specifically?
I don't have a major problem with George Soros specifically.
Yeah.
What's the
What issue do
idea
you have with Elon Musk specifically?
Elon Musk specifically?
Yeah, as compared to
is
everybody
the
else
fact-
who's involved in politics who's a
Yeah.
billionaire.
Is the
So-
fact that he is working to dismantle sort of some of the core functions of the government, and that's what I consider like his.
Just for discussion, when you say core functions of the government, can you give an example?
We
Just so
we have budget
one thing to
budget reconciliation is what I consider in practice a practical core function of the government. We have things that we know we need to get done, and the two parties, they might not agree at any single point in time to fund any one of these, but as a package, budget reconciliation, omnibus spending bills, we can come together in a bipartisan fashion and allow the government to continue to operate, to fund the things that we can kind of agree on. 50-50 vote, we can kind of agree all these are okay. We can accept these. And literally, you look at the news about this, Musk's opposition to spending, he's calling for a government shutdown.
Not only that, but threatening politicians' jobs too, and say they need to be out of government completely, or
Like, we need to
Republicans that
primary
are,
these people.
or they'll primary the Republicans specifically to get new politicians in.
I think they're actually. I think the left in this
I want to
panel
hold on,
is.
just real quick, Lactoid. I want to give Meese a chance to get in. He's raising his hand. He's trying to.
I want to try. I'm going to try. So I think what they're trying to do here is change the culture, right? So if you look at the bill that was 1,500 pages and went down to 110 or something, Like, that's just a cultural change. Like, the process has been this way for so long. You're like, but it has to be this way. It has to be this way. It's always this way. I know it's always this way, and I fucking hate it. But at the end of the day, they did vote on it, though, right? They still voted on the thing. So Congress still voted on it. It wasn't Musk voting on it. It was Congress voting on it. So if you're trying to change a culture that is this embedded and it's like this committed to doing things, wastefully, slowly, things none of us want, there will be people that push back against you, and it will be rough. But if we can actually make things more efficient, I mean, I would be happy with that. So that's what I'm
What's
hoping
your
for.
problem with its
Yeah,
length? This 110 pages versus whatever. What is your issue with its length?
and the spending was the same.
It's so big that you can't even read the thing before you have to
Spending didn't
vote
change
on it.
though. The spending didn't even change though. They lowered the amount
It
of
changed a little
papers.
bit. I agree with you. I agree. It changed a little bit. That's why I'm saying change the perception, change the culture.
So do you think that there's might be a reason why things are said in a lot of words and things that are going to be written into law that are going to be bills? Like, my concern here is so much of what Elon is pushing is stuff that appeals to people who are not as informed, right? Because they're like, oh my gosh, why is there stuff for molasses research in here?
I understand.
Oh my gosh, why is it so long? When it's stuff like, hey, these are things that affect a jurisdiction that somebody's fighting for, but
why do it last minute always? Like, why not streamline the process so that it is more functional? Let's make a functional process instead of
how is that being streamlined and
functional? How's that
functional?
happening?
Yeah.
Is it easier or harder to vote on something that's bigger or smaller? Which one is easier to understand?
Well, people have staff. It has to do with what the legislation is actually going to do and what it's going to enumerate once it's passed. Because once it's passed, right, and the president signs it, that's the law. And that's what's going to happen. So we would rather have more information ahead of time instead of be asking questions later and being like, this 100 and whatever pages, it doesn't tell you what the definition of this term is, or who this actually applies to. I don't know. Where's this money even going?
So let's go the other direction. Let's make 10,000 page bills then. Let's get even more detail.
Wait. What are you going to fund specifically? Like, what is the difference? And the difference is sort of the difference in funding. Are you saying we should have 10 times as many representatives so that we have 10 times as many districts to fight for?
Are all other things equal? Would you rather have more pages or less pages?
More.
All things would not be equal.
I'd rather know more information.
Can I
so you'd rather have 10,000 page bills
go ahead,
instead of 1,500.
Well, I was going to say, like, the lefties have shown their hand here. We don't have to get bogged down in this conversation because it seems like why you think he's an oligarch is because you don't like what he's advocating for. This is what it is. It's like the point that you guys are really upset about.
It's more so
is
on
like,
the principle. It's the
God,
principle
like,
more so than what he's
I'll bite that bullet.
Hold on.
He's done things that others have
Andrew, hold on, just real quick.
My bad.
Andrew,
My bad.
No, it's fine. No, I'm asking you specifically. You said it's more about the principle. Can you elaborate on that, please? What principle here, or is it that you are concerned with, or that causes you to look at Elon and what he's doing with suspicion? Go ahead.
Yep, it's not even about his free speech, right? I know that was the argument made right away. It was that, well, he has the freedom of speech to say these things, and for sure, definitely, you can go on his Twitter, but he owns the platform. He's directly manipulating the process in which the bills are the process of which it's voted upon and which it's engaged upon. Like, while that's happening, he's straight up like tweeting He's tweeting at specific politicians and adding them into his tweets and saying, you need to primary this one. We need to go after this one.
Wait. Hold on. Is that not freedom of speech?
When he's positioned himself in the power and he's responsible for this Department of Government Efficiency that Trump put him in, apparently, and he's got a new government role now.
Yes. If you are on your Twitter account and you're saying, hey, I don't like the way this guy voted, let's primary him. And like that specific, what principle does that action violate?
Do I have the president's ear? Am I in the government? Am I in the Department of Government Efficiency? Am I getting
so hold on. If the president,
you're not saying it's illegal, we're saying it's wrong.
Hold up. If the president listens to you, all of a sudden, like, now this principle of you being able to speak is like doesn't exist. Like,
you have more of a responsibility.
My understanding of freedom of speech, when you post on your public Twitter and say, hey, this is bullshit, we should primary this guy, Trump can see that. Trump can say, "Oh fuck this guy, I don't like him," or Trump can say, "I like this guy. Maybe I'm going to listen to what he has to say." Whether or not people listen to what you have to say is irrelevant to the fact that you have a right to say it. Elon Musk isn't violating any principles by going on his
Lactoid, let
Twitter
me ask you a
and
question.
talking
Then
about this.
I
It's
see your
perfectly
other
reasonable.
hand. Let me ask you a question, though, Lactoid, right?
And George
Do you
Soros can
think
do it
that
too.
Sure, but do you think that the calculation changes when the person who is saying, "Hey, Mr. Trump or President Trump, I want you to do X, Y, and Z," do you think the calculation changes between, say, me, who is a nobody, who doesn't like Trump, right, who never voted for him, who never gave him money, or Elon Musk, who's given him millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of dollars, who there is a extra level of indebtedness there. Don't you think it changes the calculation at all? Again, separate from the morality or legality of it, don't you think that there's a substantive difference between someone who is continuously funneling money into a politician, telling that politician to do something, versus average Joe?
Well, I thought we were here to talk about the morality of it because I think everybody agrees that it's not illegal.
But in
But
order
if you're saying,
in
is
order
there
to discuss the morality of
You're
it, we
bringing
need
up the
to we
First
need to.
Amendment.
That's why I said it's a principle.
no, because no matter, even if you have a lot of power, it doesn't mean you lose your freedom of speech. Is it true that somebody with like as much resources as Elon Musk is going to have more of a say, just like someone like Michael Moore, just like somebody like Leonardo DiCaprio, and like Mark Cuban? Yeah, of course these people are going to have like an outsized voice. I mean, these are kind of the upper echelons of society.
In
They're going
some
to go out and they're
cases,
going to be
they
listened to a
should
little bit
not.
more.
In some cases, they should not have those rights. And I'm trying to sort of redirect us towards why are monopolies illegal? Why, or when do we take action against monopolies? We have some natural monopolies, but when do we actually take action against them?
I mean,
And
it's
why do we
due to
need
very
to?
specific like antitrust legislation.
Right. So if someone is using an enormous amount of influence and leverage to take over another sector of our economy, that would be antitrust, right?
Well, hold on. And yeah, if you want to criminalize that or illegalize it, you can try. The problem is the Supreme Court's already taken a look at this, and you can't because it violates. And unless you want to amend the First Amendment, good luck. You can't do that because
Right.
people have their freedom of speech.
Well, I think we need to ethically look at how what Musk has done, taking over the giant megaphone of Twitter, has allowed him to leverage that into influencing our politics. And it's not what he's doing, it's how he did it, how he got here using tens and tens of billions of dollars of leveraged capital in order to acquire Twitter and in order to fund the election for Donald Trump.
Can I just clarify?
Even if he didn't own it, he would still have a large audience.
Oh, not
He
nearly.
was still the
Is
most
Mark
followed
Cuban?
Not nearly as
Let
much.
me ask you: Is
affect
Mark
the
Cuban an
algorithm in this
oligarch?
sense.
Is Mark Cuban an oligarch?
Undoubtedly, yes, but he does not have the leverage.
Who's not an oligarch? How many Twitter followers do I have to have before I become an oligarch?
It doesn't
compared to I'm not an
matter
oligarch?
if they're an oligarch or not. It's how they use their power.
No, you said Mark Cuban was. I'm just out of curiosity. You said Mark Cuban was an oligarch. How? When do I
But
become
that's
an
not
oligarch?
my argument.
When do I become an
This
oligarch?
might be
How
how
many
you
Twitter
framed-
followers?
This might be how you frame the Wick has framed the panel because it's a catchy title, but the crime is not being an oligarch. As much of a lefty as I am, the crime is manipulating the political process.
Yes.
By speaking out about
It doesn't
your
even have to be
preferences.
Twitter. It could be
No,
So how do you
by
quantify
using
it?
44 to $50 billion to buy Twitter
Yeah,
and then
so
fund.
Let me
and
clarify.
then
Citizens-
funnel people-
277 million for
yeah,
Trump.
Let me clarify
Yeah.
Citizens United for you guys for a second. So this was a case.
No,
in which
this actually doesn't have anything to do with Citizens United because that was Clinton as a candidate versus a small dark money PAC.
well, hold on. I understand that Citizens United wasn't this specific situation, but as all
Okay.
Supreme Court cases do, they outline a principle that elucidates what the law is. So, for Citizens United, what it determined is, in the same if Michael Moore gets to go out and make films, right, and spend a fuck ton of money doing so, that have a very direct political slant. Hollywood gets to make very directly political movies and everything and spend a fuck ton of money on it. Because if you're going to have the government come in and say, no, you actually can't spend all this money advocating for this particular position or criticizing this particular candidate, then that violates the freedom of speech of the writers. It violates the freedom of speech of the actors. It violates the freedom of speech of the people who own the movies. And so the whole point was, look, if you use your own resources to speak out, whether it be driving around with a big sign in your car or making a short film or making a movie, etc., or making a campaign ad with a super PAC, that expenditure of money on your personal point of view is freedom of speech.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what
what
Musk
if
did.
what if I took my billions of dollars and I bought, let's say, 4 cable news outlets, 4 24/7 cable news stations, and I advocated for all of them to start covering more positively the Green Party, and I had, the Green Party take over all of American politics with this enormous influence. That would be my freedom of speech, right?
Yeah, you've described George Soros, by the way, who has spent a fuck ton of money
Oh
acquiring media
yes,
companies.
yes.
Oh, so now he's relevant.
Most successful.
Hold
Okay.
up.
Yeah, yeah.
And I
Well,
said
he
I have no
needs to
problem with
try
George
harder
Soros.
then. What the
I
fuck?
said I have no problem with George Soros. If you buy media companies, you express your point of view.
And what has he
I
done?
understand.
He's done that. George Soros has done that.
Yeah, George Soros gives a fuck ton of money to like specifically progressive causes to express their point of view.
Wait.
Show
He
you the
hasn't
facts.
bought a media company. He hasn't monopolized a channel of communication.
What's the fundamental difference, if I may ask? To this is to Andrew, to Kyle, to Carl, I should say. My bad.
Okay,
And to
no problem.
Katiusha. What's the fundamental difference here between someone like Soros funneling billions of dollars into causes that he likes versus what Elon is doing now? What's the fundamental difference here?
Or Bloomberg.
I can
George
answer
Soros-
that.
go ahead.
One big
Someone else.
difference is right now, especially. Okay, like I understand people can make arguments for buying Twitter, and then you can go back and forth and say, hey, something's that big. Maybe stuff should, be more of a publicly, handled thing. Because it's the town square and blah, 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 blah. But now after Trump has been elected, right, I think the big difference is, are we trying to influence things like, for example, put messages and ads in front of the people who will then vote? Or are we stepping on the toes of people who were elected and trying to affect situations where people were elected after the fact, or people, in positions where they have to be confirmed by Senate, like these cabinet positions, when him, having the ear of Trump is affecting things and that need to be part of an elected position. I think that's the difference if we're talking before the election, talking to voters, or after the election, talking to politicians in that sort of way.
I don't see.
You also just laid
here.
it out. You also just laid it out too. Like Elon Musk is directly engaging in that electoral process, and people that are voting for those that are going to be in power and politicians. And like we've already said that he's outright tweeted at politicians that they're going to be primaried if they don't go along with his specific agenda. Not seeing that from George Soros at all. He funds like grassroots efforts and other progressive efforts on the ground that have nothing to do with like U.S. government functions.
Wait,
Zero.
whoa.
It's almost like, again, I don't want to.
And they do it.
I'm not done.
before.
Hold on. I got one more.
Andrew
I got one
finish.
more.
Go ahead.
I got one more. And I don't want to create another whole other debate on topic, but it's the same type of people that will compare like the January 6th riots to the BLM riots of 2020 and the purpose behind them, right? One was police brutality. The other one was to try to stop the electoral process. It's very important to understand that. And I feel like that's like George Soros to Elon Musk. Elon Musk directly engaging in government actions and stopping government processes from taking place outright, blatantly. And then you have George Soros funding grassroots efforts and other progressive means.
I actually agree that the comparison like between BLM and January 6th and Soros and Musk, perhaps it's a little bit similar because both BLM and January 6th were both riots based on lies. And Elon Musk and George Soros are both billionaires funding their particular wanted policy positions. So just like Mark Cuban does, just like Bloomberg does, right? Bloomberg owns a fucking magazine. He uses money to run for candidacy, right? Using his own fucking money, like that through the media in order to like to try to get into position. Just because you criticize a politician after they've won compared to before they've won, that's entirely irrelevant to whether or not you have the right to criticize people or use your own resources to amplify the criticism of those people. That's what freedom of speech is.
We're having a freedom of speech debate. Are we talking about freedom of speech? Or are we talking about Elon's role in the government now?
I think what this is, honestly, I think this is sour grapes because you guys lost. I really think that. I really. I mean, you got Bloomberg and Mark Cuban and Soros doing this shit for years. All right. No one gives a fuck.
Oh my God,
and then
if
here
they had
comes
the heir to the
Elon.
president and they bought entire social media networks to get somebody elected,
yeah,
oh my God,
buying a whole magazine.
Y'all would be fucking rioting.
What magazine did he buy?
Bloomberg, right?
Oh,
really? How did he?
Literally named after him.
I mean,
did he like it depends on how you use your platform as well, because here with Elon, the way that he used it afterwards and the reach that he had is nowhere in comparison to what happened with Bloomberg buying a magazine to talk about business. Come on.
Why don't we just talk about Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post, did not endorse the Democratic candidate.
And it made liberals mad too.
Right. We're so mad about this, but it's like, oh, I gotta be politically neutral. That's the right thing to do. He is like the number 2 most wealthy person on the 2 or 3 most wealthy person on the planet. And Musk is above him and is like wielding his power with gusto.
And by the way, back to Lactoid, your comparison between BLM and January 6th. Let's
BLM
say that
was worse, true.
Oh, that's great. Let's
Okay,
see
well,
if we...
I don't want to.
No,
I'm
really
sorry,
quick.
Wick. I'm sorry, Wick. I'm so sorry.
Hold on. So thank
sorry,
you,
Wick.
Running Joke, for the 5 gifted memberships and buying one for yourself. Thank you for that. Yeah, I want to. I want to try to keep us at least in the realm of the topic that we're talking about. So the January 6th versus BLM stuff.
We're just using it for
Don't
foundation.
worry, I was
Wick, I'm sorry.
tying that in, right? I was about to tie it in.
Right? We're gonna keep going, but go ahead.
I wasn't going to say anything directly about those two things, but he's like, yeah, they were both, riots that were based on lies, and I actually think, hey, that's an apt comparison, because you know what, if like BLM, the worst that could happen here is we're talking about, situations where, okay, a police precinct was taken over and there were these autonomous zones, blah, 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 blah. We're talking about January 6th. We're talking about the takeover of the entire government. So, that is an apt comparison, because what could happen if they succeeded was way, way worse in the case of January 6th.
And that was my whole point.
Same thing with Elon.
Yep, that's exactly it. Thank you. Yep.
I think like the whole thing with Elon, it's not about money. I mean, I know he's got money. It's about achievements and fame. That's why Trump likes him, is because he gets shit done and because he's famous. Because he's got the eyeballs. He would have those eyeballs even if he didn't own Twitter. He had the most followers long before he bought Twitter. He would still have this influence because he got in the arena. And listen, I invested in Tesla and I was mad at Elon for getting involved in politics. But in hindsight, he kind of looks like a genius now. So I kind of take the approach of betting against Elon is not a good thing. But that's where I'm at with it.
To James and to Lactoid, right? Are you not concerned at all, though, with someone anyone, right, having the ability to basically, in a way that I don't, you don't, Katya don't, Andrew doesn't, to simply call up their senator, call up their congressman, call up the president, and say, "Hey, if you don't do this, I'm going to cut the funding."
It's like we can't all have that, right? You got to have a hierarchy, right? There's always got to be a hierarchy in society. It's like the whole Jordan Peterson thing. Whoever's at the top is going to be able to talk to who's at the top. If everybody at the bottom got to talk to everybody at the top, nothing would get done, because then all you'd be doing all day long is listening to people. So the only way you get to talk to people up there is by achieving. You got to achieve something to get up there. You don't just get to be any Joe Schmo off the street.
Centralization of powers, one person in charge of America. Dictatorship.
Yeah, I still want a democracy. I still want checks and balances. Right. So I still want the branches to check each other.
What
and
Elon?
I think
what
that happened here.
Is there on Elon? What check against Elon exists right now?
Fewer pages, right? Fewer pages. That's it. That's the check. No.
Hold on, no.
That's literally all I got too.
Hold on. This is to Lactoid and James.
From here?
What checks against Elon? We can't vote Elon out.
He can't sign anything.
No one voted him in either
because he's a private citizen, right? He's out there saying his mind. Like, what do we do when somebody? It's like, to me, the same question. Like, what do we do when like a whole bunch of people who make up a strong voting demographic like want something dumb? What do we do about that? It's like, yeah, dude. Like, you don't agree with like the outcome here, and I understand, but like, here you have a situation where like a private citizen is doing something that they're well within their rights to do. They're going out and they're speaking their mind. They're saying, this is bullshit. Here's what I want. I happen to agree with like a lot of the things that Elon Musk is advocating for. But ultimately, this is why I called it sour grapes before. I think the only reason that this newfound word of oligarch is being attached to him is because people don't like the things that the left doesn't like the things that Elon Musk is advocating for. And they're perfectly fine taking a bunch of money beforehand. I mean, you look at the difference between spending between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. It's not even close.
Yeah,
It is
campaign?
because of the way
Or are you
that
talking about while
campaign
he's
finance
president?
works when people are donating through certain types of PACs and how campaign finance directly, works. It was
It's
closer
Elon
than you
donated to
think.
Super PAC.
the behind the
Okay.
scenes money.
Okay.
No, no,
And
no,
that's
no,
not
no, no, no.
counted.
No. You have to
That's
like
not counted.
when you're donating money like that much, like it has to go to a super PAC. And by the way, like there's plenty of other PACs, super PACs that are on the left wing, right?
Cool. I
One
want to
in
respond to
particular that I'm
Nexus
thinking
really
of. I don't know.
That's really awesome. I want to
Zoros.
Wasn't who I was
respond
thinking
to
of, but go ahead.
Nexus. I
It
want
was
to
a
respond
shot
to
at
Nexus
progressive
in regards
victories,
to
but yeah, I get you. Go ahead. Go on.
in regards
Which is
to talking
fine.
about
I'm
that there
sorry.
has to be a hierarchy and stuff like that. And obviously, people who are higher up are going to have the ear of people who are higher up. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But in our system of government, right, the way that you get up there, and especially in our government, to be able to talk to those people at the top is by being elected. And, when you are elected, you answer to your constituents and not Elon Musk. So the
And
point
Elon
is that
said,
he's
"Hey,
more
constituents, call
stepping
your
on the
representatives."
toes.
He
Elon
told
is
us,
a
he told them,
constituent.
call your representatives, and they did. And then the representatives listened to him. They said,
If
"Hey,
he just said
go
call
call your senators and
representatives,
say,
it'd be
don't vote for
different.
this shit." So that's how he got them to
Right,
kill
he's
it.
done way beyond that. Okay, it's not just that.
What?
We're
Hold on,
we're
just
talking about
Katya. Can you be more clear when you say he's done way beyond that? Could you elaborate?
We're talking about he is calling for people to be primaried. He's talking about these thinly veiled suggestions that if people they don't go along with this, they are their continuation in office is threatened. We're talking about these types of influences directly to the ear of the president as somebody who has contributed so much to him, in the way that just being up there and having the ear of somebody, it goes beyond that.
Yeah,
I
also
politics
don't
is
know
a
why
party
we're
game. I hear you.
and also why are we not separating, or why are we putting together like regular people with Elon Musk? Like you brought the comparison to me. I guess I'm talking. What's your name one more time again? Red shirt.
James?
Oh, red.
Lactoid.
Lactoid. I'm sorry. I had lacked in my head, but it was lactoid. It's not like a private citizen freedom of speech argument. Elon Musk is the richest man in the entire world, and he's taken direct actions to influence the U.S. government and our electoral processes. That is the principle. It's not because he's arguing against things that I might disagree with. Some things I might even agree with that he's talking about. His actions and his words are directly affecting the government processes, and that is the principle of what my argument is. It's not a freedom of speech thing. Sure, even like
He's
for
rich,
example,
but
like
he's a
Trump,
private citizen.
but he's also getting a position in the government. Though Trump is straight up said he's going to have a position in the government with this Doge thing. I'm like repeating myself because that is.
By the way, so it's a little bit
foundation of
unclear
my
whether or not
argument.
Doge is the government, but if he was getting a position in the government, doesn't like make it more justified that he'd be like speaking out against government bureaucracy?
Maybe after he's approved by
Doge.
Congress, as like we vote him in, like
well,
let's talk about that.
then he can do it as a private citizen. So you're caught in a catch-22.
You don't
It's like,
vote in your
like
chief's
he's gonna be a
staff, do
government
you?
official, like being part of Doge. Well, Doge is about cutting down on government waste, right? Isn't that his goal? Well, but he's not part of Doge yet. Well, then he's a private citizen, and he has the
He's
right to
buying
speak
his
out.
way in. What do you think about that? What do you think about buying an office? Is that like buying a cabinet position? Is that something that like Congress should vote on? Maybe.
I
They do vote
understand
on
like
cabinet
if you look at
positions,
like the
right?
proportion of like millionaires and billionaires in like politics, I understand it's like significantly high because these people again are able to like
Is
advertise.
that anything to compare against someone who has $1/3 of $1 trillion?
Again, it is
Millionaires?
directly
Come on.
comparable. You can talk about the fact that he's
Okay,
rich.
yeah, it's a
I can
number.
point out
It
other
is a
rich
number.
people. Mark Cuban's a billionaire.
It's more than I make. That's true. That
Mark
is
Cuban has
absolutely
more
true.
money than I'll ever have.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. They're all the same. All same. Trillion to a million. All the same.
Testicle Johnson for 20 US Canadian dollars. Okay, it's Christmas, so I'll allow it, right? It says this: Elon Musk paid a flight attendant $250,000 to settle a sexual misconduct suit in 2018. Richest man in the world can't fork over a few million? Question mark! Exclamation point!
He's good at
Question mark!
deals.
Loser.
That's just
Part of the deal.
lawyer bullshit.
Okay,
That's just
but thank
lawyer
you,
bullshit.
Thank you for the $20. This is to Andrew and to Katusha and to Carl. Okay, so you've identified you don't like what Elon's doing. What do you propose we do about it?
This is a tougher thing. It would have to be solved via legislation in Congress or public outcry.
Give us an idea. Well, you don't like it, right? So what do you want to happen?
I've been against the Citizens United ruling since 2010. I know that Bernie Sanders and the DSA have campaigned against, in favor of overturning Citizens United, and the idea of pushing back in general on the amount of money that's going into politics. We had $2.6 billion of private money in politics in 2024. That's more than double what the campaigns themselves raised. It is enormous. And so, yeah, we need to be able to rein that in. We've got wonderful programs in Seattle called democracy vouchers, where individuals can allocate, no matter how much they make, they can allocate $50 to a campaign just by signing their name to it. Stuff like this is progress. This is going to take a long time. There's long road of electoral reform ahead of us to make sure that we unseat the powerful who have a place in politics.
I'll
Also
give
has
you one quick one. Is
Okay.
the fairness doctrine? Have you heard of the fairness doctrine? Bring that back. Bring that back. Get rid of Citizens United. Sure, yeah, go for it.
Also is
You would have to
contracted-
amend the
Hold
First
on.
Amendment, just to be clear.
Okay, James, you are the most open-minded guy I've ever met, right? Like, we can
Oh,
just
God,
get
yes.
rid of the Citizens United, bring back fairness doctrine. But yeah, I voted for Harris, but I like Musk too, and I like Trump.
Yeah, that
They're
was
all
pragmatic.
good, right?
I know.
Look,
He's
hey,
the median
you love
This
me
is
bidder.
a
right here.
normal
We do.
guy who showed up to a debate
Yeah.
panel full of psychos like us. It's crazy.
$5 from another new
Trust me,
account.
I'm not
saying,
normal. But,
Did any of these guys complain about Musk say a word when Bloomberg spent over $2 billion last time?
Ooh.
Bloomberg apparently, I need to hold on. I'm going to hold that
You don't
thought
even
until I
know.
can double check. No.
Yeah,
I have
don't.
a point. I
Maybe
have a
because
point
of
that
how
I don't
irrelevant
want
it
to
is.
say it because I don't want to be incorrect here.
Also, Musk is defense contracted. Like, why are we calling him a private citizen? Well, he's literally got defense contracts and major companies that contribute to like Tesla and SpaceX and go into this outer space. Why are we even comparing him to private citizenship? I have no idea why we're doing
He's a
that.
private citizen.
Bloomberg's
So private citizens get defense contracts?
If they have private citizens who own shares of companies, like I bought shares of maybe I own part of Northrop Grumman or whatever. Like that doesn't mean that I all of a sudden can't blast Kamala Harris on my Facebook.
Wait, Bloomberg was running for president. He was like, Musk should run for president. Yes, please do it.
No, then he uses money there, and you guys would be like, these oligarchs, they're buying elections.
No, because he's
They're-
running for president.
We get to vote against
You
the
did
oligarchs.
get to vote
Exactly.
against it. And by the way, I'm
You
pretty
voted
sure
for-
everybody in this panel except for me probably did vote against it.
Against Bloomberg?
No, against Trump. Did Elon make his fucking allegiance a secret? Did we not know that he was supporting Donald Trump? And all five of you voted against it. You voted against
Okay,
that.
let me ask you this,
That's fine,
Lactoid.
but
Say you had
didn't know.
Zelensky. Okay, you have Zelensky, and you find out that Zelensky's pouring billions of dollars into a let's say Biden's campaign, right? And does that not give you pause, right, about Zelensky, a foreign entity's influence over our government?
That if we're talking a non-American citizen who's the head of state,
Such
of a
as
different country,
Elon Musk?
who is
Or,
a
well, he's not
private
a
citizen.
head of state, right? But he is he
He's
is someone
foreign
who is not American, not a U.S., not born in the U.S., not a native
not a
citizen.
US citizen,
Is he
no?
a citizen? Hold on.
He's a
I don't
citizen,
actually know.
yes. He is now.
He is now? Fair enough.
Did that
But
happen?
again, say someone,
Bernard Arnault is more wealthy than Musk at some points of the year, depending on when you measure. What if he did it? He's richer than Musk. He's going to bring back Al Gore or some shit, and he's going to win.
Okay. Hold on. You have to repeat that thing because I just looked it up. Elon Musk apparently is a citizen. So he's a U.S. citizen on U.S. soil. Of course, he has the rights of freedom of speech. Under funding PACs under Citizens United, perfectly
People
legal.
are talking about
If
running.
we're talking
if he's
about
running for president,
a foreign head of state, sending secret money to a specific candidate, like I would be more uncomfortable with that, because now we don't have the same kind of constitutional protections that exist that protect Elon Musk here, and I mean it's a foreign head of state. I mean, we're talking about something very like this person is no longer a private citizen. But anyway, what was the comparison?
So Bloomberg,
It was a
people brought
richer
up
dude.
Bloomberg like 3 times.
Yeah, richer. At some point, I'm sure Soros was richer than Elon.
No. Bernard Arnault is, depending on the time of the year, richer than Musk. And so, yeah, that would be my comparison, is a dude from France who's richer than Musk on any given day, promoting, I don't know who, Howard Dean, let's say, and he takes over the government next time. What are you saying?
Is he a U.S. citizen?
Oh, no.
Oh,
He's
no,
not.
let me ask, what does okay, so if the principle here is freedom of speech, do you think people who are non-U.S. citizens should have freedom of speech?
So this is really difficult. I think that if U.S. citizens are on U.S. soil, that's the easiest example, right? This person obviously has like First Amendment protections. If we're talking about a non-U.S. citizen not in the U.S., like constitutionally speaking, no, they don't have those protections. If like this guy from France flew to the U.S. and then was on U.S. soil, I think he would have freedom of speech.
But your whole argument tonight has been from a morality perspective as well, right? Not just the legality of it, but the morality, as you said earlier, right? We're here to debate the morality of it. The morality is that a private citizen, someone who wants to give their money to a thing, should be allowed to do that. That's why we have the law. You agree with the law, right? The Citizens United decision, etc., right? So again, I'm asking, why is it that it's different to you when it's a non-citizen doing this?
So because I'm trying to like balance this between like the we're talking about like the foreign espionage, because like I want people like who are like in good faith, like genuinely hold these positions, like, hey, I think this is like a really good thing, a really bad thing, etc. What I don't want is like Xi Jinping to like say, okay, here's how we're gonna do this, right? And then do like some kind of weird fucking tenant media.
You don't
shit.
think Xi Jinping could send a bunch of money to a private U.S. citizen, and then that private U.S. citizen can do the same thing that Elon's doing? You don't think that is a possible thing that could happen?
If somebody made money in China and then brought it over, yeah,
Like
guess.
Elon?
Like again, so this is why I said it from the very beginning. Like this is difficult.
What?
Again, my goal here is to make sure that like U.S. citizens can express themselves, right? Or people in America like can express themselves. That's my goal. And so if you have a situation where like, my idea is like, is this
Say you had a Russian government oligarchs giving I don't know, a few $100,000 to American podcasters. Okay, say that was a thing.
I said tenant media, by the way. I brought that up.
Just pretend it was.
By the way, wasn't the only problem with that is that they didn't disclose the money, if I'm not mistaken? Am I wrong on that?
I don't know if that was the only problem, but that was what made it a violation of the law.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just looking at this from a moral perspective now, right? Fair enough.
I mean, that could be the issue I have, because I think at the very beginning, I said I think my main issues perhaps is when it's kind of under the table and not very transparent. If somebody wants to say in the U.S. like, hey, I'm getting a bunch of money from this group of like concerned Russian citizens to advocate for the policies of Russia or whatever, and they like make that clear, and then they go on to do it, I'm probably okay with that.
I just think it's going beyond advocacy and more action. Elon's taking direct actions more so than just saying, hey guys, I have these ideas. Do you share these ideas with me? No, he's like, we're going to literally remove politicians and we're going to make sure it happens. But also,
Through
again,
advocacy.
When Trump takes up,
Yeah, he's not doing it through force.
What world?
He's not showing up with a gun. He's saying, I'm going to advocate against you.
And then like, yeah.
So you need to show up with a gun. You have to have a firearm or like a means to kill someone.
How else are you going to remove them? You're going to get people to vote against them. How are you going to get people to vote against them? You're going to advocate for it. I mean, it's not like he just gets to say, "Hey, you don't get elected," and everybody's like, "Okay."
So then, just to be clear, if there's a
hold on, give it to Andrew. Let Andrew
go. 1 second. So if say George Soros then is like, I'm going to revenge for this. Like I'm actually going to go out there and all the positions Elon's doing, but for the left. And he just straight up says, let's start primarying Democrat politicians, which maybe you might be okay with, whatever. But, or maybe just the direct fear that I've experienced myself, but also seen like from the right about George Soros. If he is doing the very thing that Elon Musk is doing, you're saying that it'd be fine. It'd be okay. No problem.
Competition.
No issues.
And keep in mind, like this happened, like AIPAC did this, I think in New York. Didn't AIPAC literally do this in New York, like this last election cycle? Pretty sure AIPAC like cut or like heavily funded. I forget who it was. Wick, do you remember that? Who was the politician who spoke out against Israel? And then AIPAC basically funded their opponent.
Jamal Bowman.
Jamal Bowman. That's right.
The fire alarm guy.
Fire alarm. Yeah, and then and then he got AIPAC basically just like started funding his opponent because he had anti-Israeli positions, and of course, a pro-Israeli lobby is going to want to advocate against candidates pushing a anti-Israel position. Of course. Now, is that not advocacy or is that like direct action? I mean, what's the difference here? I'm confused.
It is money, and that's where money and speech are different, and that's why I have the position that I have, is that you should be able to have your speech, and having 10 times or 100 times or 1 million or 1 billion times as much money as I do does not give you more speech.
If I want to, hold on, let me just ask this. So if I want to buy a billboard that has my political views on it, I mean, I have to use money, right? Is this speech?
It depends on the rules of the person you're renting it from, and like I think that different constituencies should be able to, as James suggested, have a fairness doctrine. So if you put up a billboard, I get to put up one right next to it with the contrary political position.
So hold on, it costs money to put up a billboard. Who gets to pay for your billboard?
Well, I think that's best left up to individual constituencies. If they're going to allow for political advertising,
Carl,
we could have a fairness doctrine.
Does this apply to things like streamers? So if I wanted to do a stream where I was rah for Harris, okay, which I've done, right? Should I be required to bring
enforce a fairness doctrine on Destiny? I would love to see it.
That would be amazing if like all networks had to give equal time. I think we would see a whole lot of like really, really far right accounts boosted in the algorithm.
Doctrine for that, right?
Because you would be politically
right? To talk about the Luigi stuff. I'm going to advertise that real quick. So
all right.
We don't have a specific date yet, but Destiny is going to be arguing with pro Luigi goons soon
and
on my channel.
You could be exempt if you can be neutral and you can show us how it's done. That would be amazing.
Okay.
I think for the fairness doctrine, there has to be a sense of scale, right? So every billboard, maybe not, but if you got 100 million viewers, yeah, like there's some line in between there. Drawing that line.
Can you give us a specific line, like how much?
Hassan?
And this is to Carl. This is to everyone who is pro fairness doctrine, pro getting money out of politics. At what point? What's the income that I have to make before I'm subject to these rules?
It's what you do with it, to be clear. Like if we're talking public airwaves, we're talking major distributed media that the U.S. can regulate. That's where it ends up being a problem. That's not a dollar amount. Sorry.
That's fine.
I'm not gonna have a dollar amount either.
Yeah, and in relation to this, this kind of, I can tie it back to something I was going to say earlier, but I didn't want to say it until I double checked, which were people had brought up multiple times in this conversation, either here or people who were doing super chats. They brought up Bloomberg, for example, somebody who ran for president and owned a news media situation, owned a magazine, bought that. For example, I mean, he specifically, number one, refused donations, but also had his news company not cover his campaign. The difference here is if somebody is using their influence in a certain way. He didn't use his influence to be like the 24/7 Bloomberg Dick Suck show, on his magazine, his news outlet. Yet literally, like if you went on like the Discover page on Twitter right before the election, it'd be like the Save America, Donald Trump. Whoa, we love Donald Trump. We are constantly in it for him,
Also,
type
keep in
situation.
mind-
I think this is going to be a losing argument with them because what they're saying is that's fair, and the Democrats or people on the left need to buy a platform and try to buy elections just like the right wing does, and that's the argument. Is that it's competition. He just said it to me earlier. It's competition. They outbought the election. They bought it. They have a richer person, so that way the left needs to come up with a rich person and buy the election for the Democrats. That's the argument I'm getting from this.
I just want to point out that like Bloomberg not covering Michael Bloomberg could be seen as influence as well, because a lot of the press coverage of him was relatively negative. And the fact that Bloomberg wasn't covering him negative is, perhaps that's like some level of influencing the campaign as well, or influencing
That's
Americans.
a little-
He owned
And-
it. He could have
that's a little
influenced
ridiculous.
himself by being only covered him positive. Why would he have to
Well,
cover
$5.
him
Well,
negative?
I mean, well, first of all, that'd be like I think very difficult to hide. But second of all,
$5, just real quick, $5 from another new account to say, Hack Guy says he's irrelevant while Bloomberg openly bragged about buying elections. I bought / I got them. Thank you for the quote. Thank you for the $5. Continue,
yeah,
Blackhood.
I mean, we're talking about one specific election. Like, let's not pretend that Bloomberg doesn't have a slant that like happens to be somewhat in line with Michael Bloomberg's politics. This happens to be the case. You own large
Beyond
pieces of
slant,
media.
though.
Bloomberg said that he bought members of Congress, that he got them elected.
Oh,
And that's different from his election because of course he failed to get elected.
but hold on. But he bought members of Congress. Aren't you guys complaining?
That's the claim that the donator's referencing.
Let's roll with it. Okay, let's roll with that. If that's actually true, that he said that, what would you guys think about that?
I'm not a fan of it, but I don't think it's on the same playing field as what we're looking at here.
Do you think it's on the same playing field as like all of Hollywood?
What do you mean, all of Hollywood?
Like
because
all of Hollywood,
is
the
all
people
of
that went out
Hollywood
and campaigned
talking
with
to the
Kamala.
president?
Yeah, well, hold on. Same thing with Hillary Clinton.
Careful
Same thing
now,
with Joe Biden. I mean, Taylor
because
Swift.
You know who runs
Taylor-
who runs Hollywood.
Yeah,
Careful.
the libs run Hollywood. And if we want to talk
George
about,
Soros runs Hollywood.
it's the fucking libs,
Yeah.
okay?
The
Look,
LQ.
No,
now,
look,
the liberal
anti-Semitism,
question.
that's the left's thing now, okay? You guys can have that. I'm just blaming it on the libs.
Y'all never,
Taylor
y'all are never
Swift,
going to give it away fully.
Taylor Swift, I mean, is that like interference? She came out and endorsed Kamala Harris?
So endorsing people is a bit different, right? Than afterwards having influence of who's in government, what gets passed, and what the president does, to the point of trying to create entire new government agencies. Okay, if Kamala won and all of a sudden there's Taylor Swift's department of what she likes should be in the government, and she's gonna like head that, then that would be completely different than we're talking about.
No, it wouldn't
saying
be.
who somebody should vote for.
Endorsing is, you said like endorsing is different than like influencing who's going to be in the government. Actually, endorsing is directly influencing who's going to be in the government. You're Taylor Swift, you have a lot of reach.
But
you're saying, hey, you
the
should
problem-
vote for this person to get
Do we
this
get
person.
to vote on Doge? When is that happening?
No, we do, because Trump said it before his fucking before the election day.
No,
he advocated
but
for
the
this.
Problem,
You guys
the
did
problem
get to
is
vote on Doge, and you lost.
if Taylor Swift endorsed Harris and then became the head of the FAA and exempted private planes from emissions or whatever, and yes, we would have a problem with that, obviously.
What if she had a thing
yes, we
for
can engage.
aviation?
Yeah, that's called influence peddling, and yes, it's wrong.
She influenced by
Wrong.
endorsing. If Taylor Swift wanted
No,
to Taylor Swift
endorsements are not influence.
But what did you? Okay, Bono,
What
you
is it
did
then?
not do that.
Why do you endorse somebody if you don't want to influence the trajectory of the election? What's the purpose?
Well, you want to influence it because it's the right thing, not because they're going to make you the head of the FAA.
Oh, it's the right thing because it's what you
In
your
Taylor
political
Swift's
beliefs,
opinion,
Because it's
what
your
own political-
ideology instead of what you're going to get.
Well,
There's
Elon-
a difference between what you're
Elon
going to
is
get.
talking about the things that he wants to get. Not in
And
terms
he's
of his
going to
personal thing.
continue to get contracts.
No, not in
He's
terms of
going to
his.
get
Stop,
paid.
stop.
That's what he's going to
Stop.
get.
Not in terms of his personal shit. In terms of the things he wants to get done. How has he personally profited by the recent shit going on with the spending bill?
His
Yet to be
contracts,
determined.
Tesla. Yeah, it's just going to
Really?
happen.
Well, hold on. The contracts with Tesla, that was added to the new bill?
Sorry,
No,
SpaceX.
not yet.
Okay, so
Yeah,
SpaceX,
well-
the contracts were added to the new bill that got passed as opposed to the old bill? You guys are saying that he's just in it for himself, but this seems to be an
Yes.
actual a political position, much like Taylor Swift thinking that Kamala Harris is going to be better than Donald Trump, and so she endorses her. And now Elon is saying, I really, really endorse this smaller bill, and so please go vote for it. And if you don't, then I'm going to advocate against you next primary.
How much are you going to bet? Are you going to bet that Musk will not benefit from this? Because his stocks went up. He has become once again the wealthiest man because his influence has got a market reaction.
I will speak here.
For $70 billion.
Go ahead, James, please.
He definitely benefits. Here's how he benefits: FSD regulations. He's going to benefit there. The stocks, NASA contracts. He is definitely going to benefit from this. So I'm aware of that. I don't think this particular spending bill he's benefiting from that. This particular CR.
So he's trying to kill it.
Yeah, but
Right.
but the term. But I think here's what he's really doing is I think he's actually like stepping up to make the country a better place, and that's what I see a lot of these
Just real
billionaire
quick,
people like doing.
I'm being told to answer your
wish.
question, Lactoid, and I haven't confirmed this, but this is what I'm being told, so I'm going to pass it on. That one of the things that was taken out of the spending bill was funding for competitors to Tesla, his EV competitors, electrical vehicle competitors, and that was removed from the spending bill.
I don't need to see it. Was it like spent like was it?
Can you link me, No Cow Mike? Can you link
was
me
it funds
that,
for
please?
like the general
Yeah.
industry, or was it like specifically like here are Elon's competitors? We were going to give them free money, which I guess I have a problem with facially. Like government
Once I
shouldn't be
get it,
involved in like handing out money
I'll
to
give you the
companies.
details once I get it. But again, in principle, though, right? The idea that that he can advocate for these kinds of changes, right? Again, should that not give you pause?
Hold on. If we're talking, and I think I told you this when you asked me my position on
Mhm.
this. If you have a situation where somebody's advocating for a position not because not because it's part of some kind of actual politically held position, right? Like Taylor Swift advocating for Kamala Harris because she thinks she's best for the country. That's fine. But if like Elon Musk is like, hey, I specifically want Tesla to have to be immune from any lawsuits, specifically Tesla, I'd have a problem with that. For sure. If we're talking like if it's like bold-faced like favoritism towards like a very specific thing that Elon Musk controls, I would like I don't know how you stop it, but I would be like I'd be outspoken against that. But so far what I've seen is Elon Musk coming out and saying, "Hey, spending is bad, big government's bad, etc., all the good shit." And so yeah, of course he should be allowed to advocate for that shit.
What if it happens that like there's lawsuits about FSD and about injuries from FSD as a industry in general? Is this like is Musk advocating to make FSD lawsuits like limited or reform in tort? Is that him benefiting directly, or is that quote unquote the right thing?
It's difficult because arguably like you can advocate for a bunch of good shit that will have some kind of tangential impact on you, right? Like I advocate for, because I think taxes are theft, I advocate for lower taxes. Now, I happen to be part of a tax-paying class in America, so does that somewhat benefit me financially? Probably, right? And I'm sure Elon Musk advocating for less taxes, that probably benefit him to some degree. But there also is like a valid philosophical principle of like taxes are bad. Here's why we advocate against taxes. That's why for me, like it would have to be it would have to be like pretty obvious. So like some blatant favoritism towards Tesla or SpaceX or something, as opposed towards just like, hey, generally the government shouldn't be spending so much on space exploration, and this applies to all companies equally. I mean, that could be like a bona fide political position.
Get into the kind of double standards, because in certain situations we're talking about where it would have to be extremely obvious when we're talking about this direction, but when we're talking about stuff like on the other side, things can be extremely convoluted, or this money went to this person, went to this person, went to this person, but I know exactly what this is and I know it's corrupt. It's like, what world? Like, these are two different worlds, right?
No, my position would be the same for, if George Soros, for example, like went out and advocated for, I don't know, some kind of like general policy that he like principally holds that just happens to benefit him. That like, I'm fine with that. I mean, you have the execs of oil companies. They come out and say like, climate change is false. There's some people who believe that. I don't believe that.
I think we're getting away from like Elon Musk killing a bill and talking about removing politicians from the government to supporting, again, progressive or non-progressive ideas or culture war ideas or whatever. Like that's completely separate from Elon Musk influencing the government directly.
Again,
back to my
we're
foundational
kind of
point.
cycling a little bit because when you say like
I know that's
influencing,
my foundational
no,
point.
I know. When you say like influencing directly, you're just talking about, hey, here's a rich guy who's like advocating
Real
against
quick,
certain actions.
Carl, thank you for the gift subs. You had to go or
Yeah,
something?
I've got to
Okay,
go. So I'm gifting to apologize. I'm gonna cut off the lulls. All personality is leaving the room right now. All the sexiness is gone. Sorry, folks. I gotta go. It was great talking to you all.
Nice to meet
See
you,
you,
Carl.
buddy.
Yeah, nice to meet
Take
you.
care.
Later, man.
Econo Boy, if you're still in chat and you want to jump on to replace him, by all means, just jump backstage. But yeah, I guess like my my issue here is I have Ellen. You're not going to take his place. Okay, my issue I have with Lactoid's position is I think while I agree in principle that everyone has freedom of speech, everyone should be able to advocate for whoever or whatever they like. I do think that it is wise to have some concerns, right, about Elon being as close to Trump as he is. And I think that it is something that we should keep an eye on. We should not want in our government. And I think that we should vote against it next time we get a chance. Where I have an issue with Andrew and Katya's position here is that I don't think we can do anything about this or should do anything about this legislatively. I think this is simply a matter of uh, the cure will be worse than the disease. I can't think of a method to stop him doing what he's doing that wouldn't impact
Yeah.
me and impact those like me, and that's a problem to me.
Well, like you said, it's competition. So the left just needs to find a billionaire willing to fund the Democrat election completely, and then also be the right-hand man or the woman to the Democratic candidate for president, and then be like the Lord of the Rings character, like Worm Tongue, like Elon Musk is, or Trump is to Elon. Apparently, I don't know who it is these days. I don't know who's the president, who's the vice president, but it seems like somebody on the left needs to do that, and then then Wick, you can have the same debate, and I bet you will have completely different actions or reactions from Lactoid and others. Like, this is so wrong. This is evil. This is the evil, corrupt Democrats. But it's in competition though, so apparently that's the only way we can do it.
Okay.
And to be clear, I never said that it was like what I wanted for things to be really regulated in Congress. I said, because I remembered you had asked like what could be done, and I said, well, I mean, either public pressure or stuff would have to happen in Congress. Not to say that I was specifically like advocating for that to happen.
I get
just
you.
to clarify.
I understand.
And I don't support what I said either, Wick. That's just the way that I see it as the result.
All good. Econo Boy, you have some thoughts and you wanted to get on this.
Thanks. It's 10K and Gibbs for the donos. Appreciate it.
Give us your thoughts.
It's a bit of a bizarre coincidence. I did start a Substack, and I wrote an article basically about this topic.
It's almost as if it's a common thing that people are concerned with, right? Like, crazy.
Yeah, it was topical, so I guess just a double coincidence of topicalness, I guess. But no, I actually agree with Lactoid. I think that in some senses, money is speech, but that's kind of the problem with it, right? Is that some people have a lot more money than others, right? And so I don't think that some people should have more of an ability to basically express their speech just because they have more money. And I think that general view kind of underlies a lot of my thoughts about this. Billionaires in politics and media are just all bad, essentially. And I think that if we care about democracy and democratic structures, that obviously you need to engage in kind of a more radical egalitarianism when it comes to how we organize the media and how we organize politics. Because without doing that, obviously, we end up with a very skewed democratic framework, which is probably bad, again, if you care about those frameworks.
Right. I tend to agree with you. I think the biggest problem is figuring out how, like, to get this done or to enact that change, because obviously legislation isn't going to work as intended when we're talking about, groups that can just do kind of background money and stuff like that. I think that like public pressure is kind of like among the better vectors that we have, and having it so people like trying to create an environment where people don't have an appetite to see that on any situation.
I agree. It's kind of like forming a populism. So I don't want to take. Sorry, like I said, Wick, I don't support like funding a left-wing, billionaire to do what Elon's doing. Like you said, I don't know if there is a legislative pathway there. It would just run into problems on its own, like you said. But it'd have to be like a populism. I feel of like people supporting not what Elon's doing and like using their freedom of speech on social media to speak out against it, or maybe attend rallies of Democrats or not even Democrats or whoever the opposing majority party will be against Trump, to speak out against it. And that's probably the best thing we can do right now.
I mean, right
hold
now,
on.
obviously, but
Yeah.
What is maybe you
Well,
answered
more.
this in your article here,
Yeah.
Convoy, but like what's the dollar amount here? Before we have some radical egalitarian kind of restructuring. You mentioned how billionaires are bad. What about millionaires?
Well, I'm not really talking about like getting rid of billionaires or anything like that. I'm just talking about our political system itself should probably not have differing levels of platform based on how wealthy you are. So it's kind of it's not really a statement on the accumulation of wealth broadly. It's more so a statement on just what you can do with that wealth and how we should organize basically the avenues by which people can funnel their wealth. And so I would say that within the political ecosystem, the money that goes into the political ecosystem should be as horizontally distributed as possible. Soyadl talked about, and I actually referenced it in my article coincidentally, that Seattle does democracy vouchers, and democracy vouchers are probably the best way to go about this. Basically, just say, hey, any money that you use to run a federal campaign, it has to come from democracy vouchers. Democracy vouchers, whatever, everyone gets $100 a year, however much the money you think people should get, and they can allocate that to federal campaigns as they see fit. And that's just a much more equal sort of egalitarian way to distribute political influence versus like one billionaire being able to just, buy their own media company or,
Hold on.
spread
How
their
do
own
you
propaganda.
protect minorities from being just shut out in that case? So if everyone got $100 equally across the board, uh, those poor trans people are going to be shit out of luck because all of a sudden, 99% of the money is being distributed towards campaigns because of what a cis person thinks. So
Well, right now,
how do we stop that from being an
Well, I mean, right now, at least like people of color and trans people are disproportionately lower income and probably have less of an ability to actually participate money wise in politics. And so my system would probably propel their voices more so than otherwise. I mean, that would be my thing. I mean, I also believe in constitutional frameworks for protecting minority rights. I mean, we're really just talking about like political money spending. So it's not really a statement on like how minority rights should be protected or, a broader like
Sure,
how
but
how
if
we should
the
vote
spending
or
if spending if your political candidates are given money based on the spending and the spending is allocated based on demographics, then obviously some demographics are going to have less of a say, some demographics are going to have more
Yeah,
of a
that's
say.
Well, I mean, but
Right?
that's almost like a statement on like, well, why should if we give everyone just one vote, doesn't that mean trans people are less represented, because 99% of people are cis and they have one vote? I mean, in some senses there's just going to be some majorities in society, right? But it's a matter of the question really is just like, is it better to have highly unequal distribution of money in politics or highly equal distribution money in politics? And certainly it would be the case that to the extent that trans people are not protected in our system, either because of demographic preference, political structures, like political motivations, that's not really something to speak against like that fundamental question. It's just better to have a more egalitarian distribution of money in politics. At least if you ask me. I mean, obviously there might be some esoteric arguments otherwise, but
Speaking of esoteric arguments, otherwise, do you have any thoughts on this, Lactoid?
I mean,
I've got
but here's the thing. I mean, Econoboy comes in here and he presents like I disagree with it for like a number of base level principles, but he said from the very beginning, like money is speech. Like in the same way, who are you to tell me that I can't spend my money on a billboard or that I can't spend my money getting a car wrap that has Trump on it, right? I mean, that's what the streamers did, right? XQC and those people. And who are you to tell me that I can't buy a Trump hat and walk around? Who are you to tell me that I can't drive, let's say, to Ohio and organize a bunch of people to go there and campaign, right? That takes money. Or all the other shit that is political, that takes money, right? Paying for the gas, paying for the cars, paying for the organization, paying for everything. All of that takes money. And for me, it's like a personal freedom thing. Like, who are you to tell me that I can't spend my money on that? Who are you to tell me that I can't get with an organization and make a movie like, Michael Moore does, for example? I think that if you want to like really start like hitting people with a fuck ton of money can't like have political influence anymore, trying to cut down on that, you're running into like a whole fucking like a lot of issues. How do you prevent Hollywood funding, or sorry, Hollywood movies that have like a certain political slant?
This is
they
what
going to have?
Lactoid and this is what broader libertarians just like totally fail to do when they like analyze what rights we should have and how rights intersect with each other. They assume there's like no intersection of rights at all, right? If billionaires have an incredibly outsized influence to enact their free speech, that affects the political advocacy and your own ability to speak. Obviously, like libertarians wouldn't have a problem talking about like the crowding out of private investment from public investment because, that's a dynamic thing and maybe public investment versus private investment has different social values or whatever. And similarly, if we have a scenario where like billionaire money is incredibly outsized in influence, and in some senses billionaires have a louder voice, that forces everyone else to yell much more loudly in order to have their voice heard in society. And so obviously these systems are complex, and the exact regulations on like how spending works and all these things are definitely complicated questions. But what I can tell you is that almost every other country in the world, in the OECD, like wealthy democratic countries, have much, much more stringent limitations on money in politics. They have shorter campaign seasons, more limitations on money and private money in politics in general. They just see overall substantially less spending on money in politics. And to Wick's point, we don't see like minority rights in these countries being incredibly trampled upon. If anything, it's the opposite. We don't see people feel like, oh, they have this fundamental lack of an ability to spread a political message.
They don't have the
We don't
First
see
Amendment.
that in those countries. Well, I agree, but you have a radically different interpretation of the First Amendment than I do.
But my interpretation is along with the Supreme Court, right? Which is that
I understand. I understand that you agree with the right-wing Supreme Court. I'm saying I disagree with the right-wing Supreme Court. I mean, that's again, I think that there's a way to balance.
It wasn't even right-wing at the time, though, when that Citizens United happened. It was
the 5-4 right-wing Supreme Court. Over, they did the Citizens United decision. So I mean,
that was back before Ruth Bader Ginsburg. That was still.
It was a 5-4 right-wing Supreme Court, right? And so I mean, I just like that's the issue here is that libertarians like to point, and this is the last thing I'll say, libertarians like to point at like, isn't it just so practically impossible to do this? What about all these other things that might happen? And it's like, well, I can point to like hundreds of other examples of regulations in countries where the end result is people have a robust freedom of speech in their country, but they just don't have radically large amounts of spending and outsized billionaire influence in their politics. And that seems like a good combination of things.
Just to be clear, I'm pretty sure the Citizens United Court was the same court that decided Obergefell, which is what legalized gay marriage. So I think the reason why
Ginsburg's on the side of it.
Yeah, so I think the reason.
I think 5 conservatives, 4 liberals.
Yeah, and sure, conservatives, right? Sure. I think
no true conservative.
When it comes to
like, what are we talking?
No true.
So the whole problem is that like judicial philosophies don't map on with political ideologies one to one. There is like and we can. This is a whole other fucking rabbit hole, Wick, which is why I'm not going to go down this. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
But that's why I was putting it in air quotes. But like the Citizens United case is very rational from a First Amendment perspective, because again, the First Amendment is a constitutional right granted to U.S. citizens to express themselves. And going back to like the thing I was going through, which is again, yeah, it's a libertarian thing, but it's also a Supreme Court thing, and it's also a most American thing when it comes to supporting the First Amendment and its logical implications, which is that if you're going to say Michael Moore, you're not allowed to make movies about criticizing a specific political candidate, that's going to be a problem. And
I just don't
talking about these, the democracy, like the interest. Like, I know that you're more interested in egalitarianism generally than I am. That's probably true. Now, your suggestion of like the democracy vouchers, where we just like hand out money to all Americans to give it to whichever political funds political campaigns that they want. I mean, you wouldn't. I don't think you would run afoul. Like you wouldn't run afoul of the same kind of First Amendment considerations if you did that. I mean, I think it'd be an exponential sum that you'd have to spend. You'd have to tax and spend. So I think that'd be a problem.
Well, yeah, I mean, the last thing I'll say, I do have to leave because we're about to start a different show. But yeah, I mean, overall, though, I just think that one of the problems with libertarian philosophies in this regard and like arguments in this regard is that a libertarian, it sounds like what Lactoid would say, and obviously feel free to disagree if I'm wrong. It sounds like what Lactoid would say is that an extreme version of like an encompassing definition of First Amendment, which includes money, which, I think is functionally correct. Like if I can pay money to like put up a billboard or something, but you can't, I have more of an ability to express my free speech than you do. But Lactoid, for some reason, has no problem with that in an inherent sense, right? Like, oh, like if you just have a better ability to freely express yourself than I do, because you just happen to have more money, whether it's inherited wealth or worked for wealth or whatever, Lactoid's just like, well, who gives a shit? Like, yeah, some people have different levels of constitutional rights, and I'm saying, well, that's kind of a problem for
It's
me.
not. It's
Like,
not different levels of constitution. Hold on.
Pay to win.
It's not an
It is
pay to
extreme.
win.
It's not an
What's
extreme
the
position that Supreme Court agrees with me. Just to be clear.
Do you? No,
Well,
but
well,
Lactoid, hold on, really quick.
Convoy,
Wait,
let me ask you.
Lactoid. Well, no, because I have to ask Lactoid this. Lactoid, you think money is speech, right?
Yeah, spending money on like expressing
Okay.
your viewpoints is obviously speech.
If some people have more money than others, some people have more an ability to express and enact their freedom of speech than others.
Yes. Undoubtedly, people who can argue better can advocate better for themselves than people who can't. People who are more healthy, they're able to travel further distances in order to advocate.
Don't obviate the point. We can't do anything about people's health, but we can do something about the money that they spend.
Hold on, it absolutely is the case that yes, not everybody has like a equal say, and this is yes, with money you're able to buy things, you're able to buy billboards, you're able to buy a bigger house, you're able to buy a better car. Is it fair that a richer person gets a better car?
Should we have a cap? Should we have a cap on the amount of people who can watch a stream, if that's the case? The only reason people have more followers than me is because they might be better looking, right, than me. I know it's hard to believe, right? But should
I think that to your question, to your question, Wig, like obviously there are certain, like some people will say like, oh, like is it unfair that some people have different athletic abilities and like some people can play like if I'm not 6'10", I'm probably never going to be in the NBA. It's like, well, yeah, I guess in some sense that is unfair. Like maybe you are a skillful basketball player, but if you're 5'7", you'll never make it to the NBA most likely. Like I guess in some sense that is unfair, but practically speaking, what are we going to do? Cut everyone's legs off or something? That's not really what I'm describing here. Though. What I'm talking about is money, and the way that we distribute money is a societal choice that we make, right? We make this choice. We say people are allowed to spend money on politics. People aren't allowed to spend money on politics, and societies exist between this two spectrum. What I'm saying is that it's better.
We just crashed the YouTube. Okay, I think we're back. Hold on. I'm sorry. The OBS is being weird. Are we back yet? Are we back? I apologize. It just no one heard you. Is unfortunately.
No, you're good. I mean, my fundamental point is just that the way that we distribute money in society and like the system of money is socially constructed. Like we make conscious decisions in this regard. I just think that it's more just and certainly more equal and certainly practically speaking results in probably a lot better outcomes and a lot more sort of salience within our politics if we have a much more equal distribution of political influence, essentially, right? I think that if we believe in democracy and one person, one vote, that we should recognize that money as speech, as Lactoid and the Supreme Court believes, necessarily means that some people have more of an ability to, because of money, spread their message in our democracy, and I think that that's wrong, right? We should
It also connects to power.
Make the choice to make that not the case.
It also connects to power. The most powerful position in the entire world is the president of the United States. And Elon Musk essentially bought his way into being the right-hand man of the president of the United States. He's meeting with foreign leaders, and he's outright dictating, like, if politicians don't support a bill, like, I'm just going to keep repeating back to my foundations because we're going all over the place with freedom of speech and all this, but it goes right back to Elon Musk's position in the government, and he has too much of it because of his pay-to-win scheme of getting into the government, and that's exactly what happened.
He met with foreign leaders, before this too. He's always had that influence.
Sure, but do you feel that buying the U.S. election as the U.S. president is okay? That's what I guess.
I don't think that's what he did. I think he just advocated for what he wanted to see. He advocated for the outcome that he thought was better.
He advocated
Can I ask a question to you?
Right?
Can I ask a question to you, Convoy?
His point is like money is speech, but you can't really limit that either because it's like your athletic example. It's never going to be distributed even, right? Even if you did limit money or something, then they'll just change how they do it. They'll just start advertising "Let's go, Brandon." Right?
They don't do
this
that
isn't
in other
political
countries.
speech.
Other countries have regulations. Other countries have regulations on money and politics, and the money and politics that's spent is radically lower than it is in this country.
And they have radically less money too. Like we have radically more money.
No.
So of course we're going to spend more here. We've got the most.
Lactoid. Lactoid wanted to ask. I know Econoboy's got a limited time with us. I know he's got to go, and I want to make sure Lactoid gets his question in before he.
So if we're concerned about egalitarianism and like kind of what you mentioned, one person, one vote. You're trying to want to kind of equalize across the distribution, political power, political voice. If somebody, let's say, who's very capable of arguing and convincing other people of their viewpoint, should they get less of that like democracy fund or whatever, like the stipend that they can give to certain campaigns, and then you can give more stipend to like the people who are very poor at arguing or convincing other people their political beliefs?
You're talking about as candidates themselves, like people who can suck up more voucher dollars because they're better at convincing people?
Well, that, or potentially even like the people themselves. Like, I, for example, would go argue my political positions to like people I know. Now, you might not think I'm a good debater, who knows? But let's assume that like, I'm better than the average Joe. Should I get less like democracy dollars because I'm having an outsized political influence by advocating for the things that I want than perhaps somebody who is, perhaps let's say somebody who's like mentally challenged or like physically disabled and they're not able to go out and advocate for the political positions they
Should
want.
e-girls get less?
No. E-girls would get more, Wick. I would get less.
Why would e-girls get? But e-girls get way more followers than you. E-girls get way more attention.
Are
than
they
you. Why would they
convincing?
get
Okay, hold on.
They're
If they're
not
convincing
lawyers.
people, if they're convincing people of their political ideas, maybe they should get less actually, because they're using their physical attractiveness, right, to get people on board with their political person. That's a good point, Wick. Actually, we should have an attractiveness tax.
Well, I wouldn't want to be taxed at 100%, so I would, disagree with that tax. But
Lactoid, I have a question for you.
I do want to answer Lactoid. I'm sorry, I do want to answer.
Okay, you answer Lactoid first, then I'll ask.
Yeah, I mean, all that I would say is that this is just a classic. This is just a classic, and I do have to leave after this. This is just a classic anti-egalitarian argument. It's like, well, what about like every single potential? Well, it's not a dodge. It's just about like, what about like every single inequality in our society, like social inequality, economic inequality in general. And I would argue that in some intrinsic sense, yes, again, like we would want some sort of strict egalitarianism in an ideal sense if we could actually practically achieve it. And yeah, like in a political system, the power of rhetoricians is probably bad. Like I think generally speaking, like we would say if somebody can convince the masses of like a bad idea that that's a bad problem, or that that's a problem in general. But in general, at the very least, when it comes to money distribution in politics, we have every ability in the world with very little sort of practical downside effect of just limiting money in politics. Again, many other countries do this. It doesn't really seem to be particularly controversial in those countries. Who decide? Like the people do, the democratic choice. I mean, we pass laws and regulations all the time. Like libertarians say this, and it's like, what do you mean? Who decides? Like we pass laws. Like who decides that we're going to regulate water a certain way or taxes? Like we have a democratic system.
Well,
like of course
you could pass a law saying that like, hey, if you convince 2 or 3 people in the past year of your political beliefs, then like you lose 70, like you go down to 75% of the original democracy fund. You could figure out some kind of like way to empower the people who can't argue.
It's a matter of how bad and how impractical a potential regulation is, right? So I would say that the ability of billionaires to buy elections is very, very bad, and the ability to regulate billionaires' ability to buy elections is actually pretty practical. Right? Now, I would say that the ability to put on a more convincing argument is not that bad, but the ability to regulate that is also probably pretty hard to do, right? So there's obviously a practicality sort of, significance trade-off here, and I don't think that that's much of a problem for the people who say that money in politics is a big deal. But
and just to be clear, by buy you mean spend their money to advocate for their positions to the voters.
No, I mean buy. It's pretty obvious when you buy an election or when you don't buy an election. You buy billboards and ground campaigns.
No, what's the difference?
To like convince voters, right, of your position?
Kamala,
Again,
like for example, Kamala Harris spent more. If she had won, would she have bought it?
That's bad. You're never going to get me on one of these weird hypocritical.
If she won, would you have said that she bought the
position? And the billionaires that supported Kamala tried to do that. They just failed. I'm not saying that politics and money is like this one-to-one relationship. The person who has more money always wins. There's many examples of the wealthy elite being against things and policies getting enacted anyway. I'm just saying that the disproportionate influence of the wealthy does influence our politics, right? And that influence is bad. Again, if you believe in one person, one vote, and basically equal rights, equal application of rights. And so that's what I'm talking about. But anyway, it's good talking to you guys. I got
thanks for hopping in. I know it was kind of like spontaneous, but I appreciate you. Let me read these super chats, and then I'll let you ask your question, Andrew, to Lactoid. But I got to make a little money here, right? So $20 from Grassroots. Yeah. $20 from Grassroots Hegemon to say the more liberal mind has trouble understanding that Musk is literally a breathe them out monarchist. My issue with him is I have been filing envelopes for 10 years for the LP, and Musk is using my beliefs as a shield. $20 more from Grassroots Hegemon to say, I am a local libertarian, but when people steal the ideals of federalism and pervert them to destroy the philosophy that undergirds it, it is, in my view, dishonest and evil. Thank you for the $40. I appreciate it. Once he gets back, you can ask your question, Andrew.
The envelopes must be a lot of work. Yeah, I don't know much about egalitarianism. I guess I got to do some research on the political ideology, so I couldn't really add much to that. But I'll just, when he gets back, I'm going to ask him about Elon's $1 million giveaway he was doing to swing state voters.
I saw that. Yeah.
Actually, yeah. How about you? What's your take on it? Well, we wait for that.
I think it's dancing around the rules, right? You know, like you're not allowed to pay people to vote, but he's like, I'm not paying you to vote. I'm just paying you to take a pledge, right? That's all he was doing. Just protect the First Amendment and Second Amendment. What's wrong with that?
In specific swing states, though.
Yeah, right. And clearly that's why he wanted to do it. And so I hear it's a little shady, but it's starting to. It's that thing I'm trying to say, which is no matter how you write the rules, they're going to get around them. Like if you had all the perfect rules you wanted, I will find a way to get around them. Okay, so you got to compete. You have to compete, and that's the thing that Elon does well is compete. He finds ways to win, right?
All right, so it goes back to again. The left hat. Okay, you did hear the question. So $1 million giveaway take.
My understanding is that it wasn't based on who you voted for. It was just if you were registered to vote in a swing state, then you were like eligible, even if you voted for Kamala.
Mm.
So really, it was just a get out the vote campaign, really.
Essentially, yeah, and that's probably how his lawyers
I don't know the details of the
So I know the details because look, I know the details, and my understanding is, you say, hey, I like the First Amendment, and I like the Second Amendment, right? And I'm registered to vote in this swing state, and if you sign the pledge saying that you like those amendments, then you're eligible, and if you're registered to vote, you could vote for Kamala Harris, and still be eligible for the money. So it's not again, buying vote. It's rhetorically speaking, which is interesting because in his drive-by, Econoboy talked about rhetoricians or whatever. But yeah, buying elections is a rhetorical trick. What do you mean by buying elections? You mean advocating for your position. That's what you mean. I have the money to afford this Yeti microphone and the computer and the solid internet connection in the house in which I am streaming my political views. And I am talking to an audience. Homeless people don't have that ability. They're out there begging for crumbs. They don't have any, and they don't have the ability to do that. But if you're telling me I can't, if you say Lactoid's not allowed to do that anymore, that's bullshit. You're violating my freedom of speech. I have the right to come out here. And the rift between yes, I understand the rift between me and Elon is very large, but the rift between me and some homeless guy is incredibly large. You think anybody would listen to that guy?
It's fair. Yeah.
When we're talking about situations quote unquote, when we're talking about buying elections or what people mean by buying elections, I think that the way that I can kind of enumerate that or describe that would be it's similar to the way you would describe a monopoly. Somebody could see somebody with a monopoly or some company that's a monopoly and be like, oh my God, what? People want their products and they're just providing them. What's the problem? They're allowed to do that, which they're allowed to do that, but there's another thing at play, right? Essentially, when people talk about buying elections or people talk about Elon's influences, it's that he has basically a monopoly as far as the lengths that he's gone so far and the amount of influence he has, right? It's not like anybody else has done this to this degree in the past. It's not like this is something that just happens or that somebody else could go, oh, I'm going to go compete with Elon to be Trump's homie, and do all the things that Elon did. That's not really possible. We've gotten to the point where the difference isn't, oh, hey, there are all these people who are billionaires who have some influence in government. They're all over here. When one's over here and none of them that are down here could ever get up here, that's different. That's when we're talking about stuff like buying election.
Not to mention, Elon's not unbiased. He's not this unbiased person that's just hoping for the best. He's clearly made his positions clear. He's clearly campaigned for Trump, bought Twitter for him, gave money to a significant amount of money to his election. He's specifically driven a specific political ideology. So I'm going to go back to that giveaway thing. While it was in swing states, and sure, you could have won if you voted for Kamala, but let's not play games, okay? Let's not BS. It was completely like if you were going to vote for Donald Trump in a swing state,
They
they
can't monitor that.
I don't give it. I don't
He
care.
did not. He did not buy Twitter for Trump.
Like they kept
He said that a
RFK
couple
Jr. on
times,
swing
but
states too. What's that? Who said
he did not buy Twitter for Trump. Like he bought Twitter long before Trump, right?
But he bought Twitter for Trump. He bought 44. He bought it to specifically platform Donald Trump in the American election for Donald Trump.
Oh no way! Yeah,
we have evidence of this.
He definitely bought it because he's a shit poster and he loves posting memes and shit.
So the memes and shit posting in favor of the Republicans and Donald Trump.
That purchase went through in 2022, right? That was 2 years ago. That was long before the election.
We were still in the Biden
election was
presidency.
going to happen.
Yeah, the election was coming. It's not like we don't know when the elections are.
Okay.
We knew who was running.
I'm just telling you, I don't think that's true at all. But he was going to buy Twitter no matter who was running for president, right? Because that's what he wanted to do.
He went on Joe Rogan and said, we need to vote for Trump or it's like the end of America, basically.
Yeah, he did that.
I know you're agreeing with everything I'm saying. I know you, because that's
after Trump got assassinated.
He endorsed
That's
Trump
after
very
Trump got
strongly.
assassinated. That wasn't. He didn't endorse Trump until the assassination attempt. Before then, he didn't endorse him. He was very right-leaning, but he didn't endorse anybody until the assassination attempt. You can look it up. I'm certain that's true.
Right, this is the world that this side lives in. Okay, they live in this world of plausible deniability, right? Where y'all could sit there in the zone where, you're like, hey, I don't endorse anybody. Oh, I'm a centrist. But then when we talk about our ideas, the types of politicians that they give lip service to, or they make excuses for, like when we're talking about, something that involves like Biden, it's always among a lot of these people, it's, criticism. But then, Trump, he just believes that. Oh, he's crazy. Oh, well, he just wants the best. Oh, it's fine. Right? It's excuses on one side and like dick sucking on the other. So, I mean, it's like you can say that, we only support or we don't support either. We're not endorsing or we're centrist, but it's the actions that really speak louder than that.
We're kind of circling the drain a little bit on these on this topic here, right? I think we've made the arguments, right? Is there anything related to Elon Musk and Trump and the government that we haven't covered that you'd like to discuss today? Otherwise, we'll just go into closings. What do you think?
Kyle Rittenhouse was a hero.
I think I've established my points, Wick.
Okay, fair enough. Well, in that case, gang, I know it's a Christmas this week if you celebrate. And so we are going not to have any streams on Christmas. I will do a caroling stream tomorrow. If you want to carol with me, you're more than welcome to sing a Christmas carol or two. But there won't be no political debatings tomorrow. It's just going to be Christmas carols. And then soon, TM, we're going to get a specific date for you. Destiny will be joining us, and we will be hosting a debate on the CEO shooting that happened of late. Destiny thinks that it was unjustified, can't be justified, and was very wrong. We're going to have some people to argue with them, right? And it should be fun. We'll get you a specific date as I get it. But thanks for being here, gang. We're going to give the mic to each of these lovely individuals, tell you where you can find them, and I hope you go and give them a follow. I have links to all their stuff in my description, so just click on that link, go to the site, and you can give them a follow or subscribe or whatever. But let's start with Katiusha, and we'll end with Andrew Mercado. Go ahead.
All right, so thanks for having me on, Wick. I'm Katya on Twitter and also on Blue Sky at Premier Katya. Sorry that for towards the end of this, I've been slightly looking super, super tired. I was in Orlando for the last 3 days and just drove back this morning, and I'm but hey, I tried my best to, be a part of this discussion because I thought this was a really cool topic. So hi.
Well, thanks for being here. And hopefully you can get some rest and have a great day. Next up, James, please.
Hey, thanks for having me on, Wick. I do think if it was just about money, like, Kamala outspent Trump. Kamala raised much more money than Trump, like more than like a $500 million more or something, right? I try to be this reasonable guy. At the end of the day, I just want progress. And if the Trump achieves it with Elon, great. Like, I'm going to root for these people to succeed. And if they do something bad, I will call them out when they do something bad. I'm not just going to, be a sycophant for them, right? So I want to cheer on progress. I'm going to hope for the best, and if something goes wrong, I will call it out. And follow me on Twitter if you want. But thanks.
No, thanks for being here. Check him out. I have a link to his Twitter in the description. You can check that out. Lactoid, please.
Yeah, Kamala Harris did outspend Trump by a significant margin. I'm pretty sure in every single swing state. Pennsylvania was very close, but I mean, she outspent him by a lot. And they used this money to advocate for their positions, and the American people said no, because ultimately you can advocate for your position, you can engage in advocacy, you can spend money doing so, but you have to convince the voter, because that's the way the Constitution is set up. And in the same way, Elon Musk was very clear about all this stuff, and Donald Trump was very clear about all this stuff before the election, right? It's not like Elon hid the fact that he was giving money. It's not like Trump hid the fact that there was going to be like the Doge, and there was going to be, government accountability. There was going to be cuts to the government. All stuff that Elon Musk advocated for, and Donald Trump advocated for, and that's what the voters selected. I'm going to reiterate what I think this really is, which is that Elon Musk is supposedly an oligarch because of sour grapes. And when the billionaires fund positions that the left likes, all of a sudden they're not oligarchs, they're activists, right? These actors are going out and drawing attention to issues as opposed to advocating for issues, or I guess buying elections, which is, obviously just the difference in rhetoric. That's really all it is. There's really no fundamental difference here. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for the $50, Grassroots Hegemon. Thanks for the 10 memberships, aka Batozai. Thanks for the €5, Ant. Continue to stuff my stocking, gangs. Okay, let's give it to Andrew. Andrew.
Yeah, Wick, thanks again for having me on another panel. I always love when I can be on here and just have discussions. I don't do it too often, so I'm still getting my feet wet with it. Mercado Media cover breaking news and events, travel places as well in person to try to give perspectives on the ground, because I feel first-person perspectives are more important than third-party perspectives, because that leaves room for analysis. And I mean, you can still do that, but I feel like being there on the ground somewhere gives you at least a valuable piece of documentation or video or whatever. So we do that here at Mercado Media. I still hold the position that Elon Musk is a danger to the U.S. government. His actions leading up to the election and during right now are very, very dangerous. But like what Wick said, I don't think there's much we can do other than publicly advocate against it, use populism if it becomes so bad, right? You're going to have to band together and speak out against it, because I just don't know any legislation to stop Elon. That's probably going to create a whole drama in itself, and I just don't see another way to stop it for if you're against Elon doing what he's doing, right? And if anything, we've learned from this panel that sounds like the Democrats need their own billionaire to fund and be the right hand of whatever Democrat politician, I guess. Yeah, we'll put Wick there. We'll put Wick as the worm tongue of Kamala or whatever. We'll dig Biden back up. I don't know. But thank you, Wick, again for having me on. It was a pleasure.
No, thanks for being here. Gang, check him out. Link to his stuff in my description. Give him a follow. Give all these lovely people a follow. And with that, we're going to end for the evening, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you have a favorite Christmas carol you want me to sing, by all means, give me, just let me know, and I'll sing it. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bye.
Yep.
Okay.
Happy holidays. Merry Christmas.
Oh, now that they're gone.
Merry Christmas. Well, I'm still streaming. Can we're going to talk about something private?
Well, I was about to give you my favorite slurs. My slurry Christmas.
I was about to
song.
read out my social
The
security
12
number.
Slurs of Christmas. Okay, on the first slur of Christmas. Mike.
See, if only Twitch allowed freedom of speech like
True.
Elon
You can hear
Musk.
that song.
Okay.
Now,
Okay.
I hope you guys had fun. It was a fun discussion, and you know what? I should have rated it out into you, Lactoid. I totally forgot to
You're
rate to
welcome.
anyone, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Yeah. Did you guys getting everything you want for Christmas?
No.
Yeah,
I want to be a billionaire.
it's not like I didn't particularly want so much.
Okay.
Right now, I just want a good night's sleep because I've been sleeping like 4 hours a
Well,
night for the past like few
rest.
days.
Take your nap. We'll bug you later, okay? I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
All right. Good night.
Good
Merry
night.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Bye bye.
I was gonna say, you guys know where to find me. Welcome, welcome, one and all, to the singular ideological space where we discuss the serious and the serious. It's Lactoid TV. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I thought, yeah, I don't know. I thought the most coherent argument, obviously, was from Econoboy in his 5 minutes that he was here. But again, that was more of just like a principle of egalitarianism, as opposed to just disliking Elon. Yeah. The reason why I brought up, but we're still straight. We got a panel coming up in about 15 minutes, so we're gonna be, we're still gonna be going. We're gonna leave the stream going. The reason I memingly brought up Rittenhouse during that last thing was because apparently there was not apparently, I saw it. There was a Twitter debate between Destiny and that Mercado gentleman about Rittenhouse specifically, and apparently that guy's like a Rittenhouse skeptic person, and so Econoboy, have I not accepted your friend request, or did you unfriend me and then just refriend me? Because I'm pretty sure. He must have unfriended me. That's what it was. Wow, what a bitch. I gave your comment to me a 100. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and switch on, or we got like 15 minutes left, so we're gonna wait before we switch on over to StreamYards for the Prime panel. What are we talking about during the Prime panel? We're talking about somebody who I have been following for a while now, somebody who I like to watch, somebody who some of you might be surprised that I'm a fan of, but I am a fan of his. CoffeeZilla. Do you guys know who CoffeeZilla is? Mercado Media, who's on the ground in Kenosha. Yeah. Look, I mean, it's my state too. Anybody who thinks that Kyle Rittenhouse did anything wrong, go and rewatch like the trial. Go and rewatch all the videos. Go and just like look at everything. Holy shit! I made a Twitter post about it. Like I was rewatching a lot of the content of the trial somewhat recently, and then also like the videos. Kyle Rittenhouse was incredibly disciplined in how he conducted himself and his self defense. Right? He like when immediately like when like the threats stopped becoming threats, he disengaged. Right? Like there was Rosenbaum kept chasing him. He used the force necessary to get that to stop, and then he ran away. And then skateboard guy attacked him, minimal amount of force, and then Gage like pulled a gun on him and pointed the gun at his head, and then Kyle shot him in the arm, and didn't follow up, like didn't shoot anymore. It's incredible the level of discipline, incredible amount of discipline. And no, I think, and by hero I mean that he's a hero in the sense that he put out fires. Like I think showing up and like putting out fires, like when there's a potential threat of fire, I think that's what a hero does. The actual shootings, that was just self-defense. That's my position on that. I don't think that he was necessarily being a hero in any of the shootings. I think that was self-defense. It was the fact that you would go somewhere with a fire extinguisher and or a medical bag to help people when you don't have to. I mean, that's some heroic shit, right? That's some Batman shit. So good for him. Good for him. All right, so that's what I have. Again, a little warning. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I hope they don't, but I mean, I'm going to speak as to my political beliefs. That's the whole point of the channel. Um, I would hope that Mercado would cultivate a community that would discourage uh, bad behavior. Seriously, but maybe, who knows? All right, let's talk about CoffeeZilla now. Yeah, CoffeeZilla. I think he's a great guy, from what I can see at least. I think it's hilarious. Well, first, I do watch a lot of his content and listen to a lot of it. Seems like a very smart. Seems like a smart guy, in the fact that like he spends the time to become knowledgeable in specific things, and when he enters into interviews, he has like a whole bunch of like information ready to counter excuses, because of course whenever you confront scammers, um, they're going to come up with a variety of excuses, right? And so I think that was impressive. Like recently, I forget which one. He was like he was interviewing this one guy who like ran a scam. Whoa, 10K! It's 10K. Thank you, for the subs on top of the subs you gave before. That's 20 subs. Thank you. Awesome. Good shit. Well, I appreciate you. I'm glad that you are appreciating the content, and stick around. Or if you're going off to bed, have a good night. Sleep well. I appreciate it. Good shit. Sub hype. Hell yeah. No, this guy's. I'm glad that you like what we do. Cool. So, CoffeeZilla. One of the things that I found interesting about CoffeeZilla is that he'll everybody's like, oh, like you're going after real scammers. Like I'm not a real scammer. You should go after them. Like I like you. I'm a fan of you. And then he'll investigate them for a scam. And then like they're like, oh, CoffeeZilla. He's like, he's just looking for clout. That's why he's investigating my complex Bitcoin scheme where I'm making 4,000% profit. Oh, yeah, sure. That's why it's the clout. Yeah, sure. I thought he was really ballsy for going after Jake Paul. I thought that was cool. I think it was Logan Paul or Jake Paul, one of the two. I'm sorry if I don't know. Oh, there are twins though, aren't they? Or yeah, the non-boxer one, the one doing all the shit. Gibbs, it's the clout. Oh, they both box. Oh, okay. Gibbs, you can't believe that. He goes after scammers, okay? And we're going to be talking about him on Prime today because he went after some scammers recently about the CS2 community. And this is important because there's a lot of scams. I don't know he's a scammer. Who's a scammer? How did okay? Who did CoffeeZilla scam? Pretty sure he runs entirely off donations. Like, no, this is not like Exxon. What was the scam? What did he do? What is he selling that's not what it is? Like he scammed me out of hours a month. Shut the fuck up. Bruh. It was entertaining. God damn it. Gibbs, are you going to be on the Prime panel? Let me bring up Discord. Did you say yes to that? You did say yes to that. Well, hey, you're going to be on the Prime panel. Join my server, or well, just join Wix server. I can drag you in here. Join Wix server, and then explain why. If you do you actually dislike CoffeeZilla, or is this like just a meme? He did just do a video in Hawk who is a scammer. All right, I'm gonna pull Gibbs in because I'm a mod here.
Yeah.
Isn't that exciting? I can drag you in here.
I know it's amazing because I keep getting banned here repeatedly. I don't know. I wonder who that is that's banning me. No comments there.
I wonder who it is.
Well, I wonder. Yeah, he's a scammer, bro. He's a scammer. It's pretty simple. Let me tell you. Have you know he always goes after hardworking Americans bringing value to the country. Have you noticed this?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
first of all, the Paul brothers have given us millions of dollars in entertainment. They've rejuvenated boxing. They partially rejuvenated WWE. These are people we should be thanking. Their podcasts. They've made more content creators than almost anybody. Thanks to. Instead, they're going to go after him because of a bad business deal with like a program that didn't work out. Like, how many times does a bad a business fail in the introductory phases? Lots of times. And he's over here trying to frame them as scammers. Same thing with Hawk Tua. Looks like this poor girl wasn't even involved with the creation of the coin, and he sat there and put the blame squarely on her when it was really someone just paid her to use her branding and likeness.
No, he didn't put the blame squarely on her. He spent most of it blaming like the people, like the underlying people involved, but she endorsed it. You can't just like.
So what? I mean, okay. Have you like? I mean, I guess you're sitting here trying to say that like just because they endorse it, they know everything. Like
it's named after her.
Oh, sure. Well, okay. So once they pay for your likeness, I mean, you don't have any control over that. Like say I owned a fucking cereal company, and Kellogg's comes in and goes, "We're gonna call it Gibzos," right? And they buy it and they pay me a percentage. Like after that, do I have any say over what's in the product?
Yeah. What if like, from the beginning, Gibzos was rat poison?
Well, that'd be if I was putting it in there. Instead, the only thing that hers was slobbing on that knob. That's all she was famous for, is slobbing on that knob and talk to. You know what it is?
Talking about slobbing on that knob.
You know what it is? This is, I don't know if you know this. This is actually a targeted attack by CoffeeZilla, because if you did know this, Talk to a girl, then Talk to her. Guess who owns Talk to her?
Who?
Jake Paul. Paul. This is a targeted attack by CoffeeZilla against the Paul. It is. It's true story. Because Paul, he hates the Paul Rose. He actually has no evidence. He's over here. He's scamming people, putting unverifiable info out there, and that's why there's no investigation into these people ever. Because all he does is come up and brings up bullshit. God,
it is owned by Jake Paul.
You're welcome. Just put this in a different light. This is exactly. It's a
targeted.
It's a targeted attack because CoffeeZilla got mad because the Paul brothers put him on blast long before he did this, and then he decided to go after him. It's a personal vendetta, and he's going after their business assets.
How are the Paul brothers involved in 2 crypto scams? What the fuck?
Because they're not even involved. Once again, this is people that paid for her. That'd be just like, Kellogg's once again licensing something out, and like they get somebody on there.
It would be like if you were like out there like getting people to try Gibzos when it was rat poison.
No, this is like saying Andor and Skeleton Crew, right, who are doing good for Disney, are run by the same people, and they should be toxified and vilified just because The Last Jedi is the worst film of all time, or like The Acolyte was total dog shit, just because they're both owned by Lucasfilm. Be like, we're gonna go after everything. Like, I don't even do that.
This was actually a scam to like try to scam people out of their money.
So is The Acolyte and fucking whatever that other bullshit.
Maybe they should be scared. Gibbs, do you have a black eye right now?
No, I do not. It's just the lighting.
Okay, I was gonna say.
I need to go get an eye roller here from the other room. But yeah, Gibzos would be fat poison. Nah, it's bullshit.
I mean, you date Latinos, so I was figuring it's possible.
I do, yeah. See, I've gotten really good at dodging. And then there's this, Mr. Miyagi wasn't lying. I don't know if you know this. I did Kung Fu when I was growing up. That was one of the things I did for like wrestling and MMA, and when I was doing like football, you did a hand drill, so that shit has come in handy. You just over here guide hands away from you like Mr. Miyagi.
So somebody in my chat, Roth Barty here, just said CoffeeZilla didn't imply the girl was the scammer. He clearly said that they were just using her to scam. But to be fair, she has a level of due diligence, I think, where if you're going to promote this thing and you're as wealthy as she is now, for no reason, by the way. She got wealthy and famous for dumb reasons.
This is epitome of capital.
She has the right to do it. Okay, I'm just saying it was dumb. And now she's using her.
That's just because you don't like blowjobs.
Well, that's part of it. Okay, but that's not all of it.
Mm-hmm. That's the real factor. You are a CoffeeZilla stan, and you are trying to sit here and stand behind his targeted attack on proud American entrepreneurs.
The Paul brothers are. Come on, they are scamming.
They are doing more for Puerto Rico than anybody lately. Did you know they? You know, they spend more money in Puerto Rico than what's that fucking rapper that's from there, that big famous one? I can't even think of his name. Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny called him out, and they fucking were like, all right, let's go for band and spit in Puerto Rico. And they spent like 3 times as much as he does. That's what I'm saying. People always want to vilify these guys. Yeah, people always want to vilify these guys because they look like the white colonizers. And really, in reality, what they're doing is reaching down to the poor and indigent and allowing people a leg up through their platforms become better. And you are sitting here trying to get on one of their haters.
Where's CryptoZoo? Why isn't that?
Listen, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Okay. You know, where's CoffeeZilla Zoo? Nowhere. You know why? Because
you never promised to come out with it.
You know what CoffeeZilla is?
Hawkcoin. Where the fuck? Where's that? Where's Hawkcoin?
You know what CoffeeZilla is? CoffeeZilla is a leech. He doesn't produce anything. All he does is tear hardworking entrepreneurs down.
Well, hold on. And by the way, sometimes when content creators are like those kind of critics and leeches, that's when they make their best content. For example, iDubbbz, right? Back when he did that shit, he was actually kind of entertaining. And now, when he doesn't do that shit, he's awful.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're probably one of these people that thinks Ice Poseidon should be locked up. And instead, we've gotten wonderful platforms due to him. We now have competitors to Twitch, partially because of Ice. If it was up to you, you would regulate this shit. Yeah, exactly. If it was up to you, you would sit here and you would want to regulate all this shit away, and we would not have any competition.
I would regulate with scams. Scams are already regulated away.
How long have you been? This is your tanky communist side coming out again.
Yeah.
You're trying to stop hardworking American entrepreneurs.
Oh yeah, stop them from scamming people overtly.
Scamming people. That's such a no. Just because people got sold a bad product doesn't mean it's a scam.
A bad product or a product that was never intended to
if anything, you know what we should do? If anything, I'll tell you who should be prosecuted. Is not these hardworking American entrepreneurs like CoffeeZilla is trying to do. He should be. You notice he's not investigating the American education system. That's the real people we should be investigating because these people were so stupid they fell along in mass. But no, he wants to go after the hardworking Americans.
I don't think he has the resources to investigate the education system.
But he could go in there and take some Twitter spaces, and he's
I think so. I think that's much easier, right?
Yeah.
I remember in SBF, right? SBF, he brought down that.
Yeah, he's just like a hardcore investigator reporter by being able to go on these Twitter spaces and give him the old bamboozle, razzle dazzle, and catch him in a couple tongue twisters. Mr. Fancy Lawyer,
is that what it was?
Yeah, Mr. Fancy Communist Lawyer Man over here would like that.
No, look, I like him. I like how he investigates people. I think SBF, for example, he with CoffeeZilla, who got him to admit that he was, the funds that were not supposed to be touched. He touched him. He was the one that sent him out.
I bet he did touch him, and we're not talking about the funds. You got to watch out for all these Diddy associates. That's another one. Did you know CoffeeZilla's associated with Diddy?
There's no way CoffeeZilla is associated with Diddy. That's just a complete false.
What if I find something that proves that?
Then I'll take a look at it, but you're not going to find something because he is not affiliated with Diddy.
Well, my Chat GPT AI says otherwise.
Does it? Show me.
Yeah, you'll wait. You have to wait. I can't give you all the goods before the debate.
Okay, we gotta sure. We gotta go over there.
We gotta move. Yeah. Right, we'll see.
Gibbs he's such a memer.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to take a quick leak.
Alrighty.
Hello all.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Some very festive Discord sounds.
What Discord sounds? I guess they changed it. I always have it muted.
Oh, well, you're just a better person than I am.
So
Have Everyone's away. Scott
Yeah.
went to the washroom.
Yeah, I'm just trying to set up all my shit, you know.
All right, I got to mute it for a second. Gibbs did not get me, Testicle Johnson. Damn, I really like these sunflower seeds, dude. They're, apparently a lot of sunflower seeds come from Russia and Ukraine. Like almost the entire global supply is like from those two countries. So I'm surprised these sunflower seeds aren't more expensive, given the war. Yeah, I feel like to be fair, if by the way, if Gibbs was investigated by CoffeeZilla, that'd be pretty. That would help him. Anybody. Well, depends, I guess, how brutally. If it was a meme, that'd be funny. It would help him out, I think.
Straight, right? Like this is
Only
my
one?
All right, we're ready.
my two online need to touch grass opinion is like I like Henry Cavill for being real and being dedicated to the lore and being against woke retards trying to fuck up stories that we love so much, that like when I see him like be replaced in some fashion, it just like leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
To be
I'm
fair,
not saying Superman's gonna be bad. I'm not gonna say like that, like there's nothing against it. I just like the moment I see it, I'm like, my brain immediately goes like, that's not my Superman. My Superman's Henry Cavill.
But to be
I like
fair,
him too much.
they're bringing some of them back, and I like. There's a rumor going around that he might have actually been asked to come back, but he was so set on doing what he wanted to do, which is the 40K thing, and like he finally got his way with like Amazon was like, we're not doing no woke shit, and that apparently he might not come back. I've seen that rumor going around a few times.
Is there a black Superman now? Is that what happened?
Yeah,
there's always been a There's always been a black Superman.
100%, a black Superman. Yeah. But anyway, Scott, what did he protect us? What did Henry Cavill protect the world from?
Female custodians.
Retards.
Female custodians.
Yeah, right.
Custodians?
Well, no, it's
Yeah,
just,
custodes.
so,
Yeah, he like vetted a huge fight because the lefties tried to invade. Henry Cavill's army is custodes. And he fucking but this is his most recent one. Is he said, I'm not gonna even do the show for Amazon if y'all force female custodes in here. And then they forced it into the lore with a couple of things. And he's like, I will not. And he's like, if y'all do a lore accurate show, we're not putting this character in here. I won't do a character related to this. And he like basically
the Sisters of Battle, and then you got women representation.
That's why don't they do that? Or the Inquisitors?
Pause. Can we just say for the record, Sisters of Battle are cooler. I'm so like I understand.
I want the Imperial Guard. Like, let's just get the Guard with the females, or like fucking like, or the Sisters of Battle.
Sisters of Battle are cooler, dude.
The Inquisitor.
Bro,
battle nuns are cool. Yeah, but that's like cliche compared to like
if you
badass.
If you betray your vows in some way as a Sister of Battle,
they write
prayer scripts onto pieces of paper, nail them to your skin, and you go out into battle with nothing but a weapon and no armor. And if you survive, you're forgiven. And you have someone basically whip you into being on the front lines of the battle. And if you survive the battles, you're completely forgiven because they know that the Emperor would never throw away a good warrior. Like that's there are elements to the Sisters of Battle, and they have their own version. Hold on, let me be careful because I know people get really attached to 40K lore.
Not me.
Like not you guys. I mean, for the audience, I don't want to piss anybody off, but like
it's gonna be me.
They're not Primarchs, okay? I get that they're not Primarchs, but some of the fucking saints that they have are fucking super badass bitches.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
That they're just like, oh, well, in order for it to be exclusive, we have to have this. Like, it's a dark fantasy world where everything is fucked up. Just stop trying to equalize everything in some proof that like women and men are exactly the same thing. They're not.
I assume what you were referring to was something in DC, but apparently not.
I'm also referring to The Witcher as well.
Gina Carano.
The fact that like that he got into it with the wokies in The Witcher and eventually, was so toxic because he decided that he wanted the show to be lore accurate and not a fucking disaster that like either he left or they kicked him out or both, a little of both.
Well, I don't know. He kind of he actually decided to leave any which way for another opportunity, and then that got rug pulled under him. So there's that. But
Well, yeah, like I'm saying, it's like
but
nobody
beyond that,
knows
hold on, hold on,
exactly how that
let
went.
me
Yeah.
finish my words. But like, in terms of um in terms of Warhammer 40K, so I have no attachment to the lore. I haven't, ever like really investigated. I've heard the surface level stuff about the emperor and his immortality and his sons and all that stuff. But I've never done a deep dive. But what I do know about it is that it's like an extreme fascist society, right? Like it's like fascism,
Well,
like has won.
the Imperium of
Um,
Man
yeah.
is extreme authoritarianism. It's not really fascist.
Yeah, it's not fascist.
I mean, it's
Okay, well,
xenophobic
It's like
and
an
it's authoritarian.
it's like an
I don't
authoritarian
know.
theocratic fascist.
If you want to know why the Imperial Man's good, guys, Danny Fortuna put out a video on
It's
YouTube.
very
Check it out.
weird that
Free shout out
you
there.
Fuck
on
that.
this,
But fuck that. The
but
Tau Emperor, the Tower Empire are the good guys.
It's
Oh, no, the Tau is evil as fuck, bro. They're
They're
like evil,
already
but
good
pretend to be
guys.
nice.
Oh, let me finish my words.
What did you start,
so,
Prime?
like I would just it's weird that you'd fight on this, but whatever. I don't care enough to make an argument. But
Bitch, you've thought about One Piece multiple times on here.
I
It's just
have.
not your thing
I
of
have.
nerddom.
Hold on.
not that weird.
I didn't say it was weird. Hold on. I never said it was weird. I started off saying I just don't know the lore. I just haven't looked into it. But I would never say it's weird. I'm big into Star Wars and Star Trek. Like the fuck, I wouldn't have a leg to stand on. All my point is that like I was like literally trying to back you up. That it seems like in the society that was drawn, the fascist one, that they wouldn't be some sort of effort to put women and men on the same pedestal, and that you would see some level of divide there, and so that would it would be weird to try to change that for the show.
Well, that's actually not true, though. Like, if you look at the 40K
not really
lore,
sexist.
yeah, if you look at the 40K lore, they're not sexist. Like, some of the High Lords, which is the highest position you can have, are female. Some of, like, the highest position people are, like, female. Like, yeah, 2 of the Primarchs have come back, but they've even had issues with, like, people that are probably equal to them in power level, right? Like, so it's kind of like, it's not, like, fascist. If anything, it's theocratic, which is like a tragedy because the emperor's anti like religion. I don't know. It's kind of complicated. Fascism is not the right word. That's what the lefties try to single out and put on 40K because they're like, oh, it's fascist. Yeah, it's what's happening.
Damn lefties.
But even when people call it fascist, it's not the saying it was bad. It's just saying, oh, like this is a dystopic future, and they attach the word fascist to it, even if they're not doing some political.
But it's not fascist.
But hold on. Calm down.
Let me bridge the gap.
Calm down about. Hold on 1 second. Just because like people often use the term fascist for if a politician or whatever they don't like, right? It's like, hey, this is a negative thing. Now,
that's what they're doing. 40K.
That doesn't necessarily mean that they're saying Warhammer 40K is a bad thing. They're just saying that it depicts an awful future.
Well, no. This is why I take umbrage with that is because I've been on panels where we've debated this, right, many times now, and like an attack by people on the left specifically will come in and say not only is 40K not satirical, which it is somewhat, but it's also not, that it is a fascist thing and it's not inclusive. We're empowering people by allowing this in gameplay. That is a like predominantly left person argument that like comes in, and if it's not left, it's people that are trying to come in and to ruin the lore. It's predominantly those people. So I definitely take issue when people describe it as fascist. It's authoritarian, maybe theocratic authoritarian, but fascist is not the correct word. And when people use that language, you're showing like a bias against established lore, and that's the problem I have with it.
Yeah, so I want to piggyback off what Admiral's saying just a little bit, right? Which is that like I think 2 things happen, right? People that aren't that well aware of it, what they see is they see authoritarian government from the Imperium of Man, and they see that there are elements of religious control, and that it is highly xenophobic, but it's xenophobic towards literal xenos, right? Like aliens, not like other races, but it is xenophobic. I mean, like, and they're
for good reason,
xenophobic,
and for good reason though.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's no race of people that exists outside of humans that don't. I mean, like, you have
the Tower fucking blue. Like, who wouldn't like them?
Yeah, and the humans already reached out to all these races. And they got fucked by them.
Hold on, pause. The Tau are arguably the least morally problematic group, and even they're
real fucking ugly.
Even
wrong
will fucking they don't. They're short people with no noses. I mean, yeah, they're ugly, but
no, they're overtly evil. They're like the most evil. They're way more evil than the Imperium.
Okay, but the Imperium of Man is fucking overtly evil.
Yeah, but this one is
like just think about it like this, man. So the Imperium is like Nazi Germany with Catholicism, and the Tau are like communist China. Okay, that's what it is.
Okay, but like yes, the Tau are basically collectivist communists that do everything for the greater good, right? But like the Tau will at least give you some freedom to like, you know, elevate yourself if you so choose to fucking do shit, and they don't conscript. Unlike the Imperium of Man, they conscript.
What do you mean? They absolutely conscript.
Hey,
Secondly, they
background noise from you. If you could.
Hey, that was me. Sorry about that.
Yeah, they like absolutely conscript. They wipe out other races just as much. Instead, when they like a new race join, unlike the
people that defy.
Yeah, well, no. Not only that, even willing races that join the Tau, it's more accurate that they like either create viruses to weed them out, or they'll like basically sterilize them. The Imperium, however, actually has several.
They also might be mind controlling them too.
Sure, that too. Which there's a lot of them.
Away their free will.
So they like pretend to be nice, and then they wipe you out on the download. The Imperium, as evil as it may be, will actually accept some alien races as client states.
We're getting
and then
we're
allow them to live.
The point that I'm trying to say is that like you can say they're fascist. They're not. They're fascistic in that they share some similarities. But the problem that triggers so many people that are 40K fans, or I guess 30K fans too. So we'll just say Warhammer. But like the problem that triggers them is that fascism kind of works the same way as like they them pronouns in a video game, right? When you see they them pronouns in a video game, that doesn't actually mean the video game's bad or woke, right? But it's a red flag. And that red flag is that like, oh, the people here felt it was really fucking important to put pronouns in their game. I wonder what other things they felt was fucking important. And I wonder if like they have all this toxic positivity and bullshit. The moment that somebody hears fascism, you know, and these people are fascists, it's exactly, maybe not exactly, but very often the type of people that Admiral Gibbs are talking about that are like, oh, you like Warhammer because you like fascism. And like, you guys make these memes because you're right-wing pieces of shit. And this lore is problematic. And we have to do something about changing the actual lore so that we can like stop breeding fascist ideology within young people that are playing this game. When really it's a fucking dark fantasy game about a doomed universe. Like,
that's exactly
where
right.
Everything is fucked.
I hear you. And to be clear, that's not what I was doing.
For sure.
And
that's why I was bridging the gap.
Sure. I hear you. When I'm using that term, it's because like where I've learned the lore. So not learned the lore, sorry. Where I've interacted with like summaries of the lore, they have called it specifically a fascist state from people who seem to know a lot more about it than I do. But I'm not going to argue this. Whatever, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascist.
It is fascist.
Right? It's just people.
Okay. Well, then he says otherwise.
Well,
like
no,
it is. It absolutely is. Like I don't know what you guys would argue about.
It's
fascist. It's fascism, but you know, it's fine. It's like a gateway to like normalizing fascism, which I think is a good thing.
Oh, here we go.
Well, if you like role-playing fascism,
oh my lord. This is why. See what I started, Prime?
The last video that I looked at on Warhammer, right? Actually, it was really interesting because it talked about how specifically like the organizations. I'm not sure exactly who was in charge of Warhammer or like whatever, right? But there has been like specific efforts to keep like real life like neo-Nazis out of it, right? From taking this thing and making it theirs. There've been like proclamations from like the governing body or whoever,
GW.
right? Saying that this isn't
Workshop.
Yours, yeah. Like we specifically reject that typology. Everyone is welcome here, but you have to respect others. Like that seems like a good thing.
Yeah,
we want
that's.
to be involved.
But why is that? Right? Is it because Games Workshop secretly had people working for them that were Nazis? No, it's because Twitter Twitter has some fucking Nazi somewhere that makes some fan art, and then people on the left are like, see, and then they blow it up so that they can attack a fandom, and then Games
That's
Workshop
exactly
knows
right.
that if they don't say anything, that they're going to be like, oh, so you support it by not saying anything. So of course they put out statements being like, yeah, it's not fucking Nazism. It's not fucking like, this isn't an allegory to fucking modern day politics of fascism. This is a dark universe in which fucking there are so many horrible things that have gone wrong that like this is just the state of a dying empire.
We got all that. All of it just saying, hey, it's a good thing that like I'm rejecting the notion that this is some sort of gateway into fascism, or like the people who enjoy it are fascistic or whatever, right? Like
I mean, they might be.
that,
I'm sure some of them are.
yes, but that's the thing. The company seems to be rejecting that and on making sure this is a space that everyone can enjoy. And that's a good thing. So hooray for that company, and good luck to my
Yeah,
Warhammer
and so long
brothers.
as they keep fucking females as Sisters of Battle and Imperial Guard and not fucking Custodes or the new Prime, the new fucking Space Marines. Fuck, what are they called?
Primaris. The Primaris, yeah.
Primaris.
I will say this: GW has done a pretty good job. Like, I feel like this is like you said, they put out some statements, and the community's been pretty like good at self-moderating. I'm sure there's some like exceptions, right? Yeah. But this is where the difference between Star Wars, I think, and like 40K is gone. 40K tried to change some of the lore and make it like a little woke, because they do have like there's two groups of writers there, and one of the writers group is a little more woke, and they try to change some of the lore, and the community like outright rejected it on like lore reasons. And there's been some battles between some people, obviously, like saying, oh, yeah, it's good. Oh, yeah, y'all are just fascists. Sure. But like GW kind of looked at the whole. And I feel like most people that were arguing were upset, like, hey, the lore has been important for a while now. Y'all like basically set these things in stone. Like now y'all are going back on this. So like, we'll just leave. And I think the bottom line got hurt for the first time in like 22 years. They had a bad quarter. And they basically like that didn't meet expectations, and so they fucking immediately. I think it was right before 10th, and they like basically were like, nope, we're changing this stuff back. They like, we can't change this one thing now because we've already made it official, but we're like getting rid of these people. We're gonna change stuff like to like maybe make this more lore friendly, and they've done a much better job as opposed to like Star Wars, which is like they have like two groups working, and one group's like respects the lore, and one group is like, we're gonna make shit woke to be woke and not have any good story writing, which is like a problem because Star Wars has already been inherently leftist. So like, why do you got to just do something for the sake of doing it as opposed to like writing a good story that justifies it?
Okay, well, I don't know anything about Warhammer, and I'll leave that conversation there. In Star Wars, you and I have had disagreements there, so I don't trust your opinion on
not the most accurate opinion.
Sorry,
hold on, are you denying that Star Wars has gone extremely woke?
For the sake of being woke.
No, sorry. I didn't mean. I wanted to clean that up. That like they were putting out bad storylines because they were a bit more inclusive or whatever.
The High Republic in thread.
I'll give you an example. We don't
have to. Sorry, we don't have to. Okay, I didn't mean to start a conversation here. What? Right? We can talk about it later on.
Free topic.
We'll talk. But
only two people know what you know.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
it's four, Ollie. It's four people.
Who's the other two?
Right, yeah, fine. But I mean,
I think
I will just say this without giving any examples, without going into it. You're absolutely wrong, and I can bring the receipts whenever you want them.
I got the receipts. They're right here.
So you made the purchase. That means you bought in. That means you bought into the propaganda. If you have the receipts, that means you made the purchase.
No, that means I researched what I was talking about.
I can show you.
Plus, I keep hoping it improves.
I can talk about it.
Yeah, I was a huge Star Wars fan growing up. Like Star Wars is like a big formative part of my life growing up, right? Like it was a big part of like.
It was a good try though, Ollie.
Like,
nice haircut.
Who I was and like what I like that. If there was ever a fandom as a young boy that like I was into, it was Star Wars.
Fast and the Furious for me. Greatest fandom ever.
Fast and the Furious.
Greatest series in the history of storytelling. They started off selling. Wait. They started off stealing DVDs and ended up saving the fucking world and putting a car in. It's the greatest story ever told.
That's the greatest.
Well, they just copied Elon Musk, really, because he was the first guy to put a car in space.
You're great.
Greatest story ever told.
All right. Well, Ali, that is an interesting thing to learn about you. Noted.
I swear to God, that's the nerdiest and least nerdy thing you could possibly be at the same time. Like, it's so nerdy because it's so weird to be in a fandom like that. And at the same time, that's such a dude bro thing to be into, as opposed to like.
What do you mean? Chicks love Fast and Furious.
You know what I mean?
But
great story.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Well,
they were stealing DVDs, and then they saved the world.
Clearly, sociologic. You know, he understands one thing, and that's family.
Family is everything.
All right.
You need the Vin Diesel voice to do that.
I don't do voices.
Okay. Well, that was great so far. So yeah, it's a free topic, but I do want something that like more people can.
Yeah, speaking of family, what do you think of the Biden crime family passes out the
No. If we're talking about criminals, I want to talk about Luigi. I want to talk about Luigi and how they're making this guy look like the coolest fucking person on earth. Did you see the perp walk? Did you see the? Are you serious?
Yeah, it was a pretty badass perp walk. Yeah.
You just gave people wallpapers, memes for day up, man.
100%.
Yeah, I mean
that's iconic.
They didn't do that, right? Like that's the media that does that, right? Like,
well they call the media. They let the media know.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like
they definitely did that.
Hold on, every high-profile criminal is going to have a perp walk where they're in orange.
Yeah, with like 60 cops and like body armor around them,
and the mayor
close them up. They're like walking with them. Like, give me a break.
No,
Come on, bro.
Hold on. No, listen. Like they did the exact same thing with the Boston Marathon bomber. Right?
Yeah,
that guy was a bomber.
yeah, totally different scenario.
Are you just gonna keep praise? Are you gonna keep just interrupting me to praise terrorists like a piece of shit that you are?
No,
nobody terrorists.
Praising a terrorist, right? And you said that because he's
you're
Muslim.
You're talking positively about the Boston Marathon.
We're not.
Nobody said that.
No one's talking.
Nobody's said positive.
We're just saying
that two terrorists.
No, they're not a fair comparison. One's a single murder guy. One's a bomber, an actual terrorist. Of course, they're gonna have like all the people around him with body armor. Like, no, hold on. This is like a scale thing. One of them's literally a terrorist bomber. Yeah, you're gonna put 50 guys. Well, yeah, one's gonna put 50 guys around him with body armor. One's like 185-pound dude that killed one person. You probably don't need two SWAT teams around him, like carrying him in, posing. Like, come on, bro. Like.
They're both high-profile
terrorists. Oh my God!
The actions that they're capable of doing are already done, and they're already locked.
Wait, is every murderer a terrorist?
It's not them. It's not that. Hold on. It's not like specifically.
No, not every
Luigi.
murderer is a terrorist. He's a fucking terrorist because he specifically targeted someone that he didn't have any personal grievances against. That he.
No, I'm saying it was purpose. I'm saying the reason is different.
You guys are missing it.
Fuck up.
You guys
Jesus
are
fucking Christ! You guys are gassing up terrorists and won't let
nobody's gassing up
terrorists.
Lactoid, you want to say something?
Yes, the reason for the security.
Cool. Like, I'll eventually get it out.
The reason for the security is because they have fans.
I disagree, though. All right, this is why I think because one
gonna do.
It's not the fans. It's the.
They said
what are the fans gonna do? Maybe shoot somebody? Maybe
it's not the fans.
I'm afraid of people freeing him, but whatever, right? There's like no
Daniel Penny has fans.
Threat.
They didn't walk him out like that.
Daniel Penny has much more well-armed fans, but they weren't there as well.
Yeah, exactly. They posed the side
but his fans aren't
don't shit and burn down cities.
Why? They're people who wish a motherfucker would. Just right there, boom.
Calm down, right? Like my only pushback against Scott, at least initially, later on.
When I said like 4 words, got it.
Yeah, 4
only
words.
4.
Scott only ever got 4 words out.
I'm gonna start counting.
Corey, bring out the counter.
Yeah,
anyway,
way off.
My initial pushback was simply his framing of the situation of the photograph, right, as a media creation rather than that of the government, right, the state, right. They specifically wanted this image. And that's why Mayor Eric Adams wanted to be there, right? This was a high-profile moment. He wanted the publicity, he wanted the attention, he wanted to seem like he's cleaning up crime, even though he's like the biggest criminal in New York City right now. He wanted all that, right? I'm not sure how much say he had specifically uh, in the security decisions there. So I'm not I'll make any comments about that. But he wanted to be there because he knew what kind of photograph this was going to be. So this was
you're arguing against
designed
point I
by
haven't made.
this.
But you're arguing against points we haven't made the whole time.
So this is the thing that I was saying. So let's just leave it on. So I think yes, the state used the media, right, because they know they're going to be there to take pictures, right? But they made these specific decisions around the security for this individual because they thought this was going to send the kind of message that they liked.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. So as I was saying, right, that every single high-profile terrorist gets a large perp walk because of security reasons. Now, you guys that aren't anarchists may view the media and the United States government as these wholly separate entities. But as Mencius Moldbug called them, and as many libertarians have adopted the framework, they are all part of the cathedral. We see the media institutions and government institutions as one and the same creature, just different arms of the Leviathan. So yes, I absolutely agree that they're quote unquote making him look good, but they're making him look good for a reason. And the reason isn't so that they can be like, we're going to make an example out of this guy so that we stop the terrorist actions against these corporations. They're doing it for the same fucking reason that the media is doing it, because it's hype and because they like what he fucking did.
Yeah, I agree with that part. I think it's both. They definitely set up, because if you look at like Timothy McVeigh's perp walk, which I have photos of now, which is a bigger bomb, like a bigger threat. He has 2 FBI guys around him, and then some like sheriffs that are just dressed out, like normal clothes. And then you compare.
To be fair,
sure. I mean, I don't know the '90s, but
like,
you can look at all sorts
had like
of
2 guys. Like they're
like,
what do you?
Yeah, you can look up all these people
who've done way worse. Right, a much smaller group of people around them.
I agree with you for the reason why they did it, Fabian. But like, I think Prime is right. Like, they had an agenda, and they walked them out here with these people. I guess you and Prime disagree on the agenda, but it's definitely because I think they're trying. These lefties got in power. They wanted him to send a message.
You guys are comparing. You guys are comparing the scale of the terrorism to the amount of guards that are necessary. The guards are the guards are not there to stop the prisoner from escaping of his own volition. The guards are there because of potential outside actors. And Luigi has fans on literally all of the fucking political spectrum.
I literally mentioned that previously, but you weren't listening. But okay, Ali.
Well, like, so like all this happened. How did these people that turned him in? There's 3 people who reportedly turned him in. Are they ever going to get their money? Because I heard like some shit that like in the Lactoid, you might be able to speak more to this. That like, before you get given this up, first of all, it's up to a $50,000 and up to a $10,000 reward. It has to go before a board. They have to approve like the amount, and then it gets divvied out, and they might not get it for years. Is that like typically how some shit works?
I got no idea as to this mechanism.
Fuck the narc.
Fucking waste.
What?
Fucking waste of time, bro.
You heard me. Fuck the narc.
Fucking
I don't approve of the crime or anything.
Yeah, you're not gassing up terrorists, but you hate.
That's not gassing up terrorists.
No, hold on. Those are 2 different things, right? I'm saying, hey, I don't support the crime. I wouldn't have told this person to assassinate the individual, right? I would not provide them the weapons. Gibbs might have. And I went.
I know, definitely.
I would have sold it.
Gibbs sold it.
You're saying
Gibbs isn't giving anyone anything.
Well, hold on. I don't like hitting dogs. So I don't want to call in line either.
Obviously showing some level of support for the terrorists.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I'm not support for the terrorists. I'm just saying that, like,
the terrorist.
I'm saying that. Oh no, whatever. I think it's
no. She's literally a terrorist that you agree with. You can't just be like,
No,
he's definitionally a terrorist.
Hold on. Injecting all the time. I'm saying, I'm literally, if you like let me finish my words, I'm like, oh yeah, well, yeah.
He was talking to me. He was talking to me.
I wasn't talking to you, Prime.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't attacking you. I was attacking sociologic.
Okay, fair enough. But I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, call him a terrorist. I mean, that's fine.
Wait. Who told you I agree with him?
Yeah.
I can think what he did was wrong, and I just don't think it's terrorism.
Right? Why? Why is it not terrorism?
because I didn't think he inflicted terror on a group of people. I think there was like,
you think terrorism
one dude died? Yeah,
terror. Okay, so
yeah.
the definition of
Like on like a
terrorism, right?
large group
which
under like a
definition are
large
you
sum.
using?
The one in up here. I'm not really using it like I don't like Google things.
Terrorism. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. I guess we're working on different views of what terrorism is. Maybe it's a cultural thing here, but from what I understand, terrorism is committing acts of violence that are designed to sway political pressure in one means or another against another group of people, which instills some level of fear. Right.
Well, I mean, if that's what terrorism is, then I mean, sure.
He didn't have a personal vendetta against the UHC CEO because that was never his insurance company or his family's insurance company. That was just the one that he thought was either particularly bad or the one that he was able to target more easily. We don't know yet, but it wasn't like that guy was in charge of his back surgery claim or his family's claims in any regard. Okay, so he went after a specific guy and he wrote a manifesto and he put out political statements. Okay, and it's very clear that that his action was designed to spur a conversation and political change via the use of fear and terrorism. Like, that's what it is. He is definitionally a terrorist.
Oh, I mean,
that he's not.
Sure.
I mean, maybe you're working off a different definition. Fair enough.
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely.
Like, it's not really terrorism, like, because I mean, like, what these people did was bad, and they deserve.
No. I'm not. I'm not defending that. I understand why why everyone's apathetic to the fact that he did this, but like I don't condone he should go to jail. But I also think Daniel Penny should go to jail. So
I think. Oh God. So the definition of terrorism. The definition of terrorism, I would agree with.
Both kill people.
I think the actual Wikipedia is like if you target a non-combatant with the expressive purpose of like accomplishing some kind of like political or ideological end, that would be terrorism. I think it's probably true, right? I mean, the Boston Marathon bombers, that's terrorism. You're targeting non-combatants to try to instill fear to get some kind of political change.
What about school shooters then?
Depends what their motivations are. It depends what their motivations
are. It depends on
if
they're doing it for political change.
Yeah, exactly. Like if a school shooter is like, oh, they've all bullied me, I'm going to get my revenge. Probably not terrorism. But if they're like, I'm going, perhaps if it's like, I don't know, like I'm going to target
the Christchurch shooter, right? Like
terrorism.
He's clearly a terrorist,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Like that's a mass shooter that's targeting Muslims, or the guy, the white supremacist that shot up Walmarts near the border, right? Like that guy is clearly engaged in terrorism.
Wait, why that one? Why that one? Why that one? Why the Walmart one? I don't
because he was shooting random people so that his manifesto about like immigration issues would be seen, or the guy that ISIS claimed that shot up the Pulse nightclub, right? It was because there was a bunch of degenerates, right? Another example of like mass shooters clearly can engage in terrorism, right?
But not every mass shooter is a terrorist.
Exactly.
Well, the guy
I'm literally
right. Well, no, but like the guy that shot up the school in that like got Alex Jones in trouble. Jesus Christ, what was the school called?
That shooting, right?
Sandy Hook, right?
Right.
Oh, Sandy Hook. Sandy Hook. My bad. Sandy Hook.
Sandy Hook. So the Sandy Hook shooter killed his mom first, and then went out and killed a bunch of kids, presumably because he hated his fucking mother. Right? Like that's not terrorism. That's just a fucking psycho.
See, I would call that terrorism because like you went to a school, there's like random people, and then like everyone's going. Well, I would say that. Now the town is in panic.
Terrorizes the local populace.
Still fear and terror, but it's not terrorism just because it instills terror.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
Well, I think we're splitting some hairs here.
I mean, I'm agreeing. I'm literally asking.
It's important though because he's getting charged with terrorism. My understanding is. So I mean, that's.
I think the reason that they're charging with terrorism is so that the more of these acts that are not necessarily clearly politically biased can be charged as terrorism, which carries a little bit more of a penalty and allows them a little bit more room. The federal government a little bit more room to investigate who they are, where they've been, who their friends are, all of that sort of thing.
Well, it might just be a jury problem too, right? Like, I mean,
it could be a jury problem as well.
Like, I mean, if you can use terrorism, then you can try him basically anywhere if you feel that there's like jury issues in New York from people that would support him, because there's a bunch of fucking lefties in New York that are like, yeah, this guy went after the CEOs, right? But if it's a terrorism charge, now it's federal, right? We can pull it out of the state of New York if we can't find a jury that can convict, and we can put him somewhere where we can actually fucking convict the guy.
You know,
that would be my guess. Because I mean, first degree murder is first degree murder, and it's very clear that it's first degree murder, right? Like, obviously premeditated. The dude fucking wrote shit on the fucking casings of the gun, right? Like, there's never been a more clear-cut case of first degree, like premeditated murder. Made the gun, right? He had monopoly money in a bag. Like, he went to a McDonald's to get caught 286 miles away so that people could see the 286 code. And he had his Twitter profile had 286 accounts.
So you saw the same YouTube video?
And then, well, I didn't see a YouTube video, but I saw like a breakdown on Twitter. His Twitter banner had the 286 Pokemon in the Pokedex, right? Like, everything was set up so that when he killed this guy, people would see the insurance code 28/6 would be in his manifesto, would be on his Twitter account.
What does that code mean?
That's also a political statement which would move to terrorism.
A claim 28/6 or 286 is when they deny you a claim based upon you not filling out paperwork in a timely manner. It's like the most bullshit reason to get denied. It's like you're like sick with cancer and someone can't come help you for a week, and then you didn't fill out paperwork quick enough, and they're like, oh, your claim's denied because you didn't fill out the paperwork in the 5-day time window you were supposed to.
Sure. But if we're going to say that, if we take into account his manifesto and all of that, he is seeking a change politically or otherwise, and that would fall under terrorism by your definition.
Yeah, we agree.
Yeah, it's terrorism.
Yeah, no, I think sociologic just understood terrorism differently.
Yeah, I just didn't use that definition.
That's the other thing that I point out.
Nah, I think he's like I think he's a dude who killed some dude in the subway. I don't think he's like a hero.
He saved an old lady.
He stood up for women.
I don't think he saved anyone.
He stood up for women and a child.
He didn't do anything.
He's a hero. You should be giving him a medal. That's what he should be doing.
He actually might get a congressional medal.
It's okay. You think
some white guy who killed a bum? It's kind of crazy.
Maybe if we had more respect for him, someone wouldn't have lit a woman on fire on the subway.
Yeah, that's a good point. That literally happened in the same subway. The same subway.
It did.
And so we should have more civilians in the subway strangling homeless people.
By the way, nobody stopped that.
No, Fabian
just like we need more. Just like we need more Luigi's, right? Just like we need more.
Fabian brings up a good
point.
No,
we don't need more Luigi's. Yes, less homeless people. Less homeless people. More CEOs.
Fabian brings
why? Man, but why? What?
Because I want to answer that. Because look, I will give you a prime example. This is hold on. So we just saw this video, the video of the lady burning, right? The argument you made recently, Prime, on a panel was you would hope that if you were in a situation where somebody was doing something to somebody else, that you would step in. Now, you didn't say what manner, but you would hope that you would step in. Right. Okay. Daniel Penny stepped in. Now, y'all think he went too far, so be it. However, he stepped in and tried to save him. Now, fast forward to, what was it, today or yesterday? There's a literal video. This lady got thrown on, lit on fire by a man, check, man from Guatemala who had been deported and made his way back in industry. So border problem, no big deal. But we'll come back to that.
That's fake news, bro. Fake news.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, I just saw it a few minutes ago. Sue News.
Fake news,
he wasn't illegal immigrant.
Hold on. He wasn't illegal immigrant. But the point is, we literally, on the video, you see 3 people and a cop walk by and do nothing to the person that lit him on fire and nothing to the person that was on fire, because guess what? Everybody's so afraid that if they step in and help somebody now, that they're going to get sued.
So not if you light someone on fire. Not if you light someone on fire.
Because if they die,
no. Homeless dude whacking out on the subway and watching someone light someone else on fire are two different, a little bit different.
No,
like slightly. I'll lit on someone a little bit.
Same thing.
Hey, that's not that different.
Obviously.
Exactly. 1-to-1.
There's 1-for-1. I'll be right.
It's 1-for-1. The guy's got 40 charges, and one of them for beating up an old woman, and he's out on a felony.
No one knew about the 40 charges. I'll be back.
No, what we did know is he's getting threatening somebody in their face, throwing punches at him.
He assaulted women 3 times, not 1 time.
Yeah.
3 times.
But didn't assault anyone there. But
he was throwing. Hold on. If I walked up to your grandma, I'm going to honestly answer the problem. If I walked up to your grandma and I saw some random dude and your grandma's sitting there next to you, and I walk up and throw this at her, are you going to step in?
No, honey, I didn't say that.
Because that's what this guy is alleged to have done.
We talked about this. I said yes, I would step in. I think.
So then you're Daniel Penny.
No, hold on. No, I'm not for Daniel Penny. Again, I'm.
Or would you kill a person, Prime?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, that's yeah. So that means that stepping in means using lethal force against someone. Obviously not. I wouldn't do that. Obviously, I wouldn't do that.
How do you know what lethal force is? What if you tackle me and I have a heart condition and I die?
Yeah, this on the neck.
That's not what he was doing. That's not what he was doing.
I know exactly what he was doing.
I saw the whole video.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, I saw it too. Thank you, whatever. But the point is that like
that's not what he was doing. So you know he wasn't doing it.
Cutting off the windpipe, right? Like cutting off the person's putting his hands there, right? That was
so I have a So if I have a pre-existing condition and I die, you would be just as guilty as Daniel Penny, then, right?
I didn't say he was like a.
No. I'm saying in our situation, even if you didn't put your hands on my windpipe and I go down, you take me down, and I die because I have a heart condition, heart attack, would you be just as guilty?
If it's not a like a person can die of like unrelated reasons. If I've done nothing to obviously cause you.
Well, you took me down. The impact of me hitting the ground caused me to have a heart attack.
Another qualifier.
You mean like having sickle cell and being on a bunch of drugs?
If we use certain force against human beings.
Yeah, so a tackle.
Like we can reasonably assume that they'll die, right? Like don't bullshit.
So a tackle if I have a heart condition.
And all these things. Right?
So a tackle if I have a heart condition.
Like whatever.
So a tackle if I have a heart condition would count, right?
Yeah, hold on.
You're going away with the consequences.
Stop trying to do.
I'm just asking you a question. Would that categorize?
I already answered the question.
So then the answer is yes.
Yeah, I know. You're gonna pretend like you don't understand, right?
You're the one who doesn't understand.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Sure.
Admiral, you keep asking about the consequences based upon health events. He's already answered that question.
No, he hasn't.
I want to ask Prime.
No, he hasn't. Hold on, Xavier. I haven't got an answer to that. I want the answer. Well, this is the thing. Oh no, this is where I'm not accepting that, because this is the question I'm asking. If I die because you tackle me and I have a heart attack, and because I have a pre-existing condition, much in the same manner, this other guy had sickle cell, or what's his name, had fentanyl in the system,
sickle cell and synthetic marijuana.
But there's all these other examples of people dying when people go down. Which you have all at that standard. The standard is y'all go, oh well, since they have something pre-existing and this person died, they're guilty. So in this case, you would be guilty. Already. Right?
He answered this question 3 times.
Well, he has the answer, Fabian. I'm not fucking asking you, so just wait till he actually answers it. God damn, bro, it's really that simple. I know you have to. Oh, you listen. Well, listen. I'm not spurging. I'm spurging on you because Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up for 30 seconds and let somebody else answer a question on their own. Nobody needs you to hold their hand. You're not fucking. This isn't kindergarten. We're grown ass men. God damn, bro. Like, listen. Next time I want you to jack off the answers so hard, I'll whip my dick out. Jesus Christ.
Apparently, it is kindergarten because you forgot.
He's still talking. He's still talking.
2 years, and you didn't listen to him answer the question 3 fucking
He's still talking, Jesus Christ, bro. Listen, are you getting paid per word you speak? Because that's the only explanation I can come up with. Like, holy Christ, bro. I'm still waiting for Prime to answer. You're still over here.
He answered 3 times.
All right, listen.
Saying other random shit. Like
random shit. Okay.
The conversation.
Prime, can you remind us what the answer is, Prime?
Go ahead. Remind us for the 4th time.
It doesn't even matter now. At this point, I might as well just fucking go take a shit in my head. Like, I don't even care anymore. Like, Jesus Christ.
And then if you don't care anymore.
I mean, yeah, because I just like it kills the whole convo every time.
This is the question that I've asked. Prime Kais, you said that you watched the video. Very simple question. Do you believe, based off of the videos, there's multiple videos, but I'm assuming you meant both of them. When you watched the videos and you saw his takedown, and you saw him release the chokehold multiple times, and you saw him communicate to other people to get help and to get people there, and then when you saw him release him into I don't think you actually see in any of the videos the exact second that he's releasing him into custody, but you do see him let go multiple times, right? And you see him struggle. It is your opinion that what he was doing, was he attempting to use force to kill him? Or did he die inadvertently?
No. I didn't say he was attempting to kill him.
So you recognize
he accidentally killed him.
Knowledge and ability, he did not try to kill him. Correct?
Yeah, I said that previously.
Okay. So what you're saying is you're saying simultaneously that the consequences and medical situation are not what matters, right? So it's not whether or not he had sickle cell or drugs in his system, right? That may have caused him to die. What caused him to die is the use of lethal force, but you see him do the best that he
It was
can
a
to
foreseeable
use
death.
less than lethal force.
It was a foreseeable death, I think.
Okay,
I'm sorry,
you realize
you
the
think
needle?
it's
Do you realize
foreseeable?
the needle that you were trying to thread here, right? Which is that an individual attempts to stop someone and attempts to use non-lethal force, but you're retroactively saying it should be.
I mean, he's a
foreseeable
trained
for any
individual.
type of like.
He's a
Do you understand how? Do you understand how that's
wasn't-
crippling? Hold on,
No.
let me finish this, right? Do you understand how that would be crippling towards anybody that wants to save somebody, act in self-defense, or act in self-defense of others, where they have to thread this needle about what may be seen as potentially lethal force, even when they are, by your own admission, using less than lethal force,
I didn't say
or
he
at
was
least
using
attempting to use less than lethal force.
attempting to use it. But
He wasn't.
If you're
So how does
attempting
one
to use, you
defend
can't
themselves?
intentionally use it. That doesn't work. That logically doesn't follow.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I think he's taking issue with the fact that I said less than lethal because obviously it
No,
was
he said that he was attempting to use less than lethal. If you're attempting to use less than lethal, you can't infer that the guy meant to use lethal force, and therefore your argument is no.
No. He did use lethal force. He
said
didn't
less
mean
than
to.
lethal, and then Prime Kai interrupted to be like, and then
Wait,
I
hold up, wait.
cleaned it up.
So
Hold on.
Like,
if he was using
wait.
lethal force, the guy would have passed out or passed away right there. The guy got up and walked away.
And then died because
he didn't walk away.
He did not get up and walk.
He did.
away.
He walked
Giving
away.
the police alive.
He was
He didn't walk
alive when
away.
the cops got there. Can I, Prime, do you have a problem with the actual initiation of force, or do you think that he just held them too long?
Could you explain exactly what you mean?
So, for example, the actual storyline, and this is why his prior results are important, because we don't have the video of what actually happened. We have to sort of make assumptions based on witness statements and also based on just what we know about Neely, right? We know that in the years preceding this, he has assaulted random attacks, 3 different women, one of whom he punched so hard broke her nose and a part of an orbital bolt. And so he would just randomly assault women, right? He would get aggressive and then randomly assault people. The witnesses, somewhat coincidentally, testified that he was being very aggressive. They heard him say, quote, "I don't have food, I don't have drink, I'm fed up, I don't mind going to jail and getting life in prison, I'm ready to die. Someone is going to die today." Penny said that Neely repeatedly threatened to kill other passengers. Other witnesses said Neely made half-lunge movements and was within half a foot of people who were called fearing for their lives. A mother with a child testified that Neely charged at passengers and she shielded herself and her child behind a stroller, believing she may die.
I think that. Oh, sorry. If that's we don't have to do the preamble. I remember all of this. So, if you're saying that, and I said this last week, if you're asking, was there a reason to step in, a justifiable reason? Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So the actual initiation of I got to stop this guy. We're all good with that. Now the only question. So you put your hands in him. Understood. The only question is then, is it reasonable if you're dealing with somebody who's being very aggressive and who's bigger than you? Is it reasonable to try to take them down from behind? And is it reasonable to hold them as opposed to letting them go so they might get up around and hurt you?
You can hold them differently.
Yeah,
you don't have to choke.
How?
No, there you go. You grab them in Nelson or whatever the fucking grab is, where you have half the one arm up and around the neck. There you go. There, he can't move. He's incapacitated.
Yeah, hold on. That can
You didn't
also damage the windpipe. That can actually damage the windpipe
Not
first.
only could that also kill him, given the fact that there was he had sickle cell and was also high in synthetic marijuana, which has cardiovascular effects. It could very well be that was a major contributor here. In fact, there was testimony to that very effect. But I think what Scott was saying earlier, I think, is really important when we're talking about is the assumption here that was what you did reasonable, or given hindsight, could you have done something differently? I think that's the question. I agree that maybe it would have worked out differently if he came up from behind and like did a different wrestling move. Maybe, we don't know. Still could have killed him. We don't know.
I mean, he's not just a random civilian. He's trained like what is he? Marine or Navy? What is he?
That doesn't mean he's ex-marine.
An army guy.
That doesn't ex-marine, but that doesn't mean as much as you think it does. I've talked.
Oh no, yeah, but it means a little bit more than you're like egging on, right?
But
it means less than I think, but more than you're playing off.
What I'm saying is like it's very difficult training in these specific codes.
No, I think that
they absolutely have.
We can talk
the
about that.
Few
in
of the
second.
strong, the Marines.
I understand. We can talk about that. We can talk about that in 1 second. My understanding was from the testimony it was not definitively shown that Daniel Penny had a lot of practice doing this, had knew exactly what to do. It was more.
He was a Marine.
Doesn't matter. Most of the time, if you're like in the military, and I haven't been in the military, so I guess this is like secondhand. But it doesn't mean that Wick was in the military. Does he know all the different chokeholds? He told me no, he doesn't. He said he doesn't know any, despite the fact that he was in the military and he went.
Wasn't he in the Air Force?
I don't remember which branch he was.
Why would that matter? You're in the military.
You still have to go
the Air Force.
You still have to go
hand-to-hand combat.
Hold on. You still have to go through boot camp. You're still trained with weapons. You're mostly trained with weapons. Like there's all sorts of reasons.
Pretty sure the training is different. Well, Fabian was.
Again, it doesn't matter because no matter how trained you are, if you got somebody in a chokehold and they're bigger than you, and it's incredibly hard to hold somebody down if they don't want to be held down. If you are going to move positions or change your hold or something, that provides them an opportunity to get up and hurt you or hurt somebody else.
There's all kinds of ways to hold a person. Don't use the chokehold.
I mean, we can armchair quarterback this.
And again, he
should have shot him in the hand, right? That's the classic.
Yeah, no, sure. Again, you're doing the same thing Gibbs did, right? So now we have to do an escalation, right? So,
no, I was asking a simple, straightforward question.
There was he was holding him down with the assistance of at least 2 other individuals.
One of whom was black.
There.
Which indicates what, Pride?
What is nothing? Yeah. Which means nothing. I don't know why you even.
Well, it means a lot because this has been racially portrayed 100%.
No, not that part.
None of us are racially portraying this.
2 other people.
It has been though. BLM.
But yeah, it's showing your perspective on this, right? Showing your own biases.
No, I'm not talking about that. It's what does the 2 other people holding him down indicate, Pride?
About
there was help.
His action.
Right, and what does that mean?
The only reason this is being talked about is because the white guy
So, Pride, the reason I'm asking about the 3 people helping is not because of the races.
Biases lie on this. Yeah, understood, right? The thing that really.
What is my bias?
BLM went up and gave a speech.
I'm not even talking about that part.
As always with black toys.
BLM gave a speech.
Anti-white racism.
BLM gave a speech.
I know.
They said it was racist.
Oh yeah. Did I say it was racist?
The reason I pointed out that he was black was because there is a major race conversation surrounding this. Let's not pretend like there isn't. And BLM
but we're
was
not
there
having that conversation right now. But we're not having that conversation.
Yeah, it was a throwaway comment. You can just say, yeah, he was black, and then move on.
It was a dig.
Because you don't care.
It was a dig.
No, it was a clarification that this has nothing to do with race.
We weren't. No one was talking. Who were you clarifying?
The audience. It's not just you. There's people watching who think this was racist.
Okay, great. Yeah, but then you were talking to me. You didn't say, "Hey, audience." Sorry, audience. I want to remind you.
I didn't specify audience. Should I have to do that from now on?
Yeah. I say, no. I'm the one who says, "Hey, he had other people assisting him in here, right?" And then response to me,
audience, he was black, just so you know. So when BLM was saying it was racist, they're full of shit.
Guys.
Yeah, now you can move the goalposts to pretend like, I was just doing it for the edification of the audience.
Yeah, bullshit. I was specifying he was black.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and then why'd you do that? And
because this is a racially charged situation. Are you denying this?
No, hold on, real quick, right? Like when you don't. I understand that you're not talking about race. I in this situation, right? You're talking about the facts of the case, and I respect that, and I understand that, Prime, right? But also, I think it's important to recognize, right, that when something is made a racial issue, and it becomes a national conversation about white supremacy. When the largest organization in America that speaks about violence and brutality and systemic racism, from the black perspective, is championing a court trial. We don't get to have this portion where it's like part of the country is willing to die on the hill that this is white supremacy, and then we're weird for talking about race. Like we're somehow a race grifter, or that we're bringing race into the conversation. Like I would totally understand your position if this was like two white guys or two black guys and nobody talked about racial issues, and then we were like, by the way, the guy that got killed was black. You'd be like, why the fuck are you bringing race into this? And that would be a perfectly fair thing to say. But I think it's important to note that obviously race was a big part of, at the very least, even if you claim that it didn't play a role in the trial, which it did, and it specifically did because the prosecutor kept referring to him as that white guy.
Yeah,
but that's what we're saying is none of us referred to that, and it's an obfuscation from the conversation that they were having, because it just look, we're at the point where we're at now. We're now talking about the defense of the reason of why we're bringing up race.
You guys, that we were talking about if he needed to use lethal force.
I think what you just said was reasonable.
Well, I have something to say too.
Before you, okay, so I'm going to go to you, Gibbs. I'm letting our friend Majin here as well. So I hear you, Scott. And I think the words you just said were reasonable. So I acknowledge that. On the other hand, the conversation that we were talking about was specifically on like why I thought it was problematic, right? And then it felt like Lactoid interjected that for no particular reason. But
which is also what I said. Like I totally understand you being like, hey, that's not what we're talking about. Why are you bringing that up?
Agreed.
But also, it is an important element of this specific case, obviously.
Fair enough. All right. Okay.
But it's a separate tab.
Let's go to Gibbs, and then.
So the reason why I went before, which is bad timing, I guess, on my part, was whenever we brought up the other two people holding. I don't care about the race part. What that indicates to me, right? I've done MMA. I've wrestled in college. I've when I was doing working in the MMA gym, we trained bouncers all the time, all sorts of shit. This is what it indicates to me, right? It says there's two other people holding this man down. We know he was being aggressive. We know he was on drugs. What this indicates to me, if you go to like a bar or something and you see one guy and it has three bouncers like trying to push him out, that means A, the bouncer either doesn't think he can do it on his own, B, this guy's being aggressive enough that you need two or three people to get this guy safely under control and take them out and not cause problems to the public. And so whenever it says, hey, this person's on the ground, it's got three people or three cops, or for example, like in other situations, what they're saying is for us to do this safely, we need three people to hold him. If we have to do one-on-one, one person may be able to do it, but it's a higher risk of injury both to the person and to me. So whenever I'm hearing this story and I'm seeing, oh, it's got one guy that's trained and two other guys holding him down, and then they say in the testimonies that every time they released the guy a little bit, he got up and started trying to attack them and was being aggressive.
Oh, brother. Wait. Every time they released him a little bit, he got up and attacked them. He tried to get up. He tried to get up because people were choking him out. I would try to get up too.
Hold on. He aggressively tried to attack. Hold on. All right, let's just.
Was he supposed to lay there and just?
Hold on. If you're holding him on the ground, you can be calm down.
That's not what happened.
Hold on, Ollie. Hold on.
Choking you, you're not going to lay there.
I have been choked out.
When they release the pressure, he's not being choked.
Hold on. When you take somebody down and you're holding them down and restraining them, you go, hey, just calm down, just stay here. And then you release them and you just keep holding them, you keep pressure, and you let them go and they calm. Now, if they keep acting up and being aggressive, you apply more pressure to maintain them in control. That's absolutely what you do. That's what you're trained to do. If you say otherwise,
a bouncer, right?
I mean, I don't think I'm trained. I trained bouncers.
And I wrestled in
my point is, but at what level? Were you a D1 wrestler? Because if not, you have to default to me for the
Shut up. And I know you get out of here.
I was D1. I was D1. I was better than you. So
doesn't matter. I didn't go to college for wrestling.
We're going to go to Majin, and I'm glad you brought up
Brock Lesnar comes in.
Bouncing as well.
So,
but before you do that, hey, Lactoid, can you do me a favor? Could you bring up the video and share with us, right? And we can just watch the video.
I've seen it recently.
I mean, I can.
They had him down. There was
send the link to the video.
I'm not going to play it on screen.
Necessary
I can
need
give you the link.
to choke that man.
Send the link.
You can't show it on stream.
I cannot show it on stream.
Nobody shows it on stream.
Can't show it on stream.
And the one thing,
YouTube,
somebody actively
and that's a violation of YouTube TOS.
Okay.
And one thing Gibbs should know about anything about this, when it comes to chokeholds and stuff like that, or grabs, like stuff from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it's meant for the smaller man. It's meant for the smaller man to overpower the bigger man. That's exactly what
was smaller.
So Daniel was smaller.
Exactly. So usually when you get stuff like wrist control, when you get somebody in an arm bar, you don't need to break their arm. You would see people taking people's arms all the time in mixed martial arts. If you needed to break
But
somebody,
that's a controlled situation, Majin.
You don't need to do
Hold
that.
on. If you're in the street, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. If you're training, though, hold on. Answer this question because you just lied.
Answer your
You
question.
just lied, though.
No,
You just lied.
because if I got you in an armbar right now and I had you in it and I just even pulled it a little bit,
sure,
it's
in a
enough pain
controlled
to make you
situation.
tap out.
What do
It's
you
enough
do?
pain to make
What are you
tap out.
trained to do when you do BJJ? Hold on. Hold on. When you do a BJJ,
you will if you got put in a proper armbar.
Hold on, Roger. What are you trained to do in MMA and wrestling, especially in Brazilian
You would have-
Jiu-Jitsu?
hey,
Hold on.
matter of
In
fact,
a
I even said this
non-controlled
last
situation, what do
I
you
even
do?
said
What do they
this
tell
last
you to do?
week.
They say
I could
break
teach-
the arm.
I could teach anybody in here. I could teach the smallest guy in here to put fucking Gibbs, have Gibbs lay in his back, and have them put him in a proper rear naked choke. And I guarantee you,
absolutely,
Gibbs is not getting out of it.
That's
the
true,
person
probably.
would not have to apply any kind of pressure to pass him out, choke him out, or anything.
Right.
And Gibbs would have a hard as hell time getting off his back.
That's true. All those are true.
If you have somebody by their
But that's
neck
not what
like
I'm
that,
arguing.
you do not need to apply lethal force at all.
But that's not
And
lethal
on top of
force,
that, in
Majin.
that, we're talking about Daniel Penny, who did apply
But
lethal
you just described a controlled situation with
hold
BJJ,
on.
right? And you didn't do what they tell you. In an uncontrolled situation, what do they coach you to do? They say break the arm, walk away. That's what they say. That is what
Nah,
you're
bro.
taught. You can't, and I know it, right? Because you literally can't get your belt unless you do that.
Any
If you
practical
tell 'em this.
self-defense and stuff like that, they like, especially
They
ones
say
that
break
you go
the arm,
through
walk away.
security, is hold it until the cops get there, bro.
Not for self-defense.
Let's go to Grid, and then Scott.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate that. So the thing about Penny is there were already two people trying to hold that guy down before Penny got there. So regardless of whether we think that Penny wasn't necessary is irrelevant because obviously he was needed to hold that guy down.
How do you get him in a chokehold then? Wait, real quick. If there were two people holding him down already.
Because they were wrestling around, dude. Things happen. This isn't John Wick on a movie. This is have you ever been in?
No, I'm literally asking if two people had him down.
I don't know. I wasn't
wait,
there,
I
but things
posted the
happened in
video.
fight.
What happened was he jumped up behind him and like took him down basically, and then two other people came and helped.
He was down quick, and they had him by the other two people had him by his arms and wrist. There was no need, if you watch that video, to apply that choke. None.
Well, just to be clear, like when the other person was holding his arms down, like the guy who was holding down the arms said that Daniel Penny wasn't applying pressure down, and that Neely was breathing, which he was, according to like watching the video.
There is no way for you to. You could make an argument that some malnourished crackhead has superhuman strength and can overpower three men. You are out of your
Crackheads literally have superhuman strength.
No,
literally,
shut up,
that's
you retard!
you're
Get
wrong.
the fuck out of here! That's
Literally
the dumbest
wrong.
shit
You're
I've heard in my
literally
life.
wrong.
Bro, you
Like, this
acting
is
like
the dumbest-
a malnourished crackhead is like Super Saiyan 3 Goku.
Bro,
Calm
I've
down,
watched a dude get
and if
put
you
down
believe
hard
that,
and get
if
right
you
back up.
I'm saying held down, fool. I'm not saying getting put. Yeah, you can get knocked in your chin and get back up, bruh.
Well,
when
I'm
you have
talking about
three people on top of you, dog, that's not the Hulk, God. That's not the Hulk, God. Oh my
Well, there weren't
God.
three people on top of him. There was two
Yes,
dudes
they
holding
were.
his
Go watch
arms
the
and one dude
video.
in a chokehold. What are you talking about, dude? It
And
wasn't
then
a
it just
pylon.
goes explaining the same thing. When you have somebody's fucking neck, they can't, and especially on their back, they're not getting up. Even Gibbs just admitted to that.
Yeah, I mean that's absolutely true what he says there. Like it wouldn't take much, like just like do like a quick butt choke. The issue though is, and this is where the problem is, right?
You're not supposed
is
to
like
use
if
blood
you
chokes anymore.
Sure. Well, okay, sure. Whatever. My point is that, like, even if you do this like safely, this is what I argued last week, or last time we argued about this. Is in certain situations, I would say you immediately choke them out, put them to sleep, and it might be safe for everybody involved because they're not fighting. That's kind of the argument I made. And then these people argue, no, if you do anything like that, that's bad. You could cause them to die. Because,
I would agree with the blood choke more than him. You going against the esophagus, but the guy obviously knew he didn't have them. You know the difference between this or having somebody low down there, and you're going against their esophagus. I think I see.
I mean, I'm going to agree with that, but once again, so you would have an issue. You wouldn't have an issue then if he had blood choked him and put him to sleep in like 10 seconds. See, but here I argued that same point last week, and Prime had umbrage with that. He said, no, you shouldn't choke him out in any situation.
But that's the thing. He didn't have to. At the end of the day, yeah, a blood choke would be a safer route because you only got to squeeze for 10 seconds to put him under. But You don't have to. If you have a clean, which he had him. He had his legs around his legs, had his hooks around his legs. He had his back. He had him like this, real low. On his chest. There is no way that man could have enough leverage to get that man off his back at all. At all.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now. He's like moving around, but like he's got him.
He's in that shit.
It's important.
Yeah, but if you let go of him for a
here's the
second,
thing.
he could get
Maj,
out of it.
Hold on. It's my turn. All right. So you have the video. You can see the video. Now, obviously, Majin, you are trained specifically and practiced. Maybe not, right? And practiced in resolving these situations, taking people out, with the least amount of force that you deem reasonable.
De-escalation is the main part of the job.
Right, de-escalation, et cetera, right? Now, when we watch the video, you see him moving, you see him kicking around. There is a point where he stops moving, stops kicking around, and Daniel Penny has him for about 40 seconds. Then he gets off of him, he lets him go, and they try and put him in what appears to be some form of recovery position. Now, I want to point out as well that Daniel Penny is not a bouncer, is not a wrestler. He served in the Marine Corps for 4 years. He definitely got training at MC Maps. But again, these are the very basics of hand-to-hand combat. Marines are not trained in being bouncers. They're not trained in being police officers. They're trained as a last resort to kill people in hand-to-hand if it comes to that. And that training is fairly limited and happened years
that
previously.
makes no difference to when you are sitting there and be like, yo, bro, I got you. Like, you could be flailing all around all damn day, bro. I'll be like, anybody.
Okay,
it's just shit talking at this point. You could be speaking sweet nothings into their ear, be like, yeah, baby, you like that. And they're not going nowhere, bro. You do not have to. It doesn't matter if he's at that. He's not in a kill or be killed situation, right? He's been in. He hopefully he's seen combat and had bullets whizzing at him. When he had that lock, right, he could easily realize, hey man, I got you. I don't need to choke you. Unless he's just some animal and he needs to be put down and can't tell the difference when he has the advantage.
He's just a random Marine.
Hold on, let me finish it. Have the advantage in a fight. I think anybody in here can understand when you have the advantage in a particular area of the fight. Where like, all right, I win this. Hey, big dog.
But hold on. But that's different than like say you or me, who's like a big dude with training, like and holding them down. Like if you are on top of somebody just by me being 300 pounds, just by me being 300 pounds, they're not gonna move. But like if you're like a crackhead. And you're over here like like all the
he
whole
wasn't
time.
like that.
Like I don't know if you.
He was just.
What do you mean he wasn't like that? First of all, have you ever seen crackheads? I've seen them take tasers and laugh.
I lived in
I've seen them
Detroit.
take tasers and laugh. Right. So like you're sitting, you're not gonna tell me some dude who's whacked out is laying there, and you got a smaller guy holding him down. That you know
and
he
two
might want to go
other guys and two other guys assisting.
Because they need an assistant, so it's not like he's got full control, like he's some 300-pound dude. It's like
no, but they're controlling the situation. There's one dude on the floor who's like holding, and two guys there for backup. They have control of the situation.
I think that's a pretty bold claim to make.
He is subdued, and that's the biggest thing. It's not on anybody there to be the vigilante and to take this man out, put him to sleep, or enact their own physical justice on this man. At that point where you see him take it down, let me finish. You could get it right here. Like you can get it right after the ball's going right to you, big dog. He is subdued, and that's the only thing you are authorized to do as a civilian.
That's a bold claim. That's a bold claim.
Hold on, you're saying you changed midway through when I interrupted you from it's not on anyone to act as a vigilante and stop this to now it's
I just heard your dumb shit you were saying earlier about that vigilante bullshit. I wanted to throw that shit back at you. Don't mind it.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but again, you changed.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't. That autism is whooping your ass.
So yeah, no, I know that. I know to stupid people, logic seems like autism, but it's just logic. Again, so I have an autistic son, right? So I know what autism looks like. But regardless, so again, your original claim was it's not up to anyone to step in, and that You made it seem like they don't have a right to step in. Do you believe that passerby have the right
And that's
to
why the
defend other people?
DPSST. That's why the DPSST exists for people that do feel that way, right? They could go get their DPSST and then get into a job where you do provide security for people.
Hold on, pause. So you think that it would be wrong, let's say me, who doesn't have any credentials, if I see someone murdering someone or killing someone or attacking someone, that it would be morally wrong for me to stop?
Is it going to put your life in danger to do so?
Okay, let's assume that for whatever reason I have the drop on this person, and I'm not trained, but I have magical shoes that make my approach silent, and I have an invisibility cloak so that he can't see me. Okay, so there's absolutely no danger so long
Go
as
ahead and live out your power fantasy. Go ahead and do
Just
that.
answer the
I would
fucking
advise.
question
I
instead of
just did.
distracting.
I said go ahead and live out your power fantasy. Do it, but I would advise
No,
to
it's
anybody
called
else.
a thought experiment.
All the cops.
I'm not asking for I'm not asking for you an advisement. I'm saying, is it wrong?
I'm not trying to fall this delusional.
Don't be a pussy. Don't be a pussy.
Delusional crazy
Don't be a
shit
pussy.
you always
You're
be
being a
talking
pussy right
about.
now. You're
I
trying to
guess
run away
so,
from the
big
question.
dog. That shit is
Stop being a
wild.
pussy.
Nah, man.
Stop being a pussy. Answer the fucking
I'll
question.
be one. I'll be one.
All right. Well, then. All right. Well, so you're an intellectual coward. I don't know why you're here. You won't answer.
Nobody got
questions.
nobody ain't got time for that, big dog. The only person
I know. You don't have time for thought experiments.
So what I'm getting,
and logic. No, I'm
all right,
I'm out.
Frodo.
As a pussy.
Yo,
You won't answer
yo.
questions.
Yo,
can't
Mr.
defend his
Potato
position.
Head, calm down, bro. Don't be so mad.
We can move past this. Great. If you want
I'm not mad. I'm just like it's just
You
like
are.
you
I'm
lose.
just curious.
You refuse to engage.
No.
Great.
Nobody said it.
Yes. Yeah. I'm just curious. Majin, is that it? I'm hoping I say that right. So you would literally just watch somebody get bludgeoned about the head and just keep walking by?
If I don't have the power to make any kind of change, I'm calling the cops, bro. My life is more important.
That's all you're going to do?
Anything else? Yes. Yes.
Okay.
If this man is out there with a man is out there blowing people away with a gun, I'm not running towards that shit. I'm going to safety and I'm calling the cops.
I
bringing
didn't
in
say
the powers
nothing.
to be there.
That has nothing to do about whether or
That's
not
not what I. That's actually not what I said. What I specifically said, sir.
Bludgeoning
the answer
people
that
with a
I'm
bat.
looking
If I'm
for
sitting there,
is
if
you
they got a
see
big
someone
club,
getting
no.
bludgeoned about the head, sir, would
Yeah,
you step in and stop it?
I'm
With a
walking
weapon or
away.
not?
I got
With a
better
weapon or
things
not?
to watch.
Great.
Yeah, he said with a bat or
I
a blood.
actually agree with Majin here. If I was living in a blue area, I would just walk away. But if I was living in a red area, I would defend
I don't
the
live in a
innocent
blue
person.
area, so
I would defend the innocent person.
But
What about a purple area?
Hold on, but I think you guys are missing what what Imagine is saying, right? Because he's saying that if he has no ability to change it, so if it was like 10 people beating some dude with a bat, you probably wouldn't do anything. No, hold on, Scott, 1 second. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Lactoid and this Motorsports first guy.
Diversion.
No, I'm not. I'm responding to them what they were saying. You're trying to jump in to protect him for some reason. I'm explaining that what he said specifically was if he didn't have the power to change it, right? Which implies that it's not just one dude or one dude with a bat. Maybe it's 10 people or something. There's some reason that Majin by himself could not reasonably get in and stop the situation. So rather than to get involved, he's going to call the cops, which is reasonable.
It's a weird thing to point out though, because Jacob Penny could stop the situation, and he did.
But I don't think Majin. Well, hold on. It depends. It depends.
Him directly.
He did it.
It depends because
I know, yes.
we know the situation.
He's allowed to do that. Doobie, please.
Well, we know the situation is that no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I don't know why you're doing it. It's so silly. So what we know of is that he got loud. Some homeless dude, some cracked out, malnourished homeless dude got loud on the subway, was yelling at people, probably having some kind of breakdown, demanding food, saying he didn't care if he died, etc. Right? Okay. So this is a situation. Did he punch anybody? Did he touch anybody else? Did he hurt anybody else?
He charged at people.
Did he touch any of them?
And
did he make contact with another person before Daniel Penny made contact with him?
Why does that? Hold on, real quick. Do you think that you have to make contact with somebody before you can defend yourself?
Well, it depends. If all he's doing is being loud, it's another loud fucking crazy homeless guy in New York City. Yes. Yeah, probably you should actually make some contact.
Wait, I agree. I agree. If you're just being loud, I agree that wouldn't be enough. If what he did, what the witnesses said he was doing, which is charging at people, lunging at people, a woman and her child put the stroller in between her and him because she thought she was going to die, based on his actions when we can predict how he was acting, given the fact that he had assaulted 3 women in the past, like within a span of like 2 years. One of whom
but they didn't know that.
They broke the. Doesn't matter. Hold on.
It's
It
an
doesn't matter.
problem,
It
dude.
doesn't. It doesn't matter if they
it's
knew. It doesn't matter if they knew it or not. I'm talking about. We don't have a video camera of how he was acting. We're being asked to predict, to know or guess, I guess, how he was acting. And if we know that all the witnesses are saying he was acting like a psychopath, and historically he acts like a psychopath, it's probably pretty likely that he was acting like a psychopath.
Okay, I think that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But, and I'd agree with you that in that case, yeah, maybe it makes sense for him to get involved, for Daniel or some other people to break up the situation, put themselves between him and the other people that he's threatening, and get him to stop, right? But once the situation is over, once the train is stopped, once the potential victims are out of the train, like why would it make sense for him to hold him in a chokehold?
Well, I posted the video. Like
Because
once he was
just
confident that he
grabbed
wasn't
a
going to get up and
violent
hurt
person.
him. Yeah, once he was
Right?
confident.
No, lie to it.
I posted the video in the group chat.
I sent you the original video, the original
I watched
full
the
video.
whole
Remember?
thing.
Okay, hold on.
And you watched the whole thing, and then I'm pretty sure you agreed with me.
Hold on, wait, no, but I think I've shifted my thinking on this a bit, because I think I understand more now what Najin is saying. Right, so I don't really have an issue with him getting involved in the first place, and I'm not even sure he should be charged with murder, because I don't think he intended to kill the guy. Right, I don't think that was the intention. I think he fucked up. He held on longer than he should have. I think when it looks like when the guy was twisting against his arm, he choked himself out, and then after that he held him much longer than he should have. After that, when the guy went limp, but it seems like it was just because he didn't realize that the guy was limp now, and he should let go.
I think we all.
That being said, right? Given that it wasn't just Daniel Penny, there are 2 other guys there who look reasonably healthy, right? Could help him defend himself if this malnourished crackhead got up and went crazy. It doesn't really make sense to keep the chokehold that long.
Wait, are they going to undo the punch this guy could throw?
They could have just grabbed his arms. 2 guys could have grabbed his arms. Daniel Penny's already holding his legs, and just waited till the fucking cops get there.
No,
it's
he
not
could have
that.
gotten up. He could have gotten up.
Holding
somebody down.
He's not fucking John Wick. He's not the Joker. What's he gonna do?
No,
what if he's got a blood disease?
It's him and 3 guys.
I watch a lot of cop videos. And I'm telling you, holding somebody down, even if they're smaller than you, and this guy was bigger, by the way, than Daniel Penny. Holding somebody down who's even smaller than you.
2 other guys, and the legs are already hooked in.
Yes,
one guy already has his arm.
There's videos like 5 cops. There's videos like 5 cops with training trying to hold down one guy, and they can barely do it. There's videos of this you can find right now.
Okay, typically what happens, you're talking like a big dude. This is not a big dude.
He's bigger than the people involved.
No, he's not.
He's bigger than Daniel Penny. Yes, he was.
What? That doesn't look like to be the case. What do you mean he's bigger than Daniel Penny?
Hold on.
It looks like a skinny crackhead dude.
Regardless of that,
right? Like he's tall. I think he's taller. I believe he's taller.
Yeah, he might be taller.
Daniel Penny's
Daniel Penny's a former Marine. He's not like a fucking weak dude, right? And yeah, there are 2 other guys there with him who also look like pretty big dudes who could hold this guy down. Like he's acting like he's fucking John Wick or the Joker or something, right? Like it's not. It's ridiculous.
I just think here's the thing. Like based on what I've seen about how difficult it is to hold somebody down, even if they're smaller than you, even if they're weaker than you, like holding somebody down and preventing them from even getting one punch off is incredibly difficult. And given the situation, given the threats that he was making, given how he was assaulting people, actually legally, that would be assault, maybe not battery, but assault, right? Given the fact that how he was acting, I think the chokehold was more than reasonable. This was more than reasonable force.
Maybe at the start, not for that long. At the start, I would agree with you, right? To get the situation under control, maybe. But after minutes of him on the floor and barely struggling, and with 2 other guys there, there's no reason to hold the chokehold.
He was fighting into the last 40 seconds.
Hold on, that's not true.
You can watch the video.
He was still for almost a minute before they let him go.
No, it was about 40 to 50 seconds.
Almost a minute would be 40 seconds.
Yeah, well, you just said 40 seconds. So yeah, he wasn't fighting for the last 40 seconds.
No. I said until the last 40 seconds.
Okay, but
when explaining like resisting, like moving around,
even that fighting is not like he's fucking like throwing kicks and shit. Like he's twisting around to try to get away. But again, there's 3 people there holding him down.
Yes, and one of the people holding him down, said when asked by a different witness during that last 40 seconds, like he's not putting pressure on him. He wasn't actually choking him when he was just simply like holding him while the dude was laying there.
Yeah, it's the panic, the adrenaline, the lack of the fact that your breathing is so short. There's a lot of things going on, which is why he's trying to get away. And then it's not like he would have just died on any random day just walking off the subway.
How do you know?
That what he did? killed him.
Well, it
Yeah,
could be.
what he,
let me give you a perfectly
manslaughter.
plausible.
Manslaughter. There you go, man.
No. Here's a perfectly plausible scenario.
Let's get away. Let's get away. All right, from digging into each specific of the case, right? And let's just look at this from a moral perspective. And I think this is really more important than like, how long was the chokehold? How long was this? I think the main takeaway here is, as a society and as a group of people trying to figure out what rules we ought live by and ought not live by, right? We have to understand that people, or at least from the conservative perspective, people need to have a right to defend themselves, and people need to have a right to step in to defend others. And when we get to a point, right, I understand that certain cases merit going too far, right? But we have to be very careful as a society when the message that we send is that people need to have very specific knowledge and training in their actions. And they need to work within a very limited window of what is considered reasonable and not reasonable, based upon situations where they're afraid, where where like things pop off, where adrenaline is going. And because if you start whittling down the window of what is and isn't reasonable when someone else is the aggressor and is threatening harm and going after other people, then what you will cause a crippling anxiety of many people, where they refuse to step in and save people because they're afraid that if they don't get it right, they're going to go to jail. And we don't want a legal system.
So I think that's ridiculous.
To step in.
This thing you're talking about is like a long-term, like known thing that, like, what is it, the bystander effect? That isn't something that was caused because Daniel Penny went to jail.
Not what the bystander effect is.
It's something similar to what you're touching on, right? This idea that there's someone being harmed that needs help and nobody's stepping in to help them because they're afraid that something bad will happen to them or they'll get punished or whatever the fuck.
Well, no, the
it's a similar kind of thing you're referring to.
Is the more the bystander effect is, and that's fine. I get what you're saying, but just to be clear, the bystander effect is the more people that are around a situation, the less likely someone is.
Yeah, because everybody assumes that somebody else will do it.
Right. That's different than them being individually afraid of the legal consequences in their ability to step in.
Yeah.
Right. That's a different thing.
Yeah, that's fair. But I think that this even like what's the word I'm looking for? This phenomenon, right? And I'd be curious to see if there's any like research on this specifically, because I don't think I've ever seen any of people who see muggings, right? People who fuck. There was that video recently that like just today or the other day of that woman. Hold on, that woman being set on fire. Hold on, that woman being set on fire in the subway, right? And there's people just fucking recording it, right? Not even trying to help her. It's crazy.
The cop didn't do anything.
Yeah, the cop didn't do shit. The guy recording didn't do shit. Apparently, the guy sitting there watching was the guy that set it on fire. But there's like a lot of people that none of them are even trying to help her, right? And none of them are even. So I don't think that happens because Daniel Penny got arrested or whatever, right? I think that's a deeper thing, right? And that's something that's documented in many other cases for years, right? Like that's not a new thing.
No, I'm not saying that. Like,
I mean, it doesn't help anything that doesn't help, though, does it?
Never assume with social problems that we're dealing with a univariate problem, right? It is going to be a factor. Obviously, it's not the only reason that people don't step in. There's a ton of reasons that people do or don't step in. But if you're living in a place where you are constantly, or at least in the most high-profile example, being reminded that there is like this thin thread of like what is considered reasonable or unreasonable and like what you can get in trouble for, right? It's going to be a factor.
That's fine though.
Step in.
But so we want people to think of, hey, is the action I'm about to take right now, is it reasonable? Is it going to get me in trouble? Is it going too far? If I hit this person in the head with a fucking bat because they're screaming or whatever the fuck, is that too far? Should I think about this? You want people to do that. You don't want people going around and trying to be vigilantes anytime some crazy homeless person screams some shit.
If a homeless person screams threats and states that they're not afraid to go to jail and it commits assault,
it happens all the fucking okay.
Yeah, so like wait,
someone's going to die today.
Why would you not? Why would you want to live in a society where people just tolerate threats and assault and potential violence?
Because I want a society that actually gets to the root of that issue, which is the mental health issue, right?
Yeah. So
the man didn't assault nobody.
So like, analysis. I'm not saying you can't solve those problems.
Subdue and restrain.
So like, I had a small road rage incident where we got caught up at a red light and dude got out of his car and started like pushing at my car and like yelling and what the fuck, blah blah blah, a whole bunch of shit, right?
Yeah, that's what would say you should shoot the guy.
It's like it's like I should just shoot him. But like, what happened was I looked at him, I was like, hey man, I don't know if it's that serious. Right? Obviously, sometimes it might not happen. Sometimes you might get caught. But like most times, people aren't just going to randomly kill you in the streets. Like it's pretty safe to assume that on average, I'm not going to get shot today. So like, your defense is like this.
Yeah. With them YNs, you go back.
Yeah. So he's slapping on your hood.
He's
right?
Yeah, he's aggressive. He's aggressing.
He's aggressive. He's an aggressor.
Yeah.
He might have a gun on him. He might have a knife on him.
Yeah, could have had anything on him. Yeah, he could have killed me.
Okay, great. So then in those BLM protests, right, where those conservatives or whatever, right, people who disagreed with the movement came through and like drove through the crowd, right, like hitting individuals, we can understand it was wrong. Like they were inside a car, and they claimed
a crowd is different than an individual.
They claimed they were afraid.
Right, and a crowd is different than an individual.
They were safely within their car. And they could have, for instance, like not gone into the intersection in the first place, right? They couldn't have they didn't have to do any of that. They could have kept away from the situation. They specifically put themselves in that situation, and then decided, now I'm
afraid.
I'm terrified. I'm going to have to drive through that situation. We can understand that those individuals should be in jail, right?
Well, I just said a crowd is obviously very different than an individual. An individual slapping on your trunk is not the same thing as your car.
Yeah, but I don't know if this guy has a gun on him. I don't know if this guy is gonna like.
So a person specifically driving into the protest, and then
you can say that they put themselves in that situation. That's stupid, and I agree with you. It's stupid to put yourself in that situation. But once you are already in that situation, there is a difference between you having one person in front of you slapping on your hood and you being able to throw the car in reverse and go away versus your car being surrounded, right? And so now your vehicle, which is presumably protective in some degree, is no longer as protective because you can't drive unless you drive through people, right? That's the only escape route then is to drive through people. You can't just throw your car in reverse real quick and go away like Ali could. Ali could just throw his car in reverse. Maybe there's cars behind him.
Yeah.
But again, one person is not the same thing as a crowd.
Assuming that there's actually
but assuming I had a gun and and I thought he had a gun. Right, that's kind of like what I'm running off of.
If that crowd like takes out a baseball bat and like is trying to like break your mirror or sorry, your window or whatever, right? Okay, sure, that's something. Fair enough.
Right. I mean, we're discussing. We've moved the conversation from what it is that someone does when they act and whether or not they're afraid of acting because of the action itself versus whether or not someone ought act in that moment.
Yeah, all I was thinking, to be fair,
that there are going to be there's going to be different circumstances where it's not reasonable or unreasonable to act. And that is, I agree, something reasonable that we as a society, we don't want people like at the slightest provocation using a bunch of violence. But if someone is in a situation where they're genuinely threatening someone's life or they're genuinely attacking someone, right? We don't want to be crippled by the actions that we do being like too harsh in that situation.
Which is me.
As much violence as necessary.
Somebody does.
So I would be the average person that would have been in a situation, right? Now, all I was thinking afterwards is, had I had a gun on me, I honestly don't know how I would react, because dude stops, gets out of the car, and starts shaking. Honestly, I think someone would. He was a lot bigger than me, but like, I think a lot of people would then react and just blast, because like, you don't know if the other person has a gun. You don't know if they're gonna what they're gonna do. Like, you don't know how like if they're gonna react to like stopping. So their initial fear, right? Well, they don't check in. Which is like, to Doobie's point, you want people to check in and be like, hey, can I de-escalate before I just blam this person off because I'm afraid? Like,
no. You should be able to shoot that guy if you had a gun on you.
So because you're afraid. So like anytime a homeless person scares me, I can just kill him.
No, it's not about
or
the, it's
shoot
not about
somebody through
state
the
of
door like
fear.
they did that
It's
one
about
kid that got
if
lost.
someone is attacking you, right? And you are allowed to use violence to stop them. And if that results in their death, too bad, so sad. You're the guy attacking someone
Luigi
else.
thought the universal healthcare people was attacking citizens, and he protected citizens. He protected its
Scott,
members.
you think it's okay if
That's
somebody
not
walks?
what's happening.
He protected
used
normal
the
people from being attacked and having corporate violence and civilized violence used against them.
There's a distinct difference between an individual that is currently engaged in a violent activity that is using violence against someone else versus someone who you believe in your estimation is using quote unquote corporate violence, right?
Corporate or civilized violence, whatever one you want to use.
Right. If you believe that he's engaged in fraud or that he's engaged in other things, guess what? There are already both civil and there's legal investigations and civil litigation against him before he was killed.
So let's go to Ali. We'll also go Lactate.
You just can't defend yourself against the corporate thing that's used against you, because I can't sue the healthcare company because I'm going to lose. I don't have money.
So you're
not
saying
only will you
that
lose,
it's
but
okay.
well, worse, you got to find the guy will get like he might even get a bonus, right? Or worst case scenario, he gets fired with a golden parachute and he's still a millionaire after he's contributed to the deaths of thousands of people. Fuck that guy.
I've said before, and I will say again, much to the chagrin of many people in my own audience, right? That if he indeed committed fraud and if he indeed utilized AI programs to engage in denying claims based off of information and data that they had available, that those people would be less likely to fight back. That if those allegations are true, that what Luigi did is 100% justified. However, I don't think it is a moral decision because it's not going to lead to any good outcomes in that regard, right? And because I don't think it's in his own.
Yeah, I was gonna say he should be promoted, but or given a bonus.
I mean, it's brought a lot of attention to the issue, so it might actually.
Yeah, and so it's going to bring a bunch of fucking socialists that want to do dumber shit. The only thing that's changed thus far is that Blue Cross Blue Shield has stopped stopping anesthesiologists from scamming people. Like literally, the only thing that has occurred.
Yeah,
so
those
far
people can
is
thank
a
Luigi.
change that makes healthcare more expensive. That's it.
Let's
Literally
go
only
to-
a negative outcome. has occurred.
Okay. You got Lixon. So Majin, and we ought to go Lactate.
So you're saying, Scott, that you would be okay. This is a situation that actually had happened, where this kid walks up to this old lady's house, right? He's lost in the neighborhood, needs to get directions. She doesn't even answer the door, shoots the kid, and kills him right out in front of the front door. You said that's okay because she's afraid, huh?
I never said anything about fear. I
But
specifically
just with
rebuked
the whole
claim of fear.
situation, she should have
No,
maybe
that's
thought
how
for
you
a
interpret
second to answer the door, and
No,
maybe
I
see
literally,
what's going on.
I literally said fear is not what is the issue here. What is the issue is someone an aggressor, a person that,
Hold on, can I ask
that is using common. Hold on, I'm going to finish answering.
Yeah,
this question.
I have a question after that. Sorry.
That is using a common egress, right? So there are egress rights on property. When you have a sidewalk and a driveway and a front door in a neighborhood, that's an egress, okay?
Yeah.
And then knocks on the door, that is not an aggressive act in any way, shape, or form.
All right.
Right. So related to that, I'm curious, because I haven't kept up on the news on this, but I think Nick Fuentes got charged recently for pepper spraying and pushing that woman, right, who was like outside of his house. Like, do you think that was justified and he should have been charged for that?
I think I'm lacking information, and what I'm lacking specifically is right. Like all I know, maybe more information has come out. I don't know, but all I know is what occurred when she put her phone on, which was when he opened the door and maced her and took her property. Now that was a good way of handling an aggressor if she was an aggressor, and I understand why he might be afraid. But if all she did was knock on his door, then he should be charged. If she instead was like looking through his windows and showing a camera or was making some type of threat or something, then what he did was perfectly justified. But if all she did is go up to his door and knock on his door, I don't care that he was doxxed. I don't care that he was afraid. What I care about is that she used the common egress and knocked on his door, and then he maced her and kicked her down the steps. If, however, she instigated some form of aggression, then what he did was perfectly reasonable.
So, like, wait, but like coming in the following like days and weeks, we've seen like a video of a guy walking up to his door with a handgun and what looked like a fucking bow and whatever, and was like knocking on his door.
Yeah.
So
that's
like,
aggression.
yeah. So like the person who has their like shit doxed and he has a bunch of people threatening him on the internet, has random people walking up to his door. It feels aggressive. I don't want to defend Nick Fuentes, but like, that does feel aggressive.
I think he might have reason to think any random ass person walks up to his door wants to do him some kind of harm.
Yeah. Well, didn't somebody just die at Nick Fuentes' house like the other day? It didn't happen.
Is he going to kill a fucking Jehovah's Witness? You know what I mean? Like,
well, he didn't kill anyone. He pepper sprayed them and pushed them away, which I think was fair.
Like, is he going to pepper spray and kick a fucking Jehovah's Witness down the steps? No, like that's not aggression. Like, what is aggression?
I think there's a difference. I think there's a difference between. I think there's a difference.
I don't know. I think that we're missing something on this.
Pulls a firearm out of his pocket.
She was recording his house before walking up to it. Like it's not like a random person. He didn't pepper spray the mailman. He pepper sprayed.
That guy is aggressive. The second guy is clearly aggressive. We have evidence that he was engaging aggression. The first person, we don't have any footage or anything to know what preceded the incident.
But assumed aggression would be the thing.
We also don't know that
aggression just because someone's
hold on, Scott, calm down. We also don't know if there was limited access to his neighborhood by like a gate or if it was a gated community. And so honestly, if somebody walks up to when I lived in a gated community, if somebody walked up to my door, I was very suspicious because how the hell did you even get in here? Right? Like you have to be buzzed in to start with. So at that point, I consider everyone a trespasser. Right?
Yeah, I don't crazy to me that Boogie 2988 had more restraint with somebody approaching somebody that's actually violently saying they would go to their house and beat his ass has more restraint than fucking Nick Fuentes in 2024. That is crazy.
Oh, I mean, Nick Fuentes is a pussy. I'm not really like trying to defend. I'm just saying, like,
is too.
Yeah,
Boogie is a fat pussy.
Let's let in lecture.
Yeah.
I wanted to, I guess.
That's crazy, right?
I didn't know what happened with Boogie Song.
In order to defend yourself, I think that not only do you have to be like subjectively be in fear for your life, but you have to be quote unquote objectively in fear for your life. And what objectively here means, the legal standard, and I think it's just what we have to kind of roll with, is would a reasonable person in your shoes who's in that situation also fear for their lives, right? Would the jury, when they're looking at this, if they were in this situation, would they fear for their lives? Would the normal person, right? That's the idea, the normal, reasonable person fear for their lives. And the problem, I think, and my discomfort with the case, like, Kyle Rittenhouse and with Daniel Penny, etc., is that to me, like, it's so obvious that this is like both subjective and objective. Like this person is both subjectively and objectively in fear, and their actions are so obvious to me, justified. But I'm talking to people who think differently, and it makes me a little bit uncomfortable. It would be like if somebody pulled a gun on me and then I shot them, and then I'm like, look, I had to shoot him. They pulled a gun on me, and then like a jury said, yeah, but you could have shot him in the hand though. But you're right. It's possible I could have shot them in the hand, and if a jury believes that a reasonable person should have shot them in the hand, now I'm going to prison.
Okay.
And I don't want to live.
That's not what anybody's saying.
Wait, real quick.
And I don't want to live around. I don't want to live around people who I'm concerned might vote for my guilt based on something that I find to be wholly unreasonable.
So then, what about the Majin? This is our debate. The YouTube prankster shooter, the guy that actually got shot in the stomach because he was aggressing. Listen, in my opinion, that shit was mad justified. He was aggressing. The guy was being aggressed on. Got told to stop a few times. Right, so like,
you remember?
Why wasn't that justified?
Yeah, why is that one not justified? I think it was definitely.
Yeah, explain that. Run that to me real quick.
Because when I was, at least based on what I saw, there was no like overt act of aggression, and when he pulled the gun, instead of like brandishing it first, he just like
brandishing it first.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that! I have two dudes walking up to me. One dude's 6'3", 6'4". Okay, no.
Yeah, now you're flip flopping. First of all,
yes,
just like you notice, Martin actually agreed on the physical.
You remember? I said that.
You don't brandish the gun. If you pull a gun, you use it. You pull it out, you bang bang, you put it away. That's what you do with it. What, bro? All right. Listen, that is gun 101.
Let me ask you this. So you're telling me that, like, let's say I'm just walking in the mall and like somebody's like following me around, like being like really obnoxious, and like they made no movement or action.
Don't brandish your gun.
They made no movement or action that would appear to be violent at this stage. Like
hovering over me and following me with a phone in my face is
with the phone.
Yeah, that's not what the guy did.
No,
We can watch the video.
not in your face. Not in your face.
Let Clay finish.
They have like a couple feet away from you, and they're following you around like with their phone, and they're being weird. Here are options that I'm going to do, and I think are reasonable to do. Again, I think are reasonable to do before I just like quickly yank it out and shoot
But he
them.
did
Right?
that before that.
I'm going to like go to the, I'm going to go like go to the fucking mall cop or something, and I'm going to say or call the cops or whatever. Or and if they start acting aggressively whatsoever, now
but they were already doing that. The guy had already done that. Like this is the exact same almost.
They didn't act.
The guy he confronted him. He said,
being
"Leave me alone."
obnoxious. They were being obnoxious, not violent.
No, hold on. The guy confronted him. He said, "Leave me alone."
He said, "Aggressive." What did they do?
He said, "Leave me alone." Stop. And then the guy also took his phone several times and did a punching motion with the phone in his face. That's an aggressive, assaulting motion. He was more than justified to shoot that guy, in my opinion. And secondly, I have the solution for all these problems.
It's like a year ago or so, right?
Yeah, I actually have the solution for all these problems. Is that we just bring back, like Texas did, dueling, and we just bring it across the board. So if you have a problem, y'all just go throw hands. If you got a problem with how somebody's yelling at grandma on the subway, you just start throwing hands with them. I'm just saying, if you
I'm not opposed to that.
We do it in Texas. Y'all both agree, be like, I don't like what you did to the old lady. They go fuck you, and you go fuck you back. You knock each other out. The cops show up. What happened? We duel. Problem solved. If they die, he dies.
Neutral combat is illegal in Washington State.
I'm just saying.
You can do that there.
Again, this is
better.
Kind of what happens.
The North is better than the South.
Before you do that, I want to say
we have that.
Scott, we were talking about before, right? You said we want to be careful or just not dissuade people from being able to use the proper to respond to aggressiveness from a possible threat, right? I hear you. I don't think what you're saying was unreasonable there, right? Like we can imagine a point where the public is like just too terrified to do anything, right? Like we can imagine, like if there's enough messages sent to the public, that if you do anything and you possibly make a mistake, that you will be unreasonably charged, and then this ends up allowing more people to be victimized in public when they could have been assisted by bystanders. So I hear you, and I acknowledge that, but I also have to acknowledge what Doobie said as well. We don't want a person like cops do this all the time. They say that they're terrified, right? And that's why we had to shoot a person who was running the other way, right? Or just like a person who is,
we can say
some sort
cops
of
are a different story. Let's set them aside, right?
Okay, fair enough. Someone's having some sort of breakdown, right? Or doing something that's odd or unusual, right? People interpret that as threatening and then take extreme violence against them, right? Like there is some sort of balance between these two where we tell the public, yes, just like anyone else, for any situation, right? You're responsible for your actions, and you need to weigh the appropriateness of those. Though at the same time, we can understand that there are extreme situations where you don't have all the information, right? You only have what you know, and adrenaline is there, and that clouds the situation, and you just need to act, right? We would like you to act, but we just need you to act. So, but there seems to be some sort of middle there, and I'm not sure.
Let me thread this a little bit. So I actually want to piggyback off of why Admiral Gibbs is right about something that he just said, so that I can explain the situation. Right now,
Bill's great again.
Lactoid and I use different standards in terms, or at the very least, we're discussing different standards in terms of whether or not someone ought act. Right. I am using a standard purely of aggression, and Lactoid was specifically talking about the legal standard of fear for one's life. Now, Admiral Gibbs, the reason one said something interesting, which I think applies to the situation very much, which is you don't pull a firearm out and brandish it. If you pull a firearm out, you use it. Because when you pull a firearm out, what you're doing is you're escalating the situation. The moment you pull a firearm out, regardless of what was going on before that, that other person, justifiably or unjustifiably, now knows this is a life or death situation. This is no longer a situation where we're going to resolve this by throwing hands and then like we're going to be friends later, right? This is a situation where I either run or I fight or I die. That's what happens. So if you pull a firearm out, you should never, ever, ever pull a firearm out just to point a firearm at someone in the hopes that you get them to calm down. You get them to calm down, and if you can't, you pull a firearm out, and the first thing you do is you kill them. Period. When you pull that firearm out, you kill that person. You don't fucking try and wound them, you kill them. That's what a firearm is for. And if you're not ready to kill them, don't pull the fucking firearm out. Because if you pull it out, you better be ready to kill them because they're probably going to be ready to kill you.
Should this apply for cops as well?
I have never agreed with Scott more. I have to be honest.
I believe
I have never ever agreed with Scott more.
Can I ask if the cops?
I mean, that's gun ownership 101.
Hold
really.
on. Okay,
I mean,
you're
everybody
saying
owns a gun knows that.
You're saying it's gun ownership 101. Okay, I don't agree. So let me
But
ask you.
it is.
If the cops pull their guns out, same concept. Feel a threat. Boom. No aiming. No get on the ground. Just whip it out and shoot.
Cops are different.
I agree that this should also be the standard for police officers, and I think police officers pull their firearms out way too often, and it is one of the major reasons why so many different times there's an escalation problem. Like when police officers show up, for example, for a welfare check to try and see if they can get someone to calm down, and they hear that the person's somewhat erratic, so they come there with their fucking hand on their firearm or with their firearm drawn at a low position. That person that is in an unstable state of mind sees guns, and all of a sudden they start acting even more erratically, and then all of a sudden
Maybe agree with Scott and I.
charges them or attacks them, and then people are like, well, we had to kill the guy because he came and attacked us. But if they didn't have their fucking guns out, there are definitely going to be scenarios where that person wouldn't have acted that way.
Let me give you a specific scenario. Let me give you a specific scenario. Cops show up and
someone
there's a
who's
guy
had a gun drawn on them. Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say, let's say you go on, like there's somebody on the street with a machete, okay, and they're acting erratic. Cops show up and they're about 20 feet away. Should they be able to pull their guns out and aim their guns at the guy with the machete, or they should just show up and just cap him?
That's an armed individual.
Yeah, that's the issue. Is that it's a clear escalation at that point, right? That's the issue. Like Lactoid isn't that they pull their guns out, right? It's that when I say you pull the gun, you don't pull a gun out unless you intend or are ready to use it. The cops would fall in this like ready to use it category, right? It's not like I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna de-escalate the situation. Like, oh, this guy, you're gonna whoop my ass. Well, look, I got my gun.
No, that's not what I said. Okay,
that is what you're saying.
No. You misunderstood my point.
Well, hold on.
I agree that once you pull the gun out and aim it at somebody, you should be prepared to use it. I've
right, and if they start like they go, I'm out, I back it up. Like, oh, okay, immediately, sure. But if you're in a situation where I think I have to pull my gun, I'm shooting first and asking questions.
Okay,
but if you immediately queer, no, back off. Like, then you shoot them. Then you're in trouble.
This is literally my argument. When I watched that video, if he had pulled his gun out and the prankster like put his hands up, okay, we're all good. But he didn't even give a half second. He just literally, as soon as the gun was out and aimed, he pulled the trigger immediately.
You don't know if this guy's got a gun too. This guy's been in his face the whole time.
Hold on,
let me answer the question because you asked me, right? So in that situation, right, police officers, unless they're undercover, right, and I want to put that in a separate category, okay? Can we do that? Can we put like plainclothes cops and undercover cops in a separate category? So uniformed officers, but it will make sense in a second.
Okay,
uniformed officers are open carrying, right? So their firearm is not in a hidden position. Their firearm is right there on their belt. I am perfectly fine in that scenario with police officers putting their hand on their firearm, and if they have a holster that has a button on it or a releasing mechanism, pushing that releasing mechanism or flipping that button up. But I believe, right, I think it is important for best practices that you do not draw your firearm out unless you're going to shoot. That when it comes time, that like if you have someone in that situation, that you are inherently doing something that is escalating the situation and making violence between the police and the citizen more common. Now, I think police officers are in a different position to a certain degree, right? Obviously they fulfill a different role in society, and I think they should be held to a higher standard than citizens. But nevertheless,
that's fair.
I think if you're a police officer and you pull out your firearm, that person is now understanding that guns are at play and that guns are ready to shoot them at any moment, and many people will react in a more violent means because those firearms are there. Now, some people, it may deter them. I agree. Some people may go, oh shit, I'm about to be shot in this situation. And it's going to be different from different perspectives. But I think that if you need to pull your gun out and have it in your hands, then you should already be shooting.
So it's
and
not,
if you're in a situation where you don't need to shoot, then your gun shouldn't be out.
Okay, I understand your position here. I can imagine 100 different scenarios in which it's perfectly reasonable to pull your gun and, depending on their reaction, not shoot. So again, classic example, dudes in the street with a machete, or dudes like acting unhinged or whatever, shirtless and holding a knife, whatever the fuck he's doing. You show up. Not only is aiming the gun going to be, I guess, like a, hopefully get this guy to like stand down, but I want if me or a cop or anybody, if this person charges me, I want the barrel aimed at them. I don't want to have to fumble with my fucking holster, get the gun out, take aim, and then shoot when it can happen in seconds. Because here I am trying to de-escalate the situation, or at least prevent this guy from attacking other people, right? So I gotta kind of be within a somewhat close radius. And if I'm aiming my gun at them, then once they charge at me, then I can pull the trigger immediately.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, if I just gotta rest my hand on the pistol,
I'll
right?
quickly respond to that.
Seriously.
You should. I'll quickly respond to that. I understand your concern. I absolutely do. And I don't think what you're saying is unreasonable. What I am saying is that in those scenarios, a police officer should be going to the range so regularly that their ability to pull their gun out of their holster should be something you can get close to a second, if not quicker.
What if it's me,
and
not a
if
cop?
you are in a
hold on.
Again, if it's you and not a cop, I think the moment you pull your gun, you shouldn't try and de-escalate with the firearm. You should shoot.
Even if they're like 15 feet away?
Guys, let me jump in here for a second. So I actually
Make
had
that choice. It's different than a right.
I actually had an officer pull their gun on me at a traffic stop because they saw my firearm underneath the seat of my vehicle. My personal opinion is they freaked out because in every other place in the world, having a firearm is just kind of normal. But I was okay, and I de-escalated the situation because I had an officer pointing a gun at me that I felt was fairly unstable. But I to some degree, I understand the officer's view. First of all, if there's a weapon at play, police officers are always going to have their gun out. Period. And they should, because they're more likely to be attacked than I am. Someone's more likely to just walk away walk away from a citizen that can't arrest them, and they were more likely to attempt to hurt someone that can arrest them, and more likely is going to. So I kind of disagree with Scott here. I see what you're saying, Lactoid, is that if a guy's got a machete out in his hand, yeah, you should, a police officer should have their gun out, trained on that person, ready to dispatch that person as they are trying to de-escalate the situation. However, whether or not that happens is not up to either of those people.
Yeah, but I would do that too.
Now, a private citizen.
Oh, sorry.
A private citizen like myself, I'm just going to shoot the guy. I'm just going to be honest.
What if he's 15 feet away?
Yeah, I think.
What if he's how far?
Let's say he's like 15 to 20 feet away. He's not charging at you.
15 to 20 feet away, he's dead. 100%.
He's actually right on this Lactoid. Like,
he's not
for somebody to be. It doesn't matter. Like, I've watched videos for DTAC for my working security and stuff like that. People within 25 feet can be lethal to somebody with a gun, with a knife, especially if you don't even know if they're coming at you.
I know.
Knife went through their bag like that.
So if I see somebody with holding a knife, just cap him.
No, but
if they're in aggressive posture towards me, holding a machete in an aggressive posture towards me,
I wonder if I can find that video.
What if they're 15 feet away, but they're acting a little bit weird, but they're walking backwards?
If they're walking away from me, that's fine.
Are you pulling at all, or are you just gonna what are you doing?
Well, I have a sub 1 second draw, so I'm good. But you should.
Okay, I don't have. I'm not that good. Okay.
You should.
I should though. I should. That was the concession I was looking for. I should pull and I should aim while I'm backing up. Yes, while I'm backing up. And if he charges me, then I'll know I'll be safe.
I want.
Oh, if he's backing
back
up.
up. Hold on.
I'd
Don't
back
back
up
up when
too.
you draw.
Yeah, but hold on. What
Don't back
define
up when you
weird?
draw.
Because what
That's
if
a
it's just
good
like,
way to have an
hold on.
I'm very attentive
Define
to my
weird. I
surroundings,
actually have a problem with maybe what y'all just said here, because y'all said if he's acting weird, right? And then, listen. I live in a state where everybody's got weapons open there. Like I got people, everybody's got guns out. I see guys, gardeners with machetes. I see guys with machetes all the time. Like they're working on like brush and shit. Like so, you're telling me like Juan just gonna be walking down the street, muttering, yelling at his ex-wife on the phone, and y'all gonna be like, "Fuck that bitch, she's got a machete, bang bang!" Like nah. Now you're crossing the line here. Like, see, this is the problem. This is why all the aggression has to be a big factor here. Like if you're sitting here threatening people versus like, "Oh, I'm yelling at the phone," you shouldn't just be drawing on people because they're yelling at a phone. Like that just doesn't give you a right.
Wait,
to, like,
let's say they don't have a machete. Let's say they don't have a machete. Let's say they have a phone out that's playing a dumb fucking little like weird stupid prank. Like, do I have any duty then? Do I have any duty then?
The difference is, hold on. The difference is
do I have
one
any
guy
duty
is
to
being
pull, or do I just like blast
the
him?
difference is one of these guys in the scenario you're describing was aggressively thrusting this phone
He was
into
an obnoxious
somebody's face,
asshole.
aggressively
Matter of
attacking
fact,
this man,
Matter of fact, in that
basically.
video, the only person to assault the actual person outside of the gunshot was the guy getting the Popeyes chicken that eventually shot. He hit the guy in the arm first.
Yeah, okay, I'm willing to forgive that though. Okay, because that was
It's
reasonable.
not the guy that shot him. The guy.
No, I know. The guy who shot.
He hit him beforehand.
Yeah, the guy who
he
shot.
Because he was trying to get the guy to go away.
He's trying to get the guy to go away, and that's reasonable, right? The guy was being an obnoxious prick.
Hold on, but if you push somebody away, say you're getting too close, get away, and then they continue to get into your face, that's aggression. They are aggressing onto you after you've already said no, and I deemed it necessary to push you away. Well, I would say yes, but like here, if you're sitting here going, are we arguing over? Hey, if someone gets in your personal space, you can push them to back them off you, and then try to escape.
No, we're arguing about whether or not somebody's your personal space, you get to shoot them.
So that's what the guy did. That's what the guy did. And then after the guy did that, the guy came back and got in his face again. Yeah, you're getting shot at that point.
Okay, so hold on. I want to say something. And then we'll go to
let's do that. I'm ready to talk about Fraudzilla.
Hold on, I'm going to say something. But
I'm gonna get out of here though. After y'all move to your topic, I got shit I gotta go do.
I guess I fall somewhere in the middle of Scott and Lactoid here. I've told you guys before this story, and I won't do the whole thing, but just that, like, hey, I reported a crime to some officers, right? I was trying to be a good citizen, so I reported a crime that I witnessed, and I approached a group of officers. There was like at least a half dozen of them, maybe more. All like very large officers, all armed, right? I approached them and I stopped like I'm yards away from them, right? So I'm not even in their personal space. I'm like yards away from them. I stop and I call out to them, "Hey, officers!" Right? And the first thing they turn to me and they all put their hands on their guns. Crazy. That like the first thing they all put their hands on guns, and I had to explain myself, like, "Hey, I saw this crime," and then eventually they took their hands off their guns. That's crazy. The first response to a citizen approaching them, right? Not in their personal space, not even close. There might even been a barrier in between us because it was like within the subway. I forget if I was like on the other side of the turnstile or not. I don't remember. So I can't be sure there.
Cops act like they have a target painted on them, man. I remember I pulled up next to one day and we just like walked over to talk to him and he had his gun out in the seat next to him. Like that was crazy.
Yeah, that guy shouldn't be a cop. He should probably be doing something way safer.
I do want to say one thing.
That guy's gonna shoot somebody someday.
Real quick.
Hold on. Let me finish my words. Hold on.
Yeah.
Damn. Like, come on, guys.
My bad,
Like,
homie.
I think we thought you were done. My bad.
No problem. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. So yes, I think I agree with Scott that that is an aggressive action, putting your hand on a gun in that situation, and cops should do that less to citizens. Absolutely, that should be taken. Whatever level it is at now, we have to find a better balance between when they like take that aggressive stance to like show their authority or whatever the fuck, right? Your authority is known. You're a uniformed officer. Like we get that, so it's unnecessary. But I'm also sympathetic to Lactoid, when he's talking about like, hey, like a person can charge at you very quickly. A situation can escalate when a person like has a weapon, is a certain distance away from you, and you're expected to take out the gun, aim it properly so you don't hit anyone else, right? Don't shoot wildly in front of you, and then pull the trigger. It seems very reasonable to at least like have your gun out when the person has a weapon. Especially if you told them, hey, to drop the weapon, haven't done that. After one command, I think it's very reasonable to take out the gun and aim it at them. I think there was like some consensus ground that we can find here between this as to when we escalate. It seems weird to say that. Sure, but I think it's weird to say that the only point in time to pull out the gun is to execute individuals. And principally, I agree with what Gibbs and Scott was saying, and that like what a gun represents, how people react to guns, right? Principally, I understand what you're saying, that like it should only be drawn when all options have been exhausted and you're ready to kill the guy, right? Principally, I believe that, but practically, what our friend Ladtoid was saying like makes sense to me as well, right? Like the practicalities of actually being able to use that gun in a responsible manner, in such a situation. So I'll leave it there. Now I'm done.
I just want to clarify. So first and foremost, I want to say there's very little difference between having a firearm at the low ready versus having your hand on your firearm in an open carry holster with the holster undone. But we're talking about split second difference, right? Like when you say, oh, we still have to pull out the gun, you still have to aim the gun. Having your firearm at the low ready, you still have to pull your gun up and you still have to aim your weapon. So we're talking about, if you're trained, a half a second difference between low ready versus your hand on the firearm. In that half second, I agree that half second is going to make a difference, and that some police officers are going to die. That I agree. Number one. Number two, I would say that having your hand on your firearm, as well as having your firearm at the low ready, as well as pointing your firearm at the person, are all different levels of escalation. And what I'm stating is that there's a different level of escalation between having your hand on your firearm ready to pull it and having your firearm already pulled. And so I would also say this, that pointing the gun as well as having your hand near the trigger well with it pulled out are both acts of aggression. It is an act of aggression as far as I'm concerned to have your firearm out of its holster. Even if it's not pointed at the person, if you're at that is an act of aggression. Now, pointing it is a further act of aggression that is further escalatory. Now, what I'm saying is in the difference between hand on hip, hand on holster, ready to pull, versus low ready. Let's say that is, for a properly trained officer, at most a 1 second difference. Okay? Now, that 1 second difference is going to be life or death for some police officers. However, what I'm also saying is that 1 second difference, or the difference between hand on the hip versus firearm at the low ready, is also going to be some level of difference in the way that people behave with police interactions, and that some of people are going to be saved by this. And what I'm telling you is that if you are an agent of the state, if you are a police officer, and let us not forget that these police officers, both by Town of Castle Rock v. Gonzalez and DeShaney versus Winnebago, do not have a constitutional or legal duty to protect you. Okay, these are agents of the state without a legal duty to protect you. That some of them are going to die, and I am saying that if you choose to have the job of being a law enforcement officer, I want you to take that fucking risk and not the citizens. I'm okay with more cops dying that chose to take that fucking job, and saying that they need to be better behaved and that they need to be less likely to escalate situations. And if you don't like it, don't pick that fucking job, because we don't need firearms out, especially in situations where you have mentally ill people that you might actually be able to calm down. But now that your gun's out, they decide to charge you. I'm okay with a few dead cops. I'm cool with it in that scenario.
I agree with you. Go ahead, Margin.
All right. Well, like I said, I'm gonna head out of here. Hey, Lactoid, I am so happy to hear that you agree that people don't have to use lethal force with somebody being unarmed, not violent, hasn't laid a hand on nobody. Kind of like the Daniel Penny City. I'm talking about, the prankster, right? Same situation though. The guy was unarmed, maybe a little loud and annoying, right? But probably shouldn't have
just
lethal
annoying, yeah.
force.
All you got to do is
lethal
get to the
force
right of
used
Lactoid,
individually.
and he'll agree with you normally.
Yeah. So I'm so happy you're there, because one of these days I am gonna approach Gibbs when he's at like the Chick-fil-A or Bucky's down in Texas, right? With all his like sussy baka like closeted shit he be doing. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna come up to you and be like, "Hey Gibbs," and I hope Gibbs doesn't shoot me. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm gonna bet my life for that one.
All right, y'all.
Muted, Gibbs. We can't hear you. But I'm
Yeah,
sure
I can't hear what
Say the Chick-fil-A might give you a medal right there. That's God's chicken. I'm defending God right there.
All right, y'all. Y'all have a blessed evening. Holler at y'all later. Deuces.
Have a good one. Bye.
Take care. Be well.
Okay. So let's get started on the topic at hand. But thanks all for who've sat around, if you've enjoyed this conversation so far. Consider supporting the channel, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. We had that great week last week, so I'm sure most of you have subs, but consider resubbing, supporting this channel if you'd like.
You didn't get a mic though. You had that great all that cash flow come in last week.
Yeah. Well,
Twitch pays out on a monthly basis.
Like
or
YouTube
well, they can
does,
pay.
yeah. Okay.
They can do different.
Oh, use that PayPal link. Then no wait either.
Yeah, exactly. If only
Subs are better for the channel.
But not better for Prime in that moment.
Yeah. What Prime is worried about is Prime.
Getting immediate money to get a better mic is also better for the channel.
Yeah. But in any case, consider supporting this community. And if you are on YouTube, consider using a super chat. I'm watching the super chats, right? I wrested control of the super chats from Corey, who likes to shut those down.
I'll let you have it for now.
So consider using the super chat. We'll react to that and be much appreciated. Okay. Topic. Oh, also, this is a Rugby Roundtable, which Monday is 8 p.m. Eastern. I answered that previously. But okay. Topic. A recent CoffeeZilla YouTube video explains the Counter-Strike Go skins economy. The video examines how rare gun skins are used as currency and what amounts to online casinos. The CSGO casinos rake in millions, but do so with zero oversight and protections for their consumer base. This has become a vector for young boys to enter the world of gambling, since almost no age verification occurs. The results have been disastrous for some. This comes as there is an explosion of online sports betting that would provide a clean transition for these kids once they reach adulthood. Should we be concerned about this huge industry that targets young teens? What should society's response be? If you are concerned about minors getting involved in gambling, would a simple age verification gate assuage all your worries and make this acceptable? CoffeeZilla did a great video I saw last night, fairly lengthy. But talking about the CSGO situation. Now, I had been known this like in the periphery about CSGO, about the skins.
You're echoing.
Am I?
Sorry, that was me.
Oh.
Okay.
I had a super chat come in on my side.
Okay. I think you misclicked whoever audience member. I think you meant to do it on this channel. Okay, it's fine. Try again. Just try again. But,
TTS gets them, man.
Double the money. No, I'm just kidding.
I had been aware in the periphery about the CS:GO skins and how valuable. I know they were traded. I know the whole thing about the loot boxes. But I did not know how deep it went with these casinos. I didn't know that like there was. I didn't know there were casinos, and I didn't know how much money that was being made um, uh, with these skins, right? It was quite enlightening. But uh, a thing that was made clear in the video is that this particular is a path for young teens to get involved, right? They see their favorite creator doing this, and then they decide to imitate them because that's what kids do. Um, and That's what I have a bit of a problem with. Though I'm still not sure what my feelings are, like completely surrounding this. So I'm really curious what you all have to say. Sorry if I friend Lactoid.
Yeah, I'm actually a really big fan of CoffeeZilla. Just as a content creator, he does a lot of good work exposing scams, crypto scam, lot of crypto scams. I mean, that's the vast majority of it, really.
There's crypto scam?
Yeah, I know, right? The Paul brothers apparently have been affiliated with some scams. A number of other people have been affiliated with scams. And yeah, I mean, I think he does good work I mean, he exposed SBF, right? Sam Bankman-Fried with I forget the name of the platform, but he did a lot of good work with that. And I think it's look, I actually watched FTX. Yep, I watched these videos. There's actually a part 2 now out. I watched both part 1 and part 2 before I even got the invite for this panel. I definitely follow this, and I think it's not just like there's a lot to this, right? Like it's not the main kind of thrust here is that the CS:GO gambling websites don't do age verification. They don't even try. Even the ones that are like, oh, we're so much better, they don't do age verification. And so what you get is a lot of small children gambling away their parents' money or their money or getting addicted to gambling, et cetera, at a very young age. And yeah, this is like a big problem. And these third-party casinos make a lot of money doing it, essentially corrupting children. It's pretty fucked. The other part of the story that was pretty interesting is these different casinos are in pretty strong competition with one another, and they will organize like kind of mafioso-esque tactics to intimidate each other to try to gain more market share, right? So like they'll hire people to put photos of them around town. They'll send like groups of people to their houses. There's like 2 rival casinos that are in the video. They had to hire both of them have hired security guards to guard themselves like full time from the other casino. I mean, they're functioning like a gang. It's pretty fucked. They're acting like a gang, and I think they're hurting people much like a gang does. I don't know. There should be real penalties. I think this is gambling, just straightforward, and children shouldn't gamble. So I'd be okay with just an ultimatum, right, from the government. Put an age verification or get shut down.
Okay, thanks so much, Scott.
Yeah, so I do think we ought to be worried about gambling websites targeting children, obviously. I think it's very clear that they are targeting children in some degree, in the sense that they fund so many streamers and things of that nature. I mean, one of the major reasons when I left Twitch, because I understood that if I continued on Twitch, the level of censorship that was occurring on Twitch was gonna be problematic for me to stay there, and I didn't want to lose the ability to go on Twitch panels if I got banned there. So I moved to YouTube. YouTube is also censorious, and there was other options available, Rumble and Kick being one of them. And the main reason why I refused to join Kick is because Bajani Tarani, one of the founders, Stake, set up online gambling that's targeted towards children. And that's what that streaming platform is kind of partially funded on, right? It's partially funded in supporting gambling streams. And that's why so many people went there. And so, like, morally speaking, I refuse to stream there. And also, I feel like it's just dumb because I feel like the writing is on the wall that eventually, especially the EU, more likely than the US, will step in on this. And the European market will like destroy a lot of places like Kick and things of that nature. So it's just kind of doubly stupid to go there, both morally wrong and stupid. But the question is then ought we engage in government regulation of age verification for these websites? And so it's a scale here, right? It's a trade-off, Because if you engage in age verification, it becomes a privacy concern. Because now it's illegal to gamble without giving, obviously credit card information is not enough, because all of these kids that are using debit and credit cards are obviously either using their parents or have set up a bank account and are like 15 or 16 and have a job, and are using their debit card. So if that's not enough, then what is? And what it seems like what they want to do is give your driver's license number, right? These things connect to a ton of other government-based information. And ultimately, these websites are going to make up money by selling your data. And you're going to have your driver's license attached to your, your IP address and all these other concerns. And now you're going to have China and other, bad places, telemarketers, et cetera, that have basically access to all of your online information. And I don't think that it's the right of the government to, in the name of protect the kids, to force people to give up their driver's license numbers or passports or things like that are highly done. I think credit cards, right, that are, have an adult is already kind of enough here. Nevertheless, I do recognize that this is a big problem. And again, the idea that the government needs to step in to fix this problem is really a bad one. Parents need to be involved. If your kids are fucking gambling, you should know about it, and you should be tracking your kids' finances, right? There is this weird thing that we have in our culture, this great lie that we have gaslit ourselves into, and it's usually because of age of consent, and people are afraid to be called pedophiles. And the lie is that one day children turn a certain age, that is whatever is an adult in your country, and then they're magically an adult. And the day before that day, they were a child, and then the day after their birthday, they're an adult. And the fact is that it's a gradient. That children become more cognitively aware and have better critical thinking skills over time, and that continues until about 25. And another fear that I have is that we use this nanny government to protect children under 18 from every form of temptation that's out there. And then the day they turn 18, magically the entire world of temptation is open to them. Like, you're not actually solving gambling addiction if you use everything you can to keep these kids from doing something, and then the parents still aren't involved, don't teach them anything, don't teach them restraint or financial responsibility. They turn 18, and then all of a sudden it's perfectly fine and okay that an 18-year-old is gambling away all of their money. No, temptation has to be there so that parents can teach children how to grow up and be in the world. It's a parent's responsibility to prepare them for the world, and using the government to steal data and using the government to give all of our personal identifying information to corporations that are overseas in poorly regulated places so that we can protect the kids is just not a solution that's going to lead to outcomes that we want.
Thank you. Very interesting thoughts, Scott. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, I'll try to keep it brief, but I actually agree with most of the points that both Lactoid and Scott just went through. In terms of, I agree with Scott overall, fundamentally, it is the parents' responsibility to hopefully parent their children. But unfortunately, I also recognize that, in my opinion, which might be worth nothing, I think most parents are bad parents for whatever reason, for a variety of reasons. And so it's well, then what do you do in that case? And I agree overall that it's a trade-off. But for me, I'm willing to make that trade-off in terms of, I agree with, at the very least, the starting point of what Lactoid said, is a simple, maybe not so simple, but yes, age verification is a step in the right direction to see how that plays out. And what I'm somewhat curious about, so I'm not well-versed in the CSGO skin economy, but at least from what I understand, if it's similar to other games, it's very curious to me, what makes a valuable skin? Is it just that whatever Valve says is valuable? It's
rarity.
And yeah, and so it's a little bit, yeah, that's what I figured as well. But yeah, it's a little bit strange. It's not market driven necessarily, at least not in my mind. It's just Valve says it's valuable because they make it valuable because it's more rare. And then there's also a status associated with it. If you have a rare skin, shows that you spent a lot of money on it. It's just a very weird economy. But I understand the temptation there in terms of if you're a child and whatever, yeah, all you care about is your online reputation, then you want to flex in a video game, right? And that's what you're going to prey upon. And I think in the video that I saw that you sent, Prime, I think it in the end it alluded to the fact that, well, ultimately maybe Valve is the ultimate party responsible, and that they probably have the ultimate ability to contend with this, and yet they're not. I think there are probably reasons for that since it's in their interest. But yeah, I would probably more point the finger at both the parents and Valve. But I also understand that they're probably not going to step in, and so that's where age verification hopefully does something. And I'll leave it there for now.
Oh, sweet Corey. I wish it was only children who thought like skins and games were so goddamn valuable. They'd be worth.
I know it's adults too.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just.
We're all a child at heart.
Yeah, I'm just agreeing with you. That it's quite strange. It's a quite strange situation. Like with this economy, it's just interesting.
This line of code is valuable. Buy it. Spend all your money.
Spend all your money, please. Now I'm curious what Doobie says because we've talked about something similar in the past. So Doobie, please, what are your thoughts?
I think this is a parenting issue that's being passed off on everybody else. I don't care that people lose their money gambling on dumb shit. Yeah, it just seems like this is a nothing burger. Okay, this is still the old meme. I don't really understand why people care so much about it, to be honest with you. I think that if you have a gambling addiction, you should probably, go see a therapist or something, go to some counseling. I don't see how that's everybody else's problem. I think that it's fine for these companies to exist. I think it's fine for them to do what they do. I don't really care that they're doing this in games that are children's games, quote unquote, even though we know that a lot of people who play these games are adults in the first place. But yeah, some kids might fall into this. Sure, that's a parenting issue, so I don't care.
Thank you so much. All right. I'm curious if Gibbs will be any different from what Doobie just said.
Yeah, I mean, first, we can't talk about this issue without talking about CoffeeZilla himself. And CoffeeZilla is a clout-chasing hater who hates hardworking American entrepreneurs. He specifically has a hard-on for the Paul brothers and constantly goes after all their ventures, then tries to paint them in a bad light, even though they take remedial actions. This guy has such a hard on for them that he's even been sued by the Paul Bros here in Texas, and it looks to have a good case that he's probably going to lose. Then the guy turned around and goes after the hot tour girl who had nothing to do with the scam itself, and some company just paid her for her likeness. She went on record, gave the info for the law company handling the class action, saying she disapproves of what they did and she's a victim too. Fraudzilla here, though, hasn't covered any of that. He's just a clout chaser and has a personal vendetta against the Paul Bros. In fact, you can look at a lot of his cases and he seems he has a hard-on for a couple groups who have excluded him from stuff in the past. This is one of those guys that you associate with, and he'll probably record every convo and try to trick you or confront you for shock value in order to make you look bad and take advantage of your good nature. Deucezilla, in my opinion, seems like a total clout-chasing scumbag, drama farmer, and the way he goes after people. That's problem number one. Let's talk about that. Second, as with CSGO skins, this is being blown way out of proportion. People that have kept their skins since day one have been the ones who have benefited most by having these rare OG skins. They've dictated the market. This market is driven just like any other market, driven by supply and demand. These types of casinos pop up all the time with almost any currency. If you're into this kind of thing. If you look at further, sometimes they use crypto as well. The outrage this time, once again, it all comes back to good old Scrubzilla. He has a hard-on for the crypto people, and he has people he's got a personal vendetta for. This is another one of those that fall in that category. People against this market are really anti-free market. What kind of person would be opposed to creating new markets? Usually the skins is just a creative new market, much like when they used Second Life currency a few years ago, items in WoW, or any other game that's large enough to have a second market. These are all products of the free market. We should be encouraging this, and people that don't want these things, or want them regulated or targeted, are like anti-free market. It's terrible. It's really simple. Don't just anti-free market. Now, as for who to blame, it's the parents' fault. If these parents are so observant that they don't know these kids are taking their own money, then fuck them. Let the kids spend the money how they want if they make it on their own, and let them take some personal accountability and learn what loss is. It's personal accountability is a hard word for a lot of these people, and that's why they want this regulated. They don't want parents to take accountability because they're lazy scumbags who don't know what their kids are doing, or they don't want these kids to learn how to lose. It's just pathetic, and that's really the bottom line. It's the parents' fault, and they want to blame somebody else, and they want daddy government to come in here and take care of shit.
Thank you so much, Gibbs. God, you're amazing. I love you
I really appreciate that energy. That was really good.
No problem.
Great. Grid, please.
All right. So So I like to break this down by the argument or the the prompt that you gave me. Rather than kind of go off course. So should we care about this? Yeah, absolutely, we should. And I actually did kind of a deep dive into this. I have some of my audience actually have done some investigative work into this, not Zilla Gibbs, but and I actually got an education a little bit on this today. I didn't know a lot of the things that I know now, and it's very interesting to me. It's an interesting dynamic. Now, I'm going to start by saying that for the most part, I have no problem with kids gambling. I think that kids need to understand the risk-reward system and what it's like to fucking lose. And when you take that away, you kill something inside a kid. You just do. So I'm anti-nanny state, and I don't believe that that's a real thing to worry. I think that parents should be a part of that, and we used to enjoy that. Actually used to be something that fathers and sons did together, and place a gentleman's wager, and you would lose or you would win, and the kid got to see that. Now they don't. And that's okay, I guess. It sucks for a bunch of people, but that's okay. But however, the problem that I have with CSGO is it's such a scam. Most of these sites where they're gambling aren't even gambling sites. Nobody wins. They just take these kids' money and give them nothing in return. And that we absolutely should be concerned about. We should do something about that because that's called stealing. We don't allow that in most places on Earth. However, we do apparently allow it in CSGO. It's great. It's wonderful. It's a great time for everyone who plays. Now, if the scam actually paid out, I would not have nearly the problem. However, it doesn't, and that's been, I guess there's been some proof of that. Now, I did dig into that, maybe not enough. Now, again, I feel like that you got to learn this risk-reward dynamic. But getting cheated out of your money, that's not cool. I do believe it's the parents' fault to keep an eye on that, or responsibility to keep an eye on that. However, I also believe that there is some responsibility on society to, when a bad thing is happening to a large percentage of people, society as a whole has to do something about, or should do something about it, ought, if you will. Do something about it. And we know that the youth are targeted because the streamers that are promoting this are promoting it to their audience, which consists largely of younger demographic. And they are getting paid millions to promote this. One of them, apparently like $5 million this guy makes to promote these gambling sites. Now that's a lot of money, folks. And if you don't believe someone will lie for $5 million, well, you're fucking wrong. And none of those people, by the way, all those people said that they know it's wrong, but they wouldn't stop when you watch CoffeeZilla's video. So what should our response be? I like that question. Society, and I'm assuming that we're talking about the U.S. because we actually have gambling laws to prevent underage gambling. A lot of other countries don't. Well, actually, we can't do shit. Because most of this happens in Scandinavian and European countries that don't recognize underage gambling, and therefore it's not illegal. As a matter of fact, one of the countries that they had a problem with called it a lottery system. They got caught, I believe it was in Denmark, and that company no longer exists as it was. It's been reformed into another company, which is de jure for the or de rigueur for the time. So there has to be some kind of sanction. I don't know what it would be. I would say that the U.S. needs to basically say, hey, you can't do it here, geo-blocking, all of that kind of thing that we do, which is fairly normal, and just kill all of the gambling on CSGO. And the other insidious thing that CoffeeZilla talks about, and also my source actually talked about it as well, is the esports aspect of this. Is that the esports subsist largely on funding from these gambling sites. And without that, and the Slay the Minotaur, who is I believe he's like chief of operations. His name is Scott too. Slay the Minotaur said, without gambling or skin trading, or rolling is what they call it, the entire CSGO culture would die. And he goes on. He went on to say a bunch of other things. Mainly, I really like, thank your local crackhead in Twitch chat, folks. It is because of them you're watching your favorite esports teams play. Sam Cook. I was wrong. It's not Scott. It was Sam. So if you're concerned about minors getting involved in gambling, and I'm going into the prompt here, would a simple age verification gate assuage all your worries and make this acceptable? No, because it does nothing to solve the actual problem, which is the cheating, these kids getting defrauded, and all of that sort of thing. And the last thing I'll wrap up with is, while I really like all of the energy about CoffeeZilla, I don't really care about him. I actually really do understand this. My kid plays CSGO. He's 14. By and large, a lot of these guys are getting into it when they're 12, 13, 14 years old. It's these larger streamers that are influencing these children, which is what they are. They're not adults yet, to do these things. And we really have to pay attention to it as parents. We also have to pay attention to it as a society. And that is that. And I beat you on that one, Scott. I bet I was longer. I bet I went longer.
The competition now?
Boy,
I mean, he goes long.
Let's not make it a competition.
I can't wait till next panel. It's all opening statements just for the 3 hours.
Yeah. I try to get out my principal arguments because I know that once the panel starts, being able to discuss things in an
if the panel starts,
it's going to go down a lot.
Yeah, Scott's right. When the panel starts, you can never get a word in. So.
Yeah, not a word.
I realized that. That's why I had to do that.
Okay.
Please.
All right. So, as much as I agree with everyone in the panel, it's one, I think kids should be banned off the internet, right? Like they should be limited use, maybe some Wikipedia or some like light Googling for research, whatever it may be, at least until 16. In terms of
Wikipedia has pictures of boobs, so I wouldn't even trust that.
You verified every page on Wikipedia.
I have. All the ones with boobs. I shouldn't trust you, Ali. Go ahead.
But yeah, in terms of online gambling in general, much less to just CSGO, because I don't think it's a CSGO problem. I think this is a big issue. Obviously, adults losing money, I don't give a fuck. It's kind of your problem. My question is we keep letting these companies kind of do whatever the fuck they want, and we don't want to regulate them because, God forbid we put any regulations down. But what happens, and this is not even empathy, it's empathy for the businesses. What happens when all the people that use their product are broke, right? If everyone's broke, you don't have any supply and demand doesn't really even matter if people can't afford the things they demand. So that's really kind of the question is we can let the companies do whatever the fuck they want, and adults should be able to regulate, and we should hold parents accountable for their kids. Or parents should be accountable of their kids, they should be. But really, what's happening is no one's holding anyone accountable. Everyone's kind of just losing money. It may not be a big problem in the CSGO community specifically, but Fortnite skins were a thing. V-Bucks is a thing. Kids taking their parents' money and just giving it to these companies, and even adults kind of getting swindled by these companies. The bigger issue is when we're all poor, what happens?
Up to the panel.
I want someone to answer. So I play SWTOR, right? Star Wars: The Old Republic, right? It's one of the longest running MMOs. Great game.
SWTOR.
Yeah, but hey, guess what? Now's the time to come back. They just did a graphics revamp, and they're doing the new Malga storyline sometime in the next few weeks. But anyway, go on. Moving on from that, I play SWTOR.
Sorry.
Yeah, hey. Well, I play SWTOR. It's one of the oldest MMOs. I have skins from my very first character, that are worth thousands of dollars. Are y'all telling me that I shouldn't be able to go onto the secondary market and sell my skins are like basically the equivalent to skins, are like 6 items or whatever for the money that it's worth due to the market determining how rare these are. And it like
nobody's
no,
saying
y'all,
that,
nobody's saying that. Okay, so
Nobody's
if you're not, okay, cool. So we agree on that. So if y'all agree with that, why shouldn't a website, maybe a gambling website per se, say, hey, we take crypto, we take any forms of payment. We're also going to accept $1,000 for this item in SWOTOR. What is the logistical problem from a 1,000 view? I know y'all want to argue. Okay, there's no problem so far.
There isn't.
All right, it's cool. So really the problem is then that we agree that these companies should have the right to do that. We agree that these people, these kids should have the right to do that. And the people that are benefiting from this the most are the people that own these skins originally. Well, hold on.
He just snuck that
The
in.
only problem you'll have is where the kids are doing it. But there's no problem because also the point I think you made, Grid, actually whoever said the idea about these gambling companies keeping some of these communities alive. Now, I wouldn't agree they're 100% responsible because I think the market determines some of what these gambling companies are allowed to do. But it is absolutely true that these gambling companies will be able to keep these companies at least partially in business because they'll spend money on advertising, which allows the games to keep going in perpetuity. They allow a secondary interest because people can find ways to use the currency in game. And people can earn these currencies in game, so it can create a secondary market where people that otherwise wouldn't have
actual problem, Gibbs.
Hold on, I'm pointing at all these other benefits before we get to the actual problem because y'all, this is what y'all are sitting here willing to do. Y'all are willing to sit here and let all these irresponsible parents dictate to all y'all going, oh, it's so sad. Right, well, yeah, I mean, we are because that's whose fault it really is. I mean, to be fair, that's what a lot of other people say. That's a lot of these people just y'all are willing. Well, listen, y'all can you can pick out who I'm attacking individually later.
Well, the point I'm
making is that the parents are like the ones responsible. Y'all are sitting here saying all these other people like aren't worthy of your time because you're concerned about one issue. Y'all are willing to ban this and are going to hurt all these other people that benefit. That's a big problem.
What do you think?
Yeah, so maybe I think I know how Gibbs gonna respond, but we'll find out. So I'm curious, Gibbs. 'Cause I agree there's a parenting issue, but I also recognize parents don't solve everything, and bad parents exist unfortunately. So what is your view on, let's say, smoking and childhood smoking? Should that be permissible to you?
I mean, the parents should be the one to stop. I mean, we've already made it illegal.
So you're okay?
We've already made it illegal.
Yeah, are you okay with a vendor selling cigarettes to children?
Listen,
should we make it?
Of course, the parents should. The parents. Of course,
I think the parents should be the ones. If someone walks up, who is the government to tell you who you can't sell to? That sounds like some sort of ism to me. Maybe ageism.
To be fair, I did used to pick up cigarettes from my parents.
If you walk up with money in your hand, it's none of my business what you do with it after that.
So you can say yes that a vendor should sell cigarettes to children, or sell.
I think people should be able to sell whatever the fuck they want to sell.
Can you say yes? Can you say? Can you?
That's
Should you be able to sell black tar heroin to an 8-year-old, Gibbs?
If they listen, I'm not. As long as they don't do it in my shop, it's none of my business what happens to them.
Just say yes.
Listen, I'm just saying. I think you should be allowed to sell whatever you want.
It's a hard bullet to bite, man. It's a hard bullet to bite.
But he's biting it. But he's biting it.
Barely.
Barely. He just said
he's nibbling.
No. He said you should be able to sell. You should be able to sell whatever to anybody. And I said,
I'm just saying,
okay with somebody selling black tar heroin to an 8-year-old.
In my perfect world,
say no.
Whatever.
In your perfect world,
I wouldn't sell black tar. I wouldn't sell black tar heroin. But if Bob down the road wanted to be selling black tar heroin,
I get it. We understand that it's we understand your point. My point is that if you,
I'm very simple.
If you go out and you put your skins on this website, and you're gonna gamble them, for whatever, and you never win, and you lose all of your stuff because it's not even really a game. It's all rigged. None of the algorithms work. It's not like Vegas where there's a standard where
I just looked that up after you said that. It said that they have odds similar to Vegas.
Well, no, that's
what a lot of the websites say. They said the win percentage.
That's got to be a press release.
Hold on, they said they said it's equal to slots, where about 96% of people lose on slots most of the time they do it, and so 4% win. That's equal. So I don't see a problem. Yeah, I mean, just because you want to spend your money stupidly doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to do it.
I don't disagree with that. However, the information that I got earlier was that some of these games are literally programmed so that you cannot win. They only and they have no standard to assure that 90% ratio like in Vegas. Vegas is different because there's a standard, there's a criteria that they have
Should
to
there
meet.
even be a standard, like 90% ratio?
Yeah, how many people win like a scratch off, like for the Mega Millions? Like how many people win the Mega Millions each time they buy? Well, we only know like 3 or 4 people win a Mega Millions max, right? Every time, except for some rare scenario, and millions of people nationwide just basically lose every time they spend money on a Mega Millions. Are you saying we should ban the Mega Millions?
Somebody
lotteries?
does win. When nobody
somebody
wins,
does win on
and
these too. It's just not a very high
everybody's just
percentage.
taking your money, then how do you feel about that?
I mean, but what I'm saying is I haven't seen any proof that they're never winning. If I have, then I might have a problem with it. But I've seen a lot of proof that they're odds are
It's
similar
a
to
gamble.
Vegas.
They might get to a website that doesn't steal from them, right? That's
Yeah,
the
that's
gamble.
tough titties.
That's a gamble within a gamble. Yeah,
That's a gamble within a gamble.
That's double-edged.
I want to hear. GB want to say something? I want to touch on that, and then Scott.
Yeah, well, good. Why should there even be a 90% like a standard of the casino or this gambling site or whatever giving 90% of the money back through winnings? Like, why should that exist? Like, to me, it seems like this is a stupid thing that people do. They want to risk their money in this way. If they're making the decision to do that, fuck it, let them do it. That's what they want to do. Like, why should we impose a standard on the casino?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
So that people don't feel like so that people are not literally cheated. Look, a game of chance is a game of chance, and that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. But when literally it's rigged so that you cannot win, that's stealing. That's no longer gambling.
But what if one person?
What if it's just like the
argument can be
what if
made.
it's rigged in a way that 99.999% of people are going to lose, but one guy's going to win? Like, why isn't that okay?
But there is no 99.9%.
But there is. That's what I'm saying.
Nobody wins. Nobody wins because it's fixed to get
People
your money.
absolutely win in these casinos. Like, what do you mean? People win in these gambling sites.
You could go to web streams and watch them win.
Okay.
Sometimes.
But maybe.
I'm sure those streamers are totally normal players.
They're funded by
using their own money.
Listen, if somebody wants to pay me to go lose money on a gambling website and watch me, I will do it, folks. I'll do it for you.
What'd you say?
You ever watch XQC or Trainwrecks sit there for an hour, spam clicking $1,000 bets over and over again?
No, what I watch.
Like it's like fucking degenerate as fuck. Like I don't know why they do this.
Well,
no, who I watch is
so
a
they-
person
They're
named,
using the money usually when they do that, but it's gross.
Have you ever heard of a man named Bossman Jack?
It sounds familiar.
Okay, you should watch this guy. Or maybe you shouldn't, but you should watch this guy. He's a gambler. He's a gambling streamer. And he embodies the most degenerate kind of gambling you could think of. He embodies every aspect of it, right? Like he got arrested a few times, so he can't do drugs now. But he was quite literally just smoking crack and gambling all of his money away. And then every time he ran into money, he'd freak the fuck out, destroy his door.
Seems legit.
Eventually, his door got taken off the hinges because he kicked it down. Horrific shit. And look, gambling is addictive. In fact, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that it's either as harmful or perhaps in certain cases even more harmful than chemical addiction. And it can destroy you. And people who are problem gamblers have high comorbidities with alcoholism and other illnesses, and they have a very high suicide rate. I think
was this guy's job crack and gambling? Was that his job?
This guy's, yes, Bossman Jack's job was crack and gambling, yeah.
Damn, at least I'm not saying I'm jealous.
Well, you shouldn't be, because he got arrested because he's had a lot of problems.
Living on crack and gambling and paying his bills.
He's living in his mom's attic. He hasn't. You can visibly see he just doesn't shower. It's very disgusting.
I don't know about all that part, but
he just does crack and gambles. All of it.
He's like Asmongold, but gambling instead of
you know what? You know what? That's actually not a bad comparison, just in terms of I don't know. You watch him; he's very entertaining. He's very loud and aggressive.
I want to ask something. I want to kick to Scott. I actually want to direct this to Scott. So, do you think? Okay. Well, I want to explore what Doobie was saying a little later on because I think it's super interesting. I really want to circle back on that. But for now, do you think that there should be any sort of regulations on these child casinos? Like it seemed like your argument previously was that we should allow these casinos to exist to give it some level of risk. People, even kids, should be allowed to suffer, and there's a level of parental responsibility on top of that to like help children navigate these issues as they grow up. Okay, and I believe an argument that you've made previously is that well, the market will work things out, right? You have a number of casinos, right? And you have the supply, this demand, this free flow of money, and that generally, if there are bad actors, the market will work itself out. Like if they're, you cheating within their games, that people will eventually figure that out. But when we're dealing with children, right, who have like the least the smallest view into any particular market, right, and a smallest amount of like experience managing these things, right? You have it would seem, and a market that like replenishes itself quickly, like in terms of supply, or no, sorry, demand, right? And that like there's new children popping up who are freshly naive to all these things. Like, do you think the market will just work itself out, where bad actors will filter out, or that we need some sort of imposing standard on these individuals, please?
So I think this is a bit of a misnomer, where people say the market will work itself out. That's not true. The market will work itself out to giving people what it is that they value most. That's what the market will work itself out to. The market will eventually balance towards moving people, individual people's most valued means towards their most valued ends, right? Like, I have money and I'm willing to give up this money, and I have a goal that for this money, and the market will work that out. When the government steps in, it disrupts that process, right? So that's first and foremost. But that doesn't mean that the market will get rid of degeneracy. If you have a degenerate culture that values degeneracy, then the market will give them degeneracy, right? I mean, we see this with porn, for example, right? We see this with like OnlyFans stars, and we're seeing it even here with the CS:GO. If the market wants gambling, the market will provide if people want gambling, the market will provide gambling. When you have the government step in to attempt to stop what it is that people want, you will have some effect on the demand, right? It's obviously true, right? If drugs are legal and then all of a sudden drugs become illegal, well, some level of people are no longer going to value doing drugs versus the risk of getting caught, right? But some people are going to value it nevertheless, and then you create a black market, right? So every form of regulation always comes with a risk of the cost of regulation and the cost of enforcement, which is money stolen out of the market towards its most valued ends, right? Every dollar you spend on regulation is a dollar that could have gone somewhere else in the market to grow businesses. And so it's always going to lead to economic degrowth, which means more poverty, more people living in, with less opportunities and less growth, less jobs available. It will always lead to that. It cannot not lead to that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it won't have the intended effects of getting rid of things that you don't like in the market, such as this gambling. So I agree that, like I said, I agree that children gambling, especially if they become addicted while their brains are still developing, can be problematic. I just disagree that the trade-off of age verification beyond credit cards and debit cards, right, is worth everyone that chooses to engage in this market their privacy rights and their data versus the concept of protect the children, because when the government's they're attacking a symptom, not a cause, right? The cause is that our culture has given up on two-parent households. The cause is we have a nuclear family instead of a collective family with grandma and grandpa and church services and a community of people that are all watching children and collectively helping raise children. Instead, you have one or two parent households with parents that are off busy all day and kids that are given free reign and a credit card at home being raised by the internet and being raised by streamers instead of being raised by their fucking parents. And the government's not fixing that by going after one type of gambling. It becomes whack-a-mole because you're not actually attacking the cause, you're attacking the symptoms. And so another symptom pops up.
Who would impose the age gate through the credit card? Who would tell these people to do that?
I mean, the U.S. is probably the less likely candidate. It's almost certainly the EU.
Sorry,
right?
I meant who should do that. Let me rephrase that.
Well, I think websites probably, if they don't want children involved, should do it. But I think, parents obviously should be the primary enforcer of this. Should be paying attention to what your kids do online.
I want to be sure. Parents, great.
I'm sorry, maybe I'm misinterpreting the question.
Yeah. I'm saying that you seem to agree that credit card should be effective verification, right? Or even if not effective, it should just be good enough, a standard, right? Should there be anyone imposing this standard? Should there
Well, no, I'm saying that's the
government.
That's the standard that I'm saying that's the standard that we already have on these websites, right? Because in order to get the money, most of them are not going to be fully based on cryptocurrency, right?
Okay.
Most of them are going to accept payment processing, right? So in order to get the money, they need a debit or a credit card. And it's, if you're a parent and you're letting your 12-year-old either have your credit card or have their own debit card that you're not paying attention to, that is a serious parental issue.
You can get
That's
those from the
not
store.
a website issue.
You can get
you can get gift cards, right?
Yeah, gift cards.
Sure, but I mean, at that point, your kid is now using cash that they got somehow, going to a grocery store and buying cards so that they can engage in gambling behind their parents' back. We have a problem beyond the fucking
birthday money
website at this point, right?
They save their allowance.
I feel like
birthday money.
this is not directed to you specifically, Scott. This can be anyone, right? And I see you grid.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even what I was trying to say. I was just answering your question, but it's fine.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I think that we use this excuse of the parents should know too often. To a certain extent, I'm always going to agree that at some point, this is you're a child, you need to be within their lives. I would encourage all parents to be within their children's lives to help guide them. But at some point, it is unreasonable to say that a child should that a parent should have known, right? This is why Blacktoid seemed like it was reasonable, the question he had asked to Gibbs. Should stores be allowed to sell black tar heroin to children? Right now,
absolutely,
yes, parents should be involved into the financial 100%.
If a child wants that, we have a problem with the parenting, but the stores should still be disallowed.
Yeah. Listen, why are you stop business owners from making a profit for their families and stimulating the economy? No, really though, that's
really though. Really though, come on.
I don't Listen. If your kid's all buying black hard heroin at 8, guess what?
Pronounce it.
Yeah, exactly. I can't even pronounce it. That's how bad of a parenting problem is. If your kid's off doing this, there's something wrong going on at home. And guess what?
There is.
Yeah, it's called look in the mirror. No personal accountability.
There's
a substantive difference.
An 8-year-old.
There's a difference, here, right? And hold on, and the substantive difference here, right, is there's a difference between knowingly selling a product to a child. So when you're talking about black tar heroin, and presuming, let's say in this case, you go to the drugstore, right, and you have what is in front of you, an obvious child, right? So there's a difference between selling a product to a child, knowing that it's a child, right, versus being presumably negligent in determining whether or not someone is a child. And the problem with the former versus the latter is if I can prove that you knowingly sold something to a child incapable of consent without their parental involvement, right, then you have violated the rights of the guardian, their parent, right? But this concept of negligence in determining whether or not a product is being sold to a child can be problematic because negligence is a subjective measure here, right? Should we use IDs? Okay, maybe that's the standard. Or maybe we need a blood test, right? Because maybe they have a fake ID. So maybe a good fake ID isn't good enough of a standard. So we need like their birth certificate records, right? You can always move that goalpost on what is considered, negligent in one's duty to, knowingly weed out. I mean, it may seem ridiculous to us, but that is a subjective measure. But if you can prove that someone knowingly sold something to a child, that's different, right? And that's why these companies don't use age verification, because they know that there are kids there, et cetera. I just want to point out, because, I was waiting to speak on this, not answer questions.
Sorry.
Number one,
Well, I got a question
fraud,
for you.
right? There is a difference between a website saying on their website, hey, look, 90% of people lose, right? Or not even telling people like, hey, you might win, you might lose, right? But that's caveat emptor, right? Buyer beware. If you're going on a website that doesn't tell you what percentage of people win, and it's an absurd loss percentage, and you don't know, like, that's buyer beware. But if someone such as like Hype Drop, right, is saying, oh, when you're engaged in this, even if you lose, you'll be able to recoup those losses via daily drops, and then they stop the daily drops, that's fraud, right? Like, they made a promise that you would be able to recoup your losses, and that your losses would really just be an investment, and that they were going to take that money they were making now and invest it and turn a profit, and you'd get all your money back. But really their business model was taking your money now, investing it if you lost, and then eventually you'd get it back, but you wouldn't get back as much as they would have gained from investment. That's fraud, and those people absolutely should be criminally charged and have their assets taken away. It's not the same thing. The second thing that I wanted to state is that no one here is talking about the positives of CSO skin gambling or loot boxes in gaming. And I want to, for a moment, just kind of showcase an example. And I think we all know Diablo 4 came out recently, right? Last
Fantastic.
year. And that now Diablo 4 sold for $70 in June of 2023. In today's dollars, that's $72.38. Now, the people that worked on creating Diablo 4 was roughly 9,000 people had some hand in the development and creation of Diablo 4. Diablo 2 released in the year 2000, and it sold for $60, which is $112.14 in today's money. So just adjusted for inflation alone, we're talking about a $40 difference in the game being cheaper. And it had 70 people working on it, not 9,000 people. The graphic fidelity, the sound design, all of these improvements in a AAA studio being able to bring a game have occurred with massively more money spent. Hundreds of millions of dollars are spent on AAA games to give you these products, as opposed to less than 10 million by a bunch of nerds in a basement. And the games are a lot better because of it. And the way that
I would argue that Diablo 2 is better than Diablo 4, but that's my personal opinion.
I would actually agree with you as well. But on the whole,
That's the correct opinion.
We've seen a massive improvement in the very least in graphic fidelity, combat systems, etc. Yes, sometimes the story sucks and a company gets too greedy. I agree. But what I'm trying to state is that the reason that much money can be spent is because of the existence of gambling. If you take away loot crates and gambling from these systems, and you just go to, maybe just cosmetic skins and the purchase of the game itself, in order for these businesses to be able to produce these games, you're going to have to buy games at $200-300 price. Like, you're going to have to spend $200 to $300 for a new game to come out. The overwhelming majority of money, if you listen to these these earnings reports, etc., come from whales that spend a lot of money on loot crates or on cosmetics. And not all of these people are addicts. And the reason that we know not all these people are addicts is because we can look at a game like Path of Exile, where there are no loot crates and there are no gambling, and the overwhelming majority of their money comes from people that are spending a fuck ton of money on cosmetics. It's the combination of these two systems and games as a service, but especially the gambling portion of games, that have made games get much, much cheaper over time, despite having much, much more money put into them. And it's like, we start regulating and banning these things, you're going to end up with more expensive games.
Grade, you want?
Couldn't we argue that the issue is it too much money is being spent on the games? We could just look at the Sweet Baby, whatever, the fiasco with Sony. Yeah, Sweet Baby Inc. Thank you. Can we argue that too much money is being put into these games? There's too much money spent on things that aren't necessary.
The game shouldn't cost $150 million.
Hold on. Are y'all bashing? Yeah. Wait, is the argument now that they're spending too much on games because y'all don't like the culture, or you just like saying that they're not getting the money? There's money's worth of the spending because those are two drastically different things. That we need.
No, I have no idea where you got there from here. He's saying that gambling helps the game. I'm saying that if we want to take Sweet Baby Inc. for example, they spent
Baby's
how
like
much?
irrelevant.
Million?
It's a small company.
Huh?
It's like nothing.
I guess my argument.
Ton of money.
Okay, my question is, let me give you an example.
Nothing.
So, like, the newest Halo, for example, is like probably the most expensive Halo produced, and it came out and it came out initially to good reviews, and then people we only got 70% of the game, and people were mad about the money spent. Right? And I can see why people would be mad that a company spent all this money and time and released a half-finished product. Okay, that's one problem. Right, but to argue that these companies don't need to spend a lot of money, at the AAA level, to compete, okay, for example, there's a reason why EA spends millions of dollars and then drops almost the same Madden game every year, because slight improvements take a drastic amount of money and investment time to get them on already their good system. So it's you're talking about orders of magnitude better, right? Well, sure, you can argue whatever example you want. The point I'm making here is I don't know how you quantify what's the appropriate amount of money being spent on these games to produce them, unless your argument is we're either A, we're not getting enough, which could be a fair argument, or B, you're arguing I think the culture of these companies are spending so much money and people are buying it is bad, and we should move people away from gaming. That's the other argument I'm kind of taking umbrage with. I don't know if that's what you're making.
To do with anything
okay, cool. Yeah,
I don't know how you got there.
Well, cool. I'm just clarifying because that's gonna seem the direction it was going, and I had a little concern there.
Well,
Let me
I
respond.
was really clear.
I do want to
looking at the game. I agree.
Mike wants to ask a question after that. And I do want to talk about a doobie too.
I want to just quickly answer, right? So I agree that Sweet Baby Inc. and things like that are wastes of money, that many of these AAA studios have gotten too large and have a lot of bloat. I mean, Ubisoft is a great example of another company that's being crippled by spending too much money. Nevertheless, 20 million was spent in development on Diablo 2, which is 37 million in today's money, right? But we can look at a company that didn't do this, that had a relatively small studio and had a breakout success in gaming, which would be Baldur's Gate 3. Roughly 120 million was spent on Baldur's Gate 3 development. And that's a small studio that has been hailed as not bringing in a bunch of bloat and waste, right? That was even a small studio, obviously, they had Divinity Original Sin and Divinity Original Sin 2, and they basically made Divinity Original Sin 2 so that they could hopefully prove worthy of getting Baldur's Gate, because that's what they really wanted to make. And so even they had to spend roughly 120 million in order to make that game, and there's no bloat there. But that's the consequence of the standard being so much higher on how many extra systems, voice acting, all these other things that have to be in a game.
Right. Well, and I'm not disagreeing with that. My problem is saying that without the gambling, you wouldn't be able to afford how nice the game is, and I don't necessarily believe that follows.
Yeah.
And I disagree that it's a standard across the industry, and that was really my point, is that you have you can pick any studio and see where they've spent way too much on a game, or there's been some bloat somewhere. I'm not familiar with Baldur's Gate. I'm sorry, I just don't follow gaming that closely, but I've heard of the game.
Right, one game of the year. So
yeah, I'm not.
I would say it's objectively a good game, even if it's not your style.
Sure.
I agree with you. Baldur's Gate, for example, doesn't have DLCs, doesn't have loot crates, doesn't have cosmetics. It sells once for $60. What I'm saying is that as an industry, right, there are things like Unreal Engine, for example. How does Unreal Engine exist? Well, Unreal Engine exists because game developers purchase Unreal Engine. Okay, so these markets are all connected, and so even though Baldur's Gate 3, sells for $60 and doesn't have this, it's because of Chinese companies like Tencent or others that monetize these systems, that there's so much money in the system and competition in the system that allows for that lower price.
Totally understand that. But Scott, what I'm pointing out is that the gambling doesn't exist without the game. The game could function just as well without the gambling. The but they're saying right now that esports wouldn't exist as it is today without the gambling, and that because of the gambling, the money that gambling is put into esports, that you have to take the money, even if you object to it, even if you know that it's bad, even if you know that what's happening.
But that's unequivocally true, though. Like if you look at, it is true though. If you look at like pro sports, it's the same way.
By gambling.
Well, no, I'm not talking about originally. Hold on. I'm saying if you want to go for the long term, you need the gambling, right? If you look at even pro sports are funded in part by the secondary economy of gambling. Look at Vegas, look at Best Fight Odds, look at like any of these websites, DraftKings, like Duel Links. There's all these ton of other ones, right? And like they all fund a lot of it. Now, I'm not saying they solely fund it, but without that, a lot of these like secondary.
The difference in those sites is they're regulated.
I've been waiting for.
So that's not necessarily a good thing, though.
Lactoid, go ahead.
It is.
Oh, yeah. I don't like regulation.
I think the stealing is a big problem.
Tommy.
But I think I think the age verification is a good thing. I know now we're talking about if casinos make money for people that they can spend on shit like games. Yeah, probably. I'm assuming you could make a lot of money off that you could then make very nice, fancy things. I mean, there's a reason why Kick looks the way it does. There's a reason why it was able to get the money. I mean, let's be real.
Because it uses AWS. That's why.
It also gets a lot of money from gambling.
No, I said in my opening. I was just joking.
Okay. Scott, going way back, I got a question for you. Between the idea of intentionally selling to a child and negligently selling to a child. And I agree that where, negligence is obviously the violation of some duty, and what is the duty, what kind of standard of care do you owe people, is sort of a, societally constructed metric, right? Where is that?
Right.
We've sort of said, look, if you have an ID, you present an ID, you can buy cigarettes, right? I think that's probably pretty fair. Just rolling with that for here a second, some kind of ID that you can verify, driver's license number, etc. Because just out of curiosity, I want to know your thoughts on this. If I wanted to order cigarettes or drugs from an online website, would it be a violation of privacy to check the ID of the person ordering that? Let's assume it's all legal, whatever they're ordering. Or should we say, look, we don't want 8-year-olds ordering cigarettes, so we're going to you got to enter in your ID.
Yes, absolutely. It would be a violation of rights.
Well, hold on. But my follow-up question was, would you require online tobacco websites to age verify before they sold cigarettes?
No, it's not. It's not their responsibility.
What about black tar heroin?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to keep going down because you and I both agree that drugs should be legalized. Let's say it was black tar heroin.
I think if a child gets a Monero account right now and gets Purple browser so that they can very quickly and easily access.
Are you outlining the steps to?
Yeah, let's not.
Yeah. Right. I'm memeing a little bit, but yeah. If we get a purple.tor, right? And we make it very easy so that you can't be tracked.
Step one, start here.
Crypto wallow up with things like Monero, right? That are not traceable in that way. And you buy black tar heroin.
CSGO skins.
Right. That's a parental issue. That is not an issue of the of the seller of the drugs. It's not their responsibility to age verify products to make sure that their products aren't going to an unintended.
What about in person? Wait, what about in person?
That was
Ali, I'm on the same wavelength. Do you if you're a drugstore, let's say I own a gas station?
No,
should I have to ID or a bar? Should I have to ID people coming in, or if I
check this out, Lactoid? Have you ever heard of the concept of none of my business? Yeah, he can answer. I just want to ask Lactoid. Have you ever heard of the concept is none of my business? What they do with it after that? It's none of my business. They bought it.
Okay, now for someone who's less psychotic, Scott, please.
I think it's simple. It's just basics. Basics.
Marginally. Go ahead,
It's
Scott.
marginally.
Yeah. No, like I would say that again, I will stand by this principle, right? That there is a difference between if you can prove that someone knowingly sold a product, it is different than requiring some level of like age verification or something, right? Or if you can prove that they acted in a way to intentionally stop themselves from knowing, right? So like if someone
College
sells
bars,
drugs at a counter store,
college bars,
and,
underage drinkers.
that's not the same thing, right? Like that's not.
Why college bars is probably 18 or 19-year-olds like get in or sneak in, and it's like due to the negligence of the bar owner. And you're saying it's not up to the responsibility of the bar owner to like ID these people, right?
First of all, those aren't fucking children as far as we're concerned.
I
We just
mean,
magically
sure,
said
I'm just
in order to
Okay.
drink they need to be 21. But I
16.
know friends that died.
I mean,
from
16-year-olds
suicide from going to war that were fucking 18.
yeah. We don't
16,
disagree
make
here.
it
We don't
16,
disagree
make
here.
it 16.
16-year-olds go to 16-year-olds go to college parties all the time. Like
Yeah,
it's not
again,
the craziest thing.
If again, I do not listen. Again, that is a parental issue. I am going to be consistent on this. Now, if I'm at a drugstore and I sell alcohol, right? And let's say there's no ID laws that exist anymore, right? But then I intentionally have my employees blindfold themselves and use hearing things that voice modulate and change the voice so that way a 9-year-old or a 6-year-old can come in and buy alcohol and they have zero clue whether or not they're 6 or they're 18, right? That is taking intentional acts to market and sale towards children.
That's just following the letter of the law.
No. I got a better example. Let's say that you're not blindfolding your clerks or whatever because you don't care, whatever. But instead, you found a new idea to save on labor costs, right? A cost-saving motivation. You put vending machines outside your store that have a line of cigarettes, a line of black tar heroin, and a line of
absolutely.
Whiskey.
Bring back cigarette vending machines.
Anybody
yes.
can walk up, put $20 in, and then the bottle of whiskey falls out. You got no problem with this.
I mean, like morally speaking, I have.
Would
an
you
issue,
legally
right?
stop
But
it?
like, no.
I love this idea personally.
Like how long is it going to take people on this panel to figure out that I'm a fucking anarchist, right? That I don't want the government involved in regulating the market because it.
But then doesn't that condone all the things you're morally against? Wait, doesn't that just condone all the things you're morally against?
Absolutely not.
Why? If you're okay with people doing it.
No, because there is a descriptive. This is an is-ought problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
When they say something is morally wrong, there's an assumption that the government should stop it, right? I do not prescribe to that because these are two different things. I can absolutely say that the government shouldn't be involved in stopping a thing, but that doesn't mean that people shouldn't fucking stop the thing with their own private property. That doesn't mean if I go to a grocery store and they have a fucking liquor store vending machine outside, that I'm going to be like, dude, fuck this company. I don't like that because I don't like the homeless drunk people that hang out by the store because there's a fucking alcohol vending machine right there. I'm going to a different place.
You put it by the homeless
shelter. Wait, what if he opens it up down the corner? Wait.
Strategic location.
But if they open it up down the corner store,
with gas now,
if they open up on the corner down the street from you, and now all the drunk people are congregating around the street from you, you take umbrage with that, right? So less you move, so you just have to move.
Bro,
so you're okay with giving up your private property?
Next to Scott,
you're okay with giving up your private property?
There are a lot of issues, but
I'll give them the move. That's called strategery, bro.
But what you're saying, see, like when you put it that way, it sounds ridiculous. But what's baked into your hold on,
well, I'm gonna go buy the spot away from the homeless shelter and put the liquor machines. That's the better plan.
What's baked into your alternative is that the government should use guns and violence to steal money out of my children's mouth and out of my paycheck so that they can then pay cops that have terrible fucking track records, don't have a duty to protect me, to enforce said laws and potentially use violence to stop other people from what they want to do. And I'm saying
when you word it like that, I'm saying we collectively pay people's salaries.
They can make money off the fines that we levy against business owners that put fucking black tar heroin vending machines next to the daycare. Okay, we fine them a bunch of money, and then we pay the cops. That's what we do. That's my idea. It's pretty good.
I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but again, like those people have a right to go do that, but that doesn't mean I fucking want them.
Yeah, but it's just like I just wanted to be like, no, like what I'm saying is like in your world, right? With your worldview, right? You're gonna have a bunch of you're going to have a bunch of businesses just kind of selling whatever to whoever. It's going to be a bunch of underage people that are just kind of walking in or getting it through whatever means. And you want and for you, there's no regulation except for the fact that like you think people will band together collectively and just become the police and become the like
false. Like that business, that corner store, that whatever, that association is gonna face two things. So that they can have vending machines with black tar heroin in them, right? Their insurance costs to insure their property is going to skyrocket, and whomever is paying for
I'm gonna be rich or so.
Why? Who's enforcing that they have insurance? Who's enforcing that they have insurance?
Hold on. Well, if you're a business owner and you're fucking putting black tar heroin vending machines outside your business and you have no insurance.
Yeah, they're gonna rob the vending machine. They're gonna steal the vending machine.
It's way cheaper now. Like your problem solved.
There's absolutely market mechanisms here where insurance costs are going to go up and where the costs of policing are going to go up. It would be financially stupid for someone to do such. They're not going to make money because that is coming with so much risk to their business.
Have you seen heroin dealers make a lot of money?
I can figure out a way to make a lot of money doing that.
All right. Okay. You got to build them Tonka tough, right? The way they build ATM machines.
I'm saying.
That's where you
that would reduce insurance costs to a certain degree.
I still think by the daycare, setting up like strategic vending machines by daycares is brilliant.
Just build out a concrete rebar.
Current customer base. Let's go to our
near high school.
Get your kids out of that daycare.
Just to be clear, like this did happen where cigarette companies would like go to playgrounds and like give kids free cigarettes to get them hooked. Like we know, like we can make money off this, right?
Right. I actually grew up in that time when I remember cigarette machines.
The cigarette companies do.
Cigarette machines. I remember the cigarette machines. I remember. I remember that there was a couple of were they service stations? I forget what they were, but what we would now probably consider a convenience store that had beer vending machines.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Look! Like during my grandfather's time, like he started smoking at 13, and he had no problem getting a hold of cigarettes.
I used to pick up cigarettes for my parents, and I was like 8.
Yeah,
I think so.
I did that too.
We knew the gas station owners. They knew where it was going.
Corey.
Thank you. Well, one, I would say don't follow Scott's instructions to buy drugs online, and also two, probably maybe also don't follow Scott's business plan. Or also don't follow Scott's business plan of like having your employees blindfolded and deafened. You might have some theft issues.
Machines instead.
But I said that was wrong, so I obviously don't follow it.
I do find the hypothetical pretty funny though. But I just want to quickly, hopefully, address the point of like games. So I understand probably they're making money from whatever gambling and all that stuff, and they can reinvest into the games. I just want to point out it's a little bit strange to let's say use that example in this context of Counter-Strike, which was originally developed like for free, where the original I played the actual original beta, and in my opinion, and I'm just too old, but I think most games are like. Let's say
B44, baby, B44.
Exactly, on the automatic shotgun and all that stuff. Where, in my opinion, I might be too old, but I think good games are developed on lower budgets, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. And like, I don't think it requires massive budgets to create good games. Just like I don't think it requires massive budgets to create good movies either.
Games don't exist. Games don't exist in an isolated market, right? Like when a good game. When a bad AAA game comes out, right, that's slop, but has really good graphic fidelity, there are people that work on those games, and they make, they learn how to develop those things, and then there are other companies that make software solutions for gamers, for game developing companies, right? And because those games are profitable, that is the reason why software companies that make things like Frostwire or Unreal Tournament or all of these other systems that are used to make those games, and then there are small. I absolutely agree with you that small studios then pay $5,000 for a product license, right? So that they can then make with a smaller team great games. But again, they don't live in isolation. Nobody that's making your favorite indie game is doing so from like the code up, with the exception of maybe Roller Coaster Tycoon, which was like built in like, I think it was like all built in Java. Like, but I mean, like they're like, for the most part, your good games are made with software solutions that are pushed forward by the gaming industry.
I agree, but but I think Counter Strike is a great example of like it originally started as like a passion project that grew like to this massive success now. And other examples and all these games were developed before gambling, like Dota 2. Those were all like pre-gambling, and they grew. Like I agree that the gaming industry.
How was Dota made? How was Dota made?
That was also from what I understand, I'm not an expert, that was also a passion project of like as a mod for Warcraft 3. And I agree that
it was made possible by Warcraft 3.
I agree, just like Counter-Strike was made by possible by Half-Life. But I think you would agree that the reality is like those games were developed in the vacuum outside of gambling, because that wasn't a thing at the time.
Well, I mean, it was absolutely, because Blizzard.
Warcraft 3 and Half-Life. I would need an example.
No. So I want to say when was Dota made? Dota would have been.
It would have been like 2001, 2002.
Regardless of that, guys. I mean, the harm that it's actually doing, is it worth the benefit? The claimed benefit.
No, 2002. Dota 2 is 2013, 2012. Dota 1 originally.
Yeah. Okay. And then when was WoW released? 2004. Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, in that instance, there wouldn't have been World of Warcraft, right? So that would have been a year before World of Warcraft and selling gold. I mean, but again. Right, but
I mean, the history lesson's great, but at the end of the day, the reality is that is the claim then that the good outweighs the bad?
What's the bad here? Like some people get addicted and children use their parents' credit card when they shouldn't. Like, what's the bad you're pointing to?
Yeah, that's what I want to
know. Everyone going broke eventually is a good bad. Like people not having money anymore is probably a good bad.
That's tough. That's a choice.
These are people who are irresponsible. Either adults who are irresponsible with their money, or children who got hold of their parents' money without permission.
If you're going specific to like CS:GO, but I'm like, to me, I see a large gambling problem with like online gambling as a whole, right? And this is just like one faction of it, right? So to me, it's just like the online gambling thing is getting a bit out of hand. And I remember back in the day, like when I was a kid, there used to be like a commercial where there was a girl and she was in front of a dumpster fire, and she's like, "We used to have a home until my daddy started online gambling, right? And we used to push like heavily against it." Yeah, skill issue. I get it. Whatever. Like I care.
Get better at gambling.
I have empathy for some people, even though they're stupid. It bothers me. So like the whole online gambling, the whole like online gambling being like so hyper normalized to where it's like now it's in like video games where like, yes, it is like a majority of like teenagers that have like that shouldn't have access to the gambling, but that do now, right? And then they're getting hooked at a young age. I'm not pro gambling companies becoming like billionaires off of like people losing their money, because it's like you're kind of guaranteed to lose.
Actually,
but I feel like this kind of energy should be directed at like OnlyFans and shit like that.
I mean, I have a problem with that too.
A worse thing to spend any money on.
I have a problem with that too.
OnlyFans should be illegal, actually.
Yeah.
Hold on. Even if you want to criminalize it, at the very least, should be age verified.
Stop. That could be a good step, but I think it should be. I
don't necessarily disagree with you.
Well, what I'm talking about is like people who fall in love with these prostitutes on the internet and give them all their fucking life savings and shit. Like there was that girl that mid bitch Sophie Sophie something.
Whatever.
Sophie Ring.
So let's not advertise her name more.
You just
Well,
gave
I
her
don't
like
need to.
$500
She made like $50-something million in a month.
We're advertising her as a whore. That's a problem with society.
I mean, it doesn't
She
matter.
made
People
$50-something million in a month, right?
Hold on.
So, like,
She's a hero of capitalism. Let's make that clear.
I want to let
yeah, congrats. I applaud her. Okay, like good job.
I am
Made-
applauding her.
You know, money, then she can retire, and she's probably not. She's probably going to sell her body some more and get more money, and then eventually she'll get too old and they'll forget about her. But good job. Right, good job. So, but this lady made $50-something million in a month, right? So the kind of guys that would give this person money, when I haven't tried this, but I'm sure, right? Because this is a case with almost any of these prostitutes. You can just type in this person's name, nude, and their boobs will come up on the internet somewhere for free. Why the fuck are you giving this person money? Why are you giving any of these people money? Like, it makes no sense to me. That is legitimate like mental illness to me. But
they're paying for the GFE and they're paying for the
yeah, that's crazy. It's great. That's like legitimate like mental illness shit. So I feel like this kind of hubbub makes a lot more sense directed at that than something like fucking people spending their money on CS:GO skins.
No. It's the gambling aspect. It's not them selling the skins.
Yeah, I don't care about the skins.
It's not the skins. It's the gambling aspect that people are kind of annoyed at, and the fact that like one, you do have a bunch of teenagers
gambling. Gambling's fine. I don't know what the issue. Gambling is fine.
Gambling is fine as like a limited institution, but it shouldn't be like instilled in literally every fucking faction of our lives. You shouldn't have an app on your phone where you're.
Life is a gamble, bro.
Have that, just don't play those games. Hold on. No, to be clear, I get the thrill.
But
I get
it
the
is,
addiction.
though.
I went to Vegas as part of my vacation, right? I went there for like a week, right, with my wife. And that was like the second leg of my vacation. First leg was the Dragon Seal convention, of course. And when I was there, right, so my wife likes to play blackjack. I fucking hate blackjack, right? I don't know how to play any card games at all. And I refuse to learn, right? So she wanted to play blackjack. I sat at a virtual craps table, right, which is just like a machine that like bounces the dice around in front of you.
Yeah.
And I put like $200 in there, and I don't know how to play craps at all. I just pressed shit, and then it was winning, so I just like kept going. I got up to like $800, right? And I felt it, right? $800 to me is like not a whole lot of money, realistically.
To win it,
but I was up, right? So I was like, oh shit, then maybe I should stop, right? And I took the voucher thing out. I walked around the casino a bit. I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna go put it all in one roll. Fuck it. Like I get it, right? And I did, and I lost it all. I was like, oh fuck, I should have just taken it, right? But it's part of the game, right? You win some, you lose some. You know the risk going into it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like,
but 800
that's kind of how I say this. These people know getting into this that hey, there's a massive risk. You're going to lose.
Drug addicts know before you start doing heroin that there's
different.
This is all personal.
It's literally not different.
Yeah, these are all the same. You're right. They are all the same. It's just you don't care about having these people take personal accountability and want daddy government.
No. Listen. I agree. You're right. I do have a problem with like leaving everything up to personal accountability because to me, what ends up happening is you have a bunch of scragglers. You have a bunch of people who are left homeless or in the street, right? Which we can, fuck them. Wait, Gibbs. You can say fuck them all you want until they're fucking with your community, right? Like I can say, I don't know. I don't care that there's illegal immigrants coming into America, but because it's not affecting me personally, it's affecting you a lot, though, right?
Sure.
So like the same thing we flipped over. So like my issue is I'm not pro just companies becoming billionaires, like while you have a vast majority of the people losing, and then potentially, like once again, I've asked the question as it was kind of a serious question. If all these people lose their money, right? Like what do these companies do? Because like we can be smart enough to know, like I'm not gonna lose all my money gambling, but like there's gonna be a lot of people that do, and if we don't have
the
money
actual
anymore,
statistic on that sociologic, just the actual statistic is 1% pays for 80% of the profits. So it's 1% of the people are losing 80% of the.
All right.
But it's also 1% has the money to make 80% of that, like for them. So clearly these aren't it's not just like these broke people or
rich people.
Yeah,
I don't know the stats. I'm willing to admit that.
So, like, what you're arguing about is a very small percentage, and it's like, why can't people make a choice anymore? Like, why is
I want to let me hold on. Sorry.
Look, I don't have any problem with the choice. You guys
I do want to ask because he hasn't spoken much. Doobie, right? Like, it seems weird that you're defending this. Like, you understand, like, unless you're saying that it's okay to expose children to any particular vice or problematic aspect of society, because like whatever, right? Like if they go into it with open minds, right, and they choose to step in through this portal, that it's fine. Is that what you're saying? That like they
No.
can just choose to engage in
No.
gambling?
So I think this is a parent issue, right? So like, yeah, I don't think children should be gambling, but if they do, they probably don't have the money to gamble. So where the fuck are they getting the money from? They're probably using some of their parents' money, or they're doing like little side jobs on the side or whatever the fuck. So I don't think that the harm there is as intense as it would be with an adult. Even if there was like some possibility that they could get involved somehow, right? Like when they shouldn't be. And I really think that's like a parenting issue. If your child's like addicted to fucking gambling, you need to be a better parent. Like, I don't know, like we need to step in and take your kid away.
Come on, but no, DB. Hopefully you'll be having a bundle of joy soon, right? You even with the resources you have, right? You have more resources than anyone else here, right? That doesn't mean that you can keep track of your kid 24/7. And
We're
that
gonna find out, Prime. I'm gonna try really hard. I'm being real with you. Like I know what I was like when I was a kid, right? And yeah, kids are sneaky as fuck, right? I get it. But there are tools that my parents absolutely did not use to keep track of that shit. And I plan to use those tools. So I don't know, like maybe
the cage.
The cage, right? Yeah. No, I mean just like teaching them right from wrong, but also employing like parental shit that you can have on the computers. If they have a computer, probably not gonna let my kid have access to like a cell phone for a long time. Yeah, but like there's a ton of shit you can do, right? So
yeah.
But again, I haven't had that experience, so maybe I'm totally wrong. I'm totally open to that idea.
You can say all that until you have a kid.
Yeah, and
I have a 14-year-old. I'll help you out.
And
I have total control of his internet life.
But
like,
even
literally.
then, that's not hold on, guys. Even then, that's not enough. We understand
Yeah.
this, right?
There's still their
Assuming,
personal
like,
life.
you haven't used the parental tool of the cage, right? That means they're going to go outside. That means they're going to have private time with their friends at some point, hopefully. And that means that they're going to be in social situations that you don't have direct control of. Are we saying here in that situation? Well, then you must be responsible.
Well, wait. But like also
hold on. Let me
wait. Just real quick, no, before you do, because if you do have that kind of total control over your kid, right? And then they do turn 18, 19, whatever age that you deem is like they're adults now, or they go off to college, whatever it seems maybe, they're now not they're going to be kind of coddled to the world too, right? There's a catch-22 with your.
That's not what I mean.
You
inferred something that I didn't say.
Well, I'm just adding to like I'm more to Doobie and you really, as much control as possible, so on and so forth.
On that note, I got a pregnant wife that needs me for a bit, so I got to go, mister. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Can we talk, DB?
Yes, I'll be around tomorrow for sure.
Okay.
That was a humble brag, by the way, just there. Did you guys catch that?
Yeah, I know.
No, I'm just saying I got to go. I want to stick around, but I have to go.
Congratulations, Doobs, and hope everything's going well for her.
Be well.
Merry Christmas,
Scott. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, so I have both a 4-year-old and a 14-year-old. And my 14-year-old, Range, yeah, that's right. Yeah, 10 years, man. It's a good spread. But so at the end of the day, my kids are my responsibility, and I do pay attention to everything they do. I don't know every website that my kid goes to, but if I wanted to, I could. Right?
Yeah.
I've given him some free range because he's earned it. Because in the beginning, I would literally just turn his internet off if he was misbehaving, and so I reinforced this idea that that it's a privilege and
not a right
to some degree. It's not a right, and it's not to be taken lightly. We've had a lot of talks about what he can and cannot do on the internet and that sort of thing, obviously. I mean, he's a good kid. He's a Boy Scout. He goes to private school, does all the cool stuff. But you never know. Kids turn out the way they turn out. You do the best you can.
Exactly. But hold on. But that's the issue, friend.
That's really literally it. Yeah.
But yeah, like we can keep saying, and look, I hate
my kid doesn't play video games
because oftentimes I will say to parents like, yeah, I shouldn't be responsible for your kid. Like adults should be able to have adult fun, right? Not necessarily be hobbled or by the fact that kids exist, right? Like,
Then
well,
some dumbass brings their kid to Miami.
yeah, like it's like you at some point need to be keeping.
Well, I act like I act like an adult parent.
Excuse to limit like the things that adults can get up to. So I hear that, but and I haven't gotten much, Scott. I promise. But like you can't, you literally can't keep track of that. Your kids, I'm assuming, go outside, right? Hopefully you won't.
Be
sure, but
just saying.
Yeah, we can't be sure. That's what I'm saying. Hopefully you won't be in the news one day and we find out apparently they did.
So here's the thing, Prime. Man, I this is hard to explain to someone a lot of times because they have people have preconceptions. You can't do anything about that. So first of all, I raised my son to be a good human being, and I've treated him like he was a young man starting at a young age. I've never infantilized my son. I literally, last year, when he got to be almost 6 foot and weighed 180 pounds at 13, I told him it's not fair, but the cards life has handled you is that people see you as a man and you must act like a man. You can't act like a kid. If you swing and hit somebody, you can hurt them. And they're going to assume you can hurt them and they'll hit you. You can't act like a kid. It's not fair. Other kids get to act like kids because they're small and they look like kids. You look like a grown-ass man. And we've had that conversation. If you can't have conversations with your children, then you have actually failed as a parent. If you are scared to have tough conversations
only
son, why are you masturbating 3 times a day? If you can't have that conversation, stop being a parent.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
That but that's a conversation.
Well, he has a monitor on that too.
No, I don't. But
motion sensor.
I can guess.
Maybe Scott can interact with this.
Heart rate reaches a certain amount.
It just seems that like Scott, and you're a parent, right, Scott? But your kids are much smaller. But
yeah, I have 2 toddlers, 5 and 4.
Yeah. Okay. Well. So, but at some point they go on to, they have interactions that you don't entirely control, right? They'll have pressures, they'll have friends, they'll have social situations where they'll feel like, oh, I got to do this to be cool or whatever the fuck, right? And like that may involve doing something really bad. Hopefully not that doesn't hurt someone, but like that might be illegal or whatever, right? You don't have complete control of your child. And we can understand that maybe as a society, understand that we need to protect children, that children find their ways in, because they have a lot of time in their hands, find their ways into some awful situations, and that we should have some sort of collective responsibility for that. You would say that, and I'll ask you, Scott, would you say that we have no collective responsibility as a society? Whether it be on the federal level or maybe to more on the local level, to care for the children around us. It should be all like, hey, kind of Mad Max, like outside of your family unit, no one should give a fuck about like what happens to this child. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, again, it keeps coming to this kind of is-ought problem. I won't explain it, obviously, right? Like, yeah, I think you have a moral responsibility as a member of your community to help people, to be a good person, to to act in your own rational self-interest, I would say. And your own rational self-interest is not to live in a society of degenerates and criminals and all of the terrible things that come from a society that is neglectful and mean or abusive to children, or permissive of children. Now, there's been a lot of research on parenting styles, right? And most of the research would say that there are basically 4 types of parenting styles. So there's authoritarian, authoritative, negligent, and permissive, right? Now, obviously, negligent is bad, right? It almost always leads to bad outcomes, right? And then there's a lot of debate about the 3 different parenting styles because none of them are particularly wrong, right? Permissive children, permissive parenting style where you kind of let your kids go free range, you don't have a lot of control in their life. Those children tend to be mentally healthier and have less mental health problems, but they also tend to be very much less successful, financially struggle, and have difficult times being able to like manifest in reality their goals and their wishes. They tend to be poor. They tend to, not be able to succeed in life.
This is free range.
Authoritative. Free range
Permissive.
is more permissive. Free range would be an aspect of it, right? But this would also be like never checking in on your kids' internet usage or things like that, right? Now, on the other end of the spectrum, you have authoritarian, right? This is, people, the classic example is like speak when spoken to, right? Like you don't speak, very, very, very strict. And they're the opposite, right? They tend to be very financially successful. They tend to go to college and get straight A's. They tend to like do very well, but they also tend to have a lot of mental health issues, a lot of depression, lots of much higher suicidality, et cetera. And then there's the middle ground, authoritative, right? Where, you do keep check of your kids. You do have rules. You do have structure. And yet at the same time, you help develop the child, when you feel that they're ready for responsibility, you give them that freedom and that responsibility so that they can fail themselves and kind of discover those pitfalls. You can't protect your child from the outside world. It's not possible. The outside world exists and you have to engage with the outside world. But if you're a good parent, you prepare them for that. And my biggest issue with this concept of like state regulation in the name of the children is it comes down to these points that I wrote down. So number one, regulation kind of gives the parent the excuse to not parent, right? When the government takes over responsibility of the parent, the parent's ability to control and engage with their children is now limited because the government is presumed to be taking care of these issues. Number two, there's an assumption that the effects of regulation actually work, and they don't always work, right? I mean, let's say we get a law that says there's going to be age verification, right? How long before Discord servers start popping up that kids go into so that, so they can get away from these very regulations? And the third thing here is regulation always comes with a cost. I already explained the market cost, but let's say you don't buy the market cost. You don't buy the concept that like every tax dollar taken out of the market means less jobs, less opportunity. I mean, every dollar that is given to enforce regulation is a dollar that could be spent on mental health care, a dollar that could be spent on helping people with gambling addiction, a dollar that could be spent on the homelessness issue, right? Every single one of those dollars that I just described are dollars that, even though I wouldn't agree with it, would actually be addressing the cause as opposed to the symptom, right? The cause is lack of economic opportunity. The cause is, people that feel that they need to get rich quick because they feel like they have no upward mobility. There are other causes, obviously gambling addiction. But the last one is that there's a bit of a contradiction here that I feel like you are making, which is there's an assumption kind of baked in. Yeah, there's an assumption kind of baked in that like the regulation will do good. But at the same time, you recognize that a parent who's the most involved with their children, who lives with their child every single day, right? Who has direct access to their children, and by the way, who is incentivized more than anybody else on the planet to care for their children, right? You recognize that you can't have total control of them and that there's nothing you can do and that they're going to go out there and they're going to see shit and they're going to engage in bad shit. But the idea that the government is going to somehow solve this when they have less access, they aren't incentivized to care, right? Like it seems a little bit contradictory because the incentives are so much stronger for the parent to take care of their children, not for the government to fix this issue.
So I have issues with that, but I'm not going to quote everyone here. I'll stick around and maybe we can have more of a conversation if you like, Scott.
But the first part is my answer to that question. The 4 parenting styles there.
Thank you so much. So I will end it here. Thank you all for coming through. This is a lot of fun. Man, these 3 topics. We really. I wasn't planning on going where we went to. I actually there was something else I was going to bring up, entirely different, but free topic. You never know where we end up. But it was a lot of fun. So thanks all for being here. If you've been appreciating this content, please consider supporting the content. We do need your help. Sub to channel, give bits, or give subs. That's how I do this. I do need your help. So if you want to keep this channel going for another year, right into the next year, consider helping out the channel or super chats. All right, let's go to our friend Lactoid. Thank you, Lactoid, for being here. This was a ton of fun, friend.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. If you guys like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube.
So much. Next, Scott. This is great. I think overall this is a pretty a balanced panel.
Yeah, I am Scott or Fabian Liberty on YouTube. I'm currently dealing with a 7-day ban on Twitter. Apparently, on X, you can't tell people if they ever utter the phrase "this discourse shouldn't be based on philosophy," that they should sterilize themselves and save the human gene pool. Apparently, that's not good to say. I think it is good to say, and I stand by that statement, especially when there's so many goddamn JQ spurgs and Nazis on the website. I can't tell people not to have fucking kids. Fuck you, Elon Musk. And fuck all the Elon Musk dick riders is still fucking a lot of goddamn censorship on X. Nevertheless, it is a little bit better. But yeah, you can find me on X maybe in a few days, primarily on YouTube right now. I am a libertarian. I discuss philosophy, social issues, and things like that, and econ, all the stuff from a libertarian objectivist framework.
Thank you so much, friend. And yes, also fuck Elon Musk, quote unquote free speech warrior. Fails again. But Corey, thank you. This is a lot of fun. I liked your contributions today.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Every once in a while, I do some good on a panel. And yeah, it's wild to me. I thought free speech was back on X. I thought Elon was like the biggest free speech champion. He's going to bring it back to America. Who knew it would turn out like the way it did? But yeah, as always, this is great. Super appreciated to be here and always entertaining. Even with the little contribution that I made, I mostly just sat back and watch the bloodbath unfold. It's entertaining to me. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And I also want to say, I don't know if anybody else caught it, but I really appreciate that Grid One announces when he's taking a short break, and he has the graphics for that to announce it to the panel, taking a short break. I thought that was super hilarious, but maybe that's just me. But yeah, Ollie, Gibbs, Grid One, Scott, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Thanks so much, friend. Grid, also, yeah, thank you. This was good. I really liked what you had to say. And offering your perspectives here, it's always very valuable. Thanks so much.
Appreciate it. Oh, I'm sorry, you were talking to him. I had you turned down. Sorry.
No, I was talking to you, Grid. I was saying you're great.
He'll be right back. Take a short break.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, your mic is so low that I have to turn you way up.
Really? Am I low to the rest of you guys?
And then I have to turn everybody else down when they're talking. So
I'm low to Lactoid. Am I low to you?
You're actually okay for me.
Okay.
I mean, I have you on Discord, but I hear you.
I turned you up, but you were a little bit low. Yeah.
Yeah, I have you at 145.
I got you at 130.
Okay. All right.
I'm just spinning the knob.
Yeah. Maybe it's my gain or maybe my Discord.
I have you at 100. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird.
Yeah, I got you at the normal. You sound fine to me.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm
I
sorry.
mean, you don't sound bad. It's just a little low.
Yeah.
It's just low.
All right. Well, go ahead, Grid.
Yeah. Hey, I really appreciate you having me again. I'm always happy to be a part of these panels. I really appreciate Prime you giving us a place to just hash things out and jabber and whatever else that we do. Jabbering obviously was meant for Mr. Gibbs over there, it was great tonight. I actually took a position that I didn't when I first heard the issue. I had a preconceived notion of the position that I would take. I kind of educated myself a little bit and actually changed my position to the one of I do believe that the regulation needs to be in place, but because of the cheating and the fraud involved, and not the not the gambling itself. And I stand by that. I think throughout history, men have taught their sons how to gamble as part of the risk reward education that all men need. I can't speak for women. I'm not one. So, and I really appreciate it. Everyone was great.
My friend, and you can be.
What's that?
I said,
go to Target.
And you can be.
No, I don't shop at Target, man. I'm sorry. But at any rate, you guys have a great. It was great to be here, man. And Scott, good to kind of push back against you every once in a while. I don't always agree. What's interesting is like I used to find myself mostly agreeing with Scott, and now I agree with him like half the show, and then half the show I'm like, Scott, what are you saying? And it's really cool. It's really good.
It's the last half that's the hardest in proselytization.
Is that what it is? All right. Again, really appreciate it, you guys. Thanks again, Prime.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks so much. At some point my settings got reset, and I'm trying to find the proper balance. So I was down at 69% for input volume. Now it's at 75%.
Nice.
Before you guys were saying that was too loud. So I don't know. So I'm trying to figure out a balance. I'm not sure if I can, because you guys all have different equipment, where I can find a good balance for all of you. But you'll have to let me know. 75% now, if that's good. But let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs. Gibbs, you're always you. You're always you, and you never change. And so I'm always happy. I like you, so I'm always happy with what I get.
Oh, I appreciate that. I always love being here. I just want to say this is another week of me being the most consistent and honest. And maybe this time I didn't have to be the most fact-checked person on any of these panels. I don't have to do any mental backflips to come to my conclusions. I just tell you straight up. Other than that, Coffeezilla sucks. He's clout chaser. Fuck that guy. Don't watch Coffeezilla. He's just as bad as the rest of them. He's just bamboozled y'all. Let me tell you, I'm a snake oil salesman, and I know a snake oil salesman, and that man is a snake oil salesman if I've ever seen one. I'm just saying, trust us when we know a con artist, and that guy's a con artist. Lastly, one last thing. We're having a debate championship series. We're putting this together. It's coming together. It's exciting. If you like debate, there's going to be some ass whippings handed out, and we're going to have definitive records now people can point to and say, I beat so-and-so. And we got that coming because I know that everybody always wants the most important thing in debate, bragging rights. And that's what I'm going to give you, the people. And thank you for having me always, Brian.
Absolutely. And finally,
where's my DM?
Yeah, I got you. You're welcome to. I'll send you a run out.
Lee, thank you so much for coming through. You're fantastic.
Well, thanks for having me, man. It was great being here. But once again, what happens when all the people grow broke because the corporations get rich? No one ever has an answer. It's usually riots in the street, but what can you do? But for everything, you can find me at Sociologic, 2 L's on everything, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. And thanks for having me, Prime. Gang, it was a pleasure arguing with you.
Thank you. All right. And you changed up your name like we were saying, 2 capital L's. Yeah, makes sense. All right, good work.
Not enough underscores though.
No underscores though. Thanks so much. I will raid out to, let's see, who we're gonna raid. What hotties? I never get this ready beforehand, but what hotties are available? Picking a hottie.
It's underscore Justini right there.
It's
Is it always got to be a hottie?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly.
Wow, because he respects his audience.
Yeah, exactly.
All you Raiders spam hottie in the chat.
Yeah, there you go.
It's Justini.
We have very different audiences.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, let's.
We have very, very different audiences.
You gotta put the thirst, bro.
Mine would be just like shitting on me for being a simp if I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's turned away.
I'm a little concerned.
Wait, who would they want to be sent off to out of your guys's?
Someone interesting.
Yeah, she's pretty cute, actually. Is she one of your friends?
She is one of my friends. She's a homie.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll send them off to It's Justini.
Say Gibbs says hello.
All right. So Gibbs says hello.
Yeah, there you go.
Gibbs
That's what she
says
has.
regards. All right.
And black tar heroin in the chat. Black tar heroin.
Yeah, black tar heroin. Yes,
All right.
yes.
Gentlemen, it's been great.
Yep.
I'm
have a good one.
gonna leave. I'll
Me
see
too.
you guys.
I'm gonna bounce too.
Take care.
Good night and Merry Christmas to all.
Merry Christmas
Merry
to
Christmas
all.
to all.
Likewise, happy holidays.
Happy
Damn.
holidays.
Peace out, guys.
I want to talk to you, sociologic, about that claim though. Before you did,
He already left.
And I sent you the DM, Fabian, already. So you
We'll talk later, Scott.
All right. Well, Coffee's not a snake. Gibbs is just a meme. He's a big memer. He's just memeing on all y'all. That's what he's doing. Don't take that too seriously. We're not gonna right on out into a hottie. At least not like in that regard. We're gonna right on out into a classic and consistent contributor to Anti-Communism United, Ranger and Rogue. Have a great night for all of you who gave bit subs, and we're active in chat. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas. We're not letting the libs take that away from us. Merry Christmas, and have a happy New Year. I will definitely be, I believe, be seeing you guys before New Year, so that'll be fun. But not over Christmas. And you guys shouldn't be on Twitch over Christmas either. You should be visiting with your friends and family. And if you don't have any friends and family, you should be going out into your community and volunteering or spreading Christmas cheer, because that's what. I mean, do whatever you want, really. But still, that's my advice for whatever it's worth. All right, we're gonna write it out. Catch you guys later.